the beat. The beat.
I think Team LCR have done really well this split. They know how to end the games.
Flash in from Quas, finds Inox, takes him down onto Otter. Team Liquid in a dominating fashion.
Bjergsen's the only one that's consistently beating his lane opponent. No single player has as much pressure on them. Bjergsen makes one mistake, they instantly lose the game.
But here comes Bjergsen. Wow! Bjergsen evaporates. Wild Toto respawns, but that's going to be the game.
So I think the other players need to step up.
We have to adapt. It's not going to be easy.
I think we're playing at a good level and they're underperforming. I think that we can beat them if we play well. I definitely think that's going to be our toughest opponent throughout the whole split.
Hello and welcome to Week 4 of the North American League Championship Series Summer Split. We've got a packed house here in Los Angeles, and the fans, as you can see, are plenty fired up for another day of action here inside the studios. Just a moment ago, though, they were lined up and showing just as much hype and support for their favorite teams outside. Tip, as you see, arriving here at the studio, giving a big wave to the crowd. Impact following suit. They'll be facing off against Team Dignitas, and here's Kiwi Kid heading inside, cheerful as always. There's going to be a big matchup in the mid lane, though. Shifter getting in a quick cheap shot here on Xiao Zhao before the game even starts. Xiao Zhao escaping, which is 10 HP, but he'll get his chance for revenge in just a bit. Now, hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson. We've got a special lineup here on the analyst desk, starting with our resident ne'er-do-well, Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. And joining us to preview our game of the week, we have the coaches of Team Liquid and TSM, Peter and Loco Doco. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me. We'll talk to these guys in just a second, but first, let's take a quick look at how the teams are stacked up. In first place, we have CLG and Team Liquid. Gravity, Team Dignitas, and TSM are one game back in third. Tip is in sixth place with an even 3 wins and 3 losses. Cloud9 and Enemy Esports are sharing seventh, followed by Team8 and TDK. Now turning to today's schedule, we've got Team Dignitas starting our day as they face off against Team Impulse. After that, TDK will challenge frontrunner CLG. A little bit later, Gravity will battle Team8, and we'll wrap up the day with Enemy Esports against Cloud9. Now sitting at the middle of our schedule is the game of the week. 2 of our heavyweight contenders for the top spot will battle it out with Team Liquid versus TSM. And as we mentioned, we've got the coaches of each team here to give us some insight into this match. So gentlemen, once again, thank you for joining me. I'm going to jump right into it, coming to you first, Peter. I got to talk to you last week about the improvements that your team has made and what it's going to take to continue this winning record for you guys. So what have you done specifically in this past week in preparation for this big game against TSM?
So basically, in my opinion, TSM is a really mid-focused team. They will pressure mid a lot with Last Boy, with Santorin. They love to gank mid. So first of all, I'm going to definitely do a good version for the mid side to protect my Phoenix. I don't want my Phoenix just got ripped by the random gank from like any other way.
From the whole team.
Yeah,
Yeah, really, anyone could show up in the mid lane there. Now over to you, Loco. In some regard, TSM has had some stumbles so far this split. A couple losses that were not necessarily expected. What have you done in this past week to shore up the weaknesses going up against this 5-1 Team Liquid squad?
So most of our faults have been around mid-game, what we do with our lead, and not being clean and ending the game, and our rotations. So we've really focused on our mid-game this week. Our analysts had multiple presentations, and we did a lot of drills in what we do with our lead. So we shored that up.
It's actually a pretty interesting point that you bring, because I was just watching the show that you guys have out on YouTube. And one thing that you guys were talking about was that the coaching staff want more control over what the players are going to have in their practice time and what champions they use and what you're preparing for the games. For a team that's so focused on the international play, do you think is there any chance that you guys will be held back as far as innovation? Because if you are just looking at what other teams are doing, then you won't have things like, Power of Evil bringing out mid lane Varus first for you guys when you do go to international events.
So we have very talented players, and they know their matchups really well, and they have some innovative ideas. So what we'll do is at the start of the week, we'll talk to them, and they'll tell us what champions they want to try versus, and I'll also have champions that I want to do and I want to put more practice into. So it's not just doing whatever the coaching staff says. At the beginning of the week, we take in player opinions, and throughout the week, we still take them in. Just during practice, there's no argument about what picks we're going to do. I have the final say.
So no back talk, but they still get their chance.
Yeah.
Right. Now, both of you have been very outspoken about the infrastructure behind your organizations and the improvement in the coaching staff. You know, kind of along this line of champion pools, we've seen Echo introduced. We've seen big changes to Caitlyn, Jace, and Shen recently. Now, from a coach's perspective, how do you approach whether or not a champion should enter into one of your players' pool or into team strategy?
So basically for us is we're gonna be talking with the players, and the players usually can come to me and like, oh Peter, you know, this patch, this champion got buffed. And like I think this champion got buffed, he's probably gonna be very well in the competitive scene. So we're gonna let him play in the solo queue first to tell me, all right, so in the solo queue, you're gonna lane against a different opponent. You can tell me, all right, maybe it's good against this champion. So when we're doing the scrim and we're thinking this champion will fit our team comp, then we're gonna use it. If it used well, then we're gonna play in the LCS.
Then, Loco, I'm going to slightly alter the question for you because you've talked about how the coaching staff is going to establish the champion pool that you work with. How would a player then come to you and change your mind about whether or not a champion should be added to that pool?
So anytime during the week, they can come up to me and they'll say, oh, I think Teemo's really good because of this and this and this. And then we'll have a discussion about Teemo, and then we'll design a team comp around it. And we'll play it once or maybe twice, depending on how well the game went. And then we'll make a final judgment call and then say, okay, we're going to start playing it more the day after, and then we'll make a call on it. Or if it's too late in the week, we'll say, okay, we'll learn to play around this champion, but we'll try more next week.
All right, well, moving away from, analyzing champions to analyzing teams, there's so much talk about, TSM, their strengths and, the mid lane and all that. Peter, I want to ask you a different question, though. When looking at TSM, what do you think is their biggest weakness?
I think most of the people are gonna say Dyrus, but I feel Dyrus is a very good player. I just tell you guys a little bit about one sentence in my scout report. We were talking, Dyrus is a player hard to gank, but easy to dive.
Okay.
I think their weakness is probably Santorin's point because lots of the other players, they don't like to gank a lot. But like I said last week, I think Dom is one of the best jungler in the North America. If we can get the confident champion ourselves, I think Dom can just win the jungle.
Oh, yeah. In his AMA, I think he did say that he considered himself to be the best jungler in North America. Loco Doco, what do you think about the jungle matchup?
I think Santorin's a really underrated player. In scrims, he does great. When Santorin first came into the scene, it was into like the really public guy. It was during IEM San Jose, and he didn't have a really good showing there. So his legacy started out really low, but I think a lot of people overlook how well Santorin played during the spring split, how well he played at IEM Katowice. And if you ask the junglers in NA that scrim with us a lot, they'll only have good things to say about Santorin. So I don't think Dom's going to beat Santorin at all. I think Santorin will really show up.
Well, it's definitely going to be an exciting matchup. I do want to move to another player, which would be Piglet. Peter, last time this split, about this same time, a few weeks in, there was a lot of disharmony around Piglet and how he meshed with the team. A few months later, everything seems to be running very smoothly. So what do you attribute his assimilation into the team mostly to?
Well, first, when Piglet comes to team, the language barrier is really a big issue for our team because Piglet almost doesn't know any English that time. Like, we need to teach him, use our NS to teach him English one by one, like knowing the words, like red buff, blue buff, like what do we want to do in the game, back out, or should go in stuff. And as long as he played more solo queue in North America, and he learned more English from solo queue, like he knowing how to communicate with the team, to use the pings or just say some simple words. So now he can actually do a very simple communicate with Dom, with X Special, so they have more synergy from that.
All right, lastly, I want to follow up with, there's been a lot of criticisms towards the North American region for not being as strong as it used to be, mostly attributed to the fact that C9 has fallen from grace a little bit. TSM has found some stumbles. I want to get your guys' perspective, just as coaches, as to where you feel the North American region rests in relation to the rest of the world.
So last split, a lot of people had negative things to say about EU, how it looked really shaky. And I honestly don't think you can judge scenes that well until you put them against each other. So maybe NA is the farthest behind, but we're so much far away from Worlds. We have a lot of space to improve. And I think our teams are doing fine. I think Team Liquid is doing fine. I think TSM, we're doing fine. And it's regular season, so CLG is doing fine. Gravity also showed up.
The caveat.
I love that. That's great.
And C9, even though they're not doing that well, like they always show up when it matters. So, I mean, right now, NA does look pretty murky and we don't look that great, but I don't think it even matters. Like, who cares? We're, 4 months away from Worlds, 3 months away from Worlds? Like, we're so far away. So right now, maybe we're the weakest, but I don't think it really matters in the overall scope of things.
All right, well, great to hear, gentlemen. Once again, I want to thank you for joining us here on the desk. Wish both of your teams the best of luck in your game later today. Now, sticking to the subject of coaches, we want to ask all of you at home which coach in the NALCS has the toughest job and why. Send your bite-sized 140-character responses to @LOLEsports and use the hashtag LCS. Then stay tuned to see if we read your tweet a little later in the broadcast. But now we're going to send things over to our dynamic casting duo to get us into the action.
Hey, thank you very much, Dash. What's up, everybody? I am here on the casting desk alongside Joshua Jat Leisman. I am David Freak Turley. We are ready to get some games cast.
Yeah, these are going to be some good games today. I like how the matchups are always kind of a team that's on a surge this split versus a team that's been more traditionally powerful.
That's
a lot
true.
of good matchups.
Exactly, and this is actually a really good matchup for that right here today. We're kicking off our day with Team Dignitas versus Team Impulse. Battle of new versus old in a way. So far this split, we've been seeing some dominating performances by Impulse. They're trying to distinguish themselves once again among the top teams.
Right, and a lot of Team Impulse's success is built around raw aggression, but we're still kind of waiting to see that next level of strategies beyond just everybody going in at once. And the team, it's still working on communication issues and shot calling, which they kind of thought they'd have more solved by now. So hopefully we'll start to see more coordinated team play from Team Impulse like we saw near the end of last spring split.
Yeah, well, meanwhile, Team Dignitas, though, they're in a state of transition. You're talking about coordinated play here. They've got a new jungler, Helios, in the mix. And honestly, the results are hit and miss here. They took down Team Solo Mid, good for them, but then they were soundly beaten by Gravity, so they lost their hold on first place because of that.
Yeah, and just thinking about that swap a bit more, Azingi, when he was with Dignitas this split, had a big presence in the early game, especially on Zac, and he got a lot of early kills for the team. His ganks had been successful. But we haven't actually seen the same level of pressure coming from Helios. Azingi, in his 4 games, was 5, 1, and 5 for kills, deaths, and assists in the first 15 minutes of his 4 games, whereas last week, Helios was 1 kill, 2 deaths, 0 assists in 15 minutes across both games, which is not much action early game. That will need to pick up. But Dignitas itself, they've proven to be a resilient team, and they've kind of consistently fallen behind in gold at 10 and 20 minutes, but then they're able to capitalize on their opponent's mistakes, and that's why they pulled out these victories to be 4-2. So they don't look nearly as impressive as some of the other teams in the early game, but the record still shows well.
Yeah, exactly. They're 18 and 33, and yet that was a 1-1 scoreline throughout the week. So you can see these guys are able to pull out wins pretty frequently here. Either way, let's check out the starting lineups. And on the blue side is Team Dignitas. Gamsu in the top lane. Helios, happy birthday in the jungle. Shifter in mid. Core JJ, also happy birthday at 80 carry. And Kiwi Kid on support.
Yes, happy birthday to Helios. On the red side, of course, it is Team Impulse. Fits their colors pretty well. Impact in the top lane. Rush in the jungle. Showy Shao in mid lane. Apollo on 80 carry. And, of course, Adrian on support.
So with all 10 players in the lobby and champ select about to begin, again, it is a battle of Team Dignitas, who have just impressed everyone with how well they'd actually been showing up so far. 4-2, much better than you would expect. This is a team that narrowly avoided relegation.
If not for a Kiwi Kid 5-man Alistair.
Yeah,
it was game 5 in their promotion tournament game.
Exactly. So a miracle when Dignitas kept them in the LCS, and now they're tied for 3rd with Team Solo Mid. Like, what an amazing quick turnaround for these guys. And you hope that that trend continues upward with Helios in the mix here.
There's definitely a lot of things trending in the right direction for Team Dignitas. I mean, their coach Rico came in very late into the spring split. It's taken some time for the players to get comfortable. They feel much more comfortable now with Helios on jungle as well. Kind of a long-term solution to the role, whereas it felt like Azingi was a bit of a stopgap solution. So definitely some opportunity for some big-time growth, and it will show true if they continue to notch wins against traditionally top teams in the LCS.
Absolutely true. Dignitas with a full week to practice up with this lineup for sure. Team Impulse, again, you talked about them looking a bit shaky here, figuring out what else they would actually grow as. Rumble, Nidalee so far banned away from Impulse. The Sivir dropped away from Apollo. No big surprise there. I'm glad teams, after about 5 games in a row, have realized that's probably a champion you should remove from him.
Yeah. No rise for Gamsu. Be interesting to see if we see an Echo ban. It's something that TIP banned against or had banned against them when they were playing Team Liquid. It might be something that Xiao wants to get his hands on. He likes those assassin-type champions in the mid lane, so it's left out of the ban phase. But so is Alistar.
This is interesting, yeah. So Alistar being left through as the easy first pick, it does mean Impulse have slightly pinched the aggro junglers. The Gragas ban, Rek'Sai is up. It's actually all Helios has played so far. And so Rush being able to steal it away might be useful here. You mentioned Echo as well. I mean, those, in my mind, would be the first two that I pick here as Team Impulse. We are on 5-11 this time around, so slight changes to Echo. His, I believe, mana cost on W went up.
Yep. Very minor changes. Some visibility things on his spells as well. But these two picks do seem like the most logical choices. The Echo and the Rek'Sai, both some early pressure for Rush. They have been banning away Rek'Sai, so Rush can play Lee Sin in some of their games. But with Rek'Sai up, it doesn't leave much opportunity for Rush to play the Lee Sin.
Yeah. They should consider. Exactly. Removing a Kalista from Core JJ, removing the Ryze, which many teams would be happy to first pick. We did see Ryze go through unpicked a couple times in the EU LCS. A couple days ago, I believe there were 2 unseen and champ select Ryze games. Right. So maybe that champion becoming less valuable for certain teams. Either way, though, Impulse do pick up the Echo and the Rek'Sai, and we'll have to see where the Echo actually goes.
Right, we've seen Huni play it to much success in the top lane. He's been the main person that's actually found success with top lane Echo. Most people have either been jungle tank or mid lane assassin. This one is, in my opinion, going to go mid lane assassin.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it fits Xiao's style. I tend to agree with you here on this one, Jap. But meanwhile, Team Dignitas happy to grab as many champions as they can really quickly, actually. Very little hesitation on the blue side here. The top lane Hecarim is in. He had small changes in 5-11 as well. Seems to still be fine. Meanwhile, the core key for Core JJ.
Yeah. To talk about the Hecarim changes a little bit, the main impact it'll have on the competitive scene is just when he home guard teleports in, he won't be quite as fast or do quite as much damage when he connects with you. So it's a nerfed aspect in one of the most powerful parts of his kit, but the rest of Hecarim will still be that horse.
Exactly, and him chasing down onto squishies is still going to be a very good thing for him and the rest of his team. Dignitas so far not showing their jungler or mid lane most likely. Team Impulse now to round out most of their lineup here. Looks like they're going to continue to have that Echo be a flex pick, though they know the enemy top laner. They're going to leave the final pick for last. So Janna Graves the bot lane here for Impulse. A bit of a throwback here. Apollo played a ton of that in spring.
Yep, it's good follow-up damage or front-loaded damage when everyone else is going in. The collateral damage from Graves still able to contribute to a fight, even if he's late to the fight, which does end up happening for Team Impulse with the style they play.
Ooh.
The Kalista they played last week, of course, since it's banned. Whoa!
Oh! So Helios doesn't get his Rek'Sai, so he plays Xin Zhao instead, most likely in the jungle. Twisted Fate in for Shifter as well. I mean, the gank pressure here is stupid good. There's so much crowd control here on this Team Dignitas lineup.
Yeah, this is the first Xin Zhao we've seen in the NLCS, I'd say, in probably about a year, maybe longer. I'm excited for this. So I wonder if Helios is going to be going Cinderhulk into Black Cleaver, because those seem like the two big-time items on Xin Zhao, and we thought maybe he would see a resurgence when the Black Cleaver shipped as a new item. It just synergizes so well with the armor penetration on his kit, the cooldown reduction, chain knockups, chain slow, and actually a little bit of viability in the late game, which was previously a big weakness of Xin Zhao, who does have early game pressure. It'll be very fun to watch Helios versus Rush in the early game, as that is actually kind of a strength of Xin Zhao against Rek'Sai. That's a fascinating matchup now. Wouldn't this be something? Varus mid, Echo top, Graves 80 carry.
That's going to be the likely situation, yeah.
So a double AD, but they're keeping the enemy honest because of assassination threat in the top lane. This is my favorite version of double AD, is instead of having a tank top lane or something, you have legitimate kill threat on an ability power champion like the Echo, which forces people into that magic resist itemization. So a well-crafted team comp, I think, from Team Impulse. We'll have to see how the wave clear and the lack of a true tank pay into that. But if they snowball ahead, as they often like to do, that's when that type of team composition can work.
All right, so the Team Impulse snowball could be very interesting. Of course, keep in mind, Team Dignitas still have 4 different champions who are good at hard engage, with the Alistar, the Hecarim, the Twisted Fate, the Xin Zhao, and even Corki can help at least. So Scary things afoot, but Team Impulse happy to pick right into that with a bunch of backline squishies. Kind of a tank with Rush playing Rek'Sai here. And we're going to start out week 4 of the North American LCS with Team Dignitas sitting at 4-2, with Team Impulse sitting at 3-3. Coach handshakes come out.
Yeah, and I love these coach handshakes right here because these, to me, feel like more unique team compositions than we've seen in a while in the North American LCS. Things have felt relatively stagnated, but these ones feel pretty unique.
And it's going to be a whole bunch of fun. Either way, head over to Twitter and share your thoughts on this match. Tweet at LOL Esports with either hashtag DIGwin or hashtag TIPwin. We'll count up your votes in just a few minutes, guys. Getting ourselves into the match here. 4-2 versus 3-3. The ability to challenge the very top of the standings for both of these teams.
Yeah, and it's going to be a great game. Like, just the Twisted Fate combined with the Xin Zhao jungle, not to mention the Echo top lane from Impact, who, even though he feels like a consistent top laner, many of the people who play against him say he takes a lot of early game risks going against another top laner who doesn't even have a flash. I mean, there is a lot of opportunity for some early fireworks in this one.
Well, fireworks we're going to have almost certainly. If only he played the festive Corki skin. Did he even use them on his abilities? Sadly, it's not. That's okay. We can watch the early invade paths, and
but we'll have to settle for
the support spot each other.
Skin.
I know, unfortunately. Ice Toboggan, which basically no one has. Gamsu. You know, Jinx can actually kill a ward by herself by just sitting there with her Q on.
If you're in minigun form.
Yeah. You start that way, so you just got to learn it. Fortunately, Gamsu not enough attack speed to clear that one away. Smite Ignite versus, sorry, not Smite Ignite. Ignite TP versus Flash TP, as you mentioned before, the top lane matchups. Impulse will be looking at standard lanes here with Impact leashing for Rush. Looks like the similar situation for Team Dignitas, though their jungler will be starting on the bottom side with Gamsu at Razor Beaks.
Yeah, and there will be a little bit of an... I always like tracking the jungler arms races right here, especially for two junglers that shouldn't need to match an early game pressure. This is also interesting in the fact that Rush has kind of been the king of early game aggression when it's successful, but oftentimes that backfires. Helios as well has played a much more subdued early game jungle role, as we noticed, only having 1 kill or assist combined in the 2 games within the first 15 minutes of his matches. But now in Xin Zhao, you can't really imagine a successful Xin Zhao game that doesn't get a kill or assist before 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So I'd expect much more aggression from Helios. Hyped up CSing right now.
Cards flying everywhere, corrupted arrows killing minions. I don't know if people are cheering for the death of these poor helpless minions. They're just following orders, guys.
Picking up right where they left off in the hallway right here. The little tiny shots that really have no real effect.
Okay, so the jungle starts were in fact the Gamsu took Wolves, Impact took Razor Beaks. They TP into their lanes. Flask on one side, Doran's Ring and Potion on the other. Rush will be able to safely clear 2 camps by himself. And then Heals, he makes his way over to the other side.
So Helios got help with the Krugs to keep himself healthy early on in the jungle. Therefore, he's much higher health than Rush is right now. Rush is tracking through his jungle low. This is an early ghost because they're going before Impulse has their wards, and they're trying to catch them in a power spike here. Let's go.
They get him before 3 minutes, the stun into Apollo, but he's able to dash away and use Flash and stay alive.
Oh.
Goes for Flash and a lot of time lost in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is the time investment more than anything else. Yes, they got the Flash out of Apollo. Now the minions are doing a little scouting job for them on the way back. Rush's blue buff is safe. Everything about that actually puts Team Dignitas in the hole right now, and they're missing the CS anyways.
Oh man, Kiwi Kid's not going to get anything here. JJ forced a Valkyrie out from some damage. You saw on the backside of this one, so yeah. I don't know about that move. It's a cute idea. You talked about Xin Zhao, great early pressure, but that's one of the safer lanes you could ever possibly gank.
Yeah, I mean, and one Howling Gale from Adrian completely shuts that gank down. Basically, Kiwi Kid, if they want that gank to be successful, needed to be the one to start it. He would have needed to flash pulverize Apollo, hit him back to make a flash and inescapable gank. The theory of sending TF Xin Zhao into an Alistar lane for a gank is sound, but the execution failed.
No, unfortunate there. Helios still, without grabbing his blue buff, is walking to the top lane already. Impact fighting Gamsu and getting good early damage. So far, this lane looks very good for the Echo player. Helios coming in to upset that, but they can't just dive the turret here, I don't think.
Helios definitely trying to force some early ganks, but I question the positioning of these ganks. They are going to try and bait this one in a little bit because Impact had been aggressive in the lane in the past. He's not necessarily going to expect a top lane gank after a bottom lane gank just failed. Helios taking a big gamble here. This almost needs to pay off in a kill.
And Rek'Sai is not close at all, so when is the push going to come in towards Impact? He's basically on top of him.
He's hoping that he uses his E in, and then Helios is trying to jump on him, because if he jumps on him now, an E backwards and a flash will mean immediate safety. They need Impact to engage first before Helios goes in.
Maybe for the cannon minion, Gamsu already going for the trade. Q gets popped, a lot of damage dealt, but Impact has movement speed buffs. It's going to be the easiest dash away ever.
Notice the safe way Impact was trading as well. He kept his phase dive, the Echo E, the entire time, never using that for the damage and instead saving it for an escape.
Meanwhile, this one, Shifter forced to save his flash for an escape, doesn't have the tools to get away as cleanly. And the early gank pressure, actually, I would say, much more efficient for Rush here. A lot of time wasted by Helios, still on level 3, 10 CS. We've already had Rush back and buy items and just farm more.
Yeah, it's the typical way to punish an overzealous jungle whose ganks don't work out early. Spends a lot of time in lanes. All you have to do once you know the opponent fails a gank, if you weren't planning a gank of your own, know where he is on the map, go take the jungle that he was going to take afterwards, and you almost guarantee yourself a near 1 level advantage and significant gold edge. That's actually not just been 1 gank that Rush has been able to punish, but now 2. So it's just checking the gold really quick. 400 already, which is basically the value of a first blood.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely amazing. Impulse sitting 1,000 gold ahead from just farm. Mid lane is winning, top lane is winning, bottom lane is winning. You talked about the junglers as well, so massive early game lead for Impulse just from individual skill, mechanics, and decision making. Not even the team fights yet.
Well, surprisingly, it's because Impulse has been playing the lanes defensively.
Yeah.
They've been respecting the ganks of the Xin Zhao, and Helios has been going for the ganks that were somewhat anticipated. Impulse has been always saving all of their dash abilities to escape ganks. They're just farming safely, and almost all of their CS advantages can be somewhat attributed to that, outside of this bottom lane where they're just kind of straight up winning. Mid lane is because Shifter went down early. The top lane gank, Gamsu was trying to prep the gank a little bit, baiting in for Impact, but then when the gank was escaped, paid the price of the bait. And that's the things that are resulting in this 1,000 gold differential.
Absolutely. So Impulse just sitting pretty with the laning phase staying as it is. Of course, the matched up lanes, we don't often see any kind of aggression that's not just a jungle gank in the early game. It's hard to force dragons and whatnot without a really good fight. Apollo getting poked around quite low. Kiwi Kid and Core JJ still able to find some kinds of battles, and there's not a lot of sustain on the other side. So maybe they can whittle stuff down. Xiao Xiao doesn't want to stay to kill the pink ward. He will back himself right out of the jungle. A minor invade attempt to get some wards on the bottom jungle. We'll give them some tracking of Helios. They'll have to respect the Xin Zhao a little bit less. They know he's bot side. It gives room for Impact to fight if he wants to. You can see how much respect Gamsu has to give him. The big minion wave, you can't trade against that.
Yeah, I'm really curious as well how many times Impact has even used his phase dive this game, because it feels like he's just poking safely with his 3 auto attack speed boost and that Echo Q throwing out again and again, staying safe yet aggressive in the lane. I also need to point out the itemization choices he's forcing Gamsu into. He's gone Smite Teleport, but he needs to respect the aggression of the AP damage dealer, so he's had to go early No Magic Mantle. Probably just going to upgrade to Merc Treads right away and get home guards, but it's going to be so long until Gamsu has any type of armor itemization, which will be necessary if they ever get trapped in a siege situation against the Graves, Varus, and Rek'Sai.
Yeah, you talked about you like having an AP top laner, someone to make you respect the itemization choices, and so, yeah, Gamsu being squishy, if you dive into the back line and die right away, it doesn't mean too much. So definitely a risk for Gamsu. There's the phase dive use. He thinks he can win the trade here. Of course, they knew Xin Zhao's on the other side here. The W's prime. They will not get the stun, though. Gamsu able to track away from that. But still, winning trade after winning trade for Impact.
Yeah, and just looking at the itemization choices on Team Dignitas, Home Guard cooldown boots are ready onto Shifter. So the actual combat effectiveness, especially if Gamsu gets Merc Treads Home Guards, double Home Guards this early into the game, means their actual team fighting, if they get caught in a 5v5, is super weak. But Team Dignitas is just looking to pick fights where they have a numbers advantage. That's the only way they win.
Wow, Rush smites the wolf to see Helios coming. He's not going to be in range of getting jumped on. TF will not be able to move either as his lane is pushed in, so Rush gets away safely. An aggressive counter jungle without tracking Helios properly, but is not punished, and he gets one of the big camps out.
Yeah, crazy aggressive to do a counter jungle like that against Twisted Fate and a home guard Hecarim.
Yeah.
Like that is almost naked aggression in some senses, but they know they have an advantage, and Rush is just trying to punish that as much as possible.
Fortunate enough that he wasn't caught out here. Blue buff attempt now going to go through and give the blue to Xiaowei Xiao. This team now up 1,200 gold from the laning phase. This number keeps on growing as Impulse are just winning by outskilling their opponents. This was kind of the mantra we expected when we saw Impulse's lineup announced for spring 2015. It was like, yeah, look, we've got former world champions, we have the Summer Split MVP, we've got this, up-and-coming bot lane who've actually improved really heavily since we last saw them, and what else could you expect with this hyped up individually skilled team? And Impulse kind of winning the way.
Xiao Xiao with
they were hyped too.
Finally, Xiao Xiao-like farm as well. Nearly 100 CS at 10 minutes.
Yep.
He has been falling off lately. This split hasn't looked very impressive. But once again, Shifter granted him an advantage on a silver platter early on in the lane phase. Again, Xin Xiao gank, attempt number 2.
Oh, the dodge, though, doesn't get Fear. The ult from Impact is enough to get away from Gamsu's Fear. And another Helios gank will be turned away, doing nothing. Level 6 on this Xin Xiao. Just hit 7. Pushed the wave into the turret, but nothing else to be gained.
Yeah, Impact. Really solid top lane echo play against the Hecarim, having to withstand a couple of ganks now from Helios. Rush we still haven't seen necessarily with the gank. Unrush-like, but again, just kind of playing the hand that was dealt to him in this matchup. Knowing that they have to be a little bit conservative because of the collapsing potential of the Twisted Fate and the teleporting Hecarim. But yeah, here we go. We know they just invested in a gank. So Impulse is just bullying their way in here. This is a collapse, though. This is a very real collapse.
Nice cleanse by Xiaowei Xiao to get away from the gold card, and it will just be a lost summoner spell. Shifter pops ulti. In comes Gamsu. They want Xiaowei Xiao. Another stun lands. The cards are there, and the first blood comes through to the top lane. Hecarim. Rush and Impact are around, but not really able to do much. Kiwikid's already made his way up the map as well. It's a 2v1 bot lane. Shifter, though, Flash Ghost lands a stun in. Helios getting very low on health. Pulverize the nice flash away, keeps some safe. Rush with the knockup to buy a little bit more time. Gamsu is here. Tries to get a bit of a knockback, but Rush still able to retreat. Kiwikid, of course, has the ulti on Alistar, goes for Impact, big stun's gonna land. Ignite is on and Kiwikid just doesn't take any damage here. There's the finish dive, 2 more kills in, and Dignitas pick up 3 kills.
This is a resilient team, Dignitas. We keep seeing they make misplays in the early game, but then they wait and they're able to punish opponent misplays. We knew the only way Team Dignitas was winning a fight is if they had a numbers advantage. And lo and behold, Team Impulse makes a weak invade. 2 people without lane presence in the top lane, so they're asking to be collapsed upon. Kiwikid also makes the roam. Team Dignitas picks up 3 kills, and suddenly they're back in contention in this match.
And man, the top lane matchup had started out pretty rough. You mentioned Gamsu having to sort of hurt his itemization, but 2 kills and assists picked up for him. He's now really scary in this top lane here. And the over-aggression, as you said, from Team Impulse getting punished pretty heavily. We're now still at a gold lead for Impulse thanks to the turret kill they got, thanks to all the zoning they got on the Corki, but power concentrated on the top laner of Dignitas.
And we kind of saw the beginning of some over-aggression from Rush earlier on in the match when he counter-jungled the Wolves earlier without sight of pretty much anyone. He's like, okay, I guess I can get away with this. Tries to reach into the cookie jar once again. This time his hand gets slapped away. 3 kills for Team Dignitas. And now Rush has to be legitimately careful about where he tracks.
Well, as far as body part metaphors, getting a hand slapped is maybe a light punishment for 3 kills, but either way, Impact again being camped up by Helios. Still in the brush up there, and of course the lane is going to be frozen in front of Gamsu's turret as well, so there is very little the former world champion can do in this top lane except get killed if he tries to push on in, but of course the rest of Impulse happy to rotate around to the mid lane, but they give enough respect to Shifter to not push for the turret.
Yeah, and now we need to continue to think about the team fight and the sieging opportunities. So Team Impulse actually does want to just group up in the mid lane, continue to poke down with Xiaowei Xiao, eventually chip down that turret, because Shifter doesn't actually have the ability power, I don't think, to clear the waves with the 1 shot yet from his wildcards. So Impulse needs to control this because still, in a 5v5 team fight, Infinity Edge onto Apollo, Mana Immunity onto Xiaowei Xiao, they have the potential power spike to make a big play. But they run the risk of a numbers advantage. Team Dignitas wants the numbers advantage. They have Twisted Fate to collapse in. They actually have a teleport advantage here as well, and could very well try and contest this if they decide to go for it. It's getting low pretty fast, though.
Yeah, Impulse respecting the TP disadvantage have pulled their top laner to walk down the map. He's at mid by the time Dragon goes down, and there was no engage coming in from Team Dignitas, unwilling to dive into that. And Impulse still sitting on a 600 gold lead, get the first Dragon of the game.
Yeah, the numbers advantage wasn't guaranteed because of that roam down from Impact. He would have been able to match by the time Gamsu goes down there, and instead it's just actually a turret for Dragon Trade, which Team Dignitas is more than happy to take. Equalizing the turrets, and first Dragon is actually not that important in the overall scheme of things.
Absolutely, so Dignitas making the right choice to realize, you know what, we don't need to contest Dragon. Impact has to run down, so if he does, top lane turret gets killed. That in fact does happen, and Gamsu makes the gold back to tied here. Dignitas finally equalizing turret scores. But the 3 kills to 0 only just breaks even with all the farm that TIP has been getting. So the scoreboard up there slightly lies to you in terms of the power of all the champions on the map.
Yeah. And I do kind of want to touch on the first Dragon. It is actually a very sometimes good indicator of winning, but overall, the percentage wins from first Dragon actually aren't that high. And the power only kicks in later. So as long as Team Dignitas can get a Dragon later, they'd be okay. Nice ultimate, though.
Max range lands, even the Javelin, everything hits. The Howling Gale, the piercing arrow, down goes Helios. I didn't think he was going to die there, but he certainly did.
Yeah, that was just Xiao getting a little aggressive, and some poor communication overall by Team Dignitas. If they didn't have the members to defend that turret, then Helios should not have been standing there when it fell.
No, unfortunate misstep for the new Dignitas jungler. And this time around, actually, the rest of Team Impulse are here. Top lane, Gamsu's not used to this. In goes Impact, can't quite land the slow. Fresh shows himself for not much, and followed his Reek, also sitting in the brush, not revealing where he was on the map. It looks like these teams will be able to reset and restructure themselves around the map.
Yeah, both junglers going with Sightstone as well, so there should be a lot of vision to go around. Vision is at a pretty big priority this match, since Team Dignitas is completely about the pick-focused gameplay. That's all of their hard CC initially going in, and then the attempt to just wave clear and stall with the Twisted Fate and the Corki. So a lot of stalling opportunities for Team Dignitas, but mainly it's going to be out vision control, numbers advantages, and picks.
All right, vision control, numbers advantages, and picks. Let's look at the wards then right now. Looking over, there are literally 0 deep wards for Team Dignitas.
Not that many.
Not really any for Impulse either. There's a couple that like barely scratch past the river, but nothing to really track movement. So any dive you go for, any gank, you don't know if it's getting counter-ganked or not in most situations.
Which is really surprising when you have double Sightstone. But yeah, neither team has been able to create the threat necessary to actually go in and get deep wards. It normally takes one team becoming aggressive in order to sneak in the other side, but instead just a strong 4-man rotation by Impulse to take a turret.
Nicely done by them.
See how this we have to see how this is matched now.
Well, right now it's matched by 2 guys, wave clearing in the top lane. Hecarim and Helios may be making their way towards mid as Shifter will not be answered, and they will be able to knock down the mid lane, it looks like. It is an early Lich Bane for Shifter as well, by the way. His second item picked up. A lot of damage on this turret. They're getting collapsed on by Impulse, but I don't think it'll be in time. It's close. If they stay for this, they might just barely get hit.
This could be a team fight. Echo's coming around the flank as well.
Well, ulti comes in from Hecarim. Ulti down. A lot of damage in on everybody. Damage going back and forth. A lot of CC. Helios very low on health. And wow, the flashes just keep him safe. The dive back in. They do pick up Kiwi Kid. Dignitas loses a member.
Oh.
Chain of Corruption finally ends with 1 kill in the team fight. Team Impulse still in control. Correct myself, Gamsu does have Onslaught of Shadows and Teleport up, and wards to TP2 on the flank. The squishy lineup could potentially get jumped on.
There's a chance the fight's not over yet because all ultimates were burned on Team Impulse, but it would take a very aggressive call by Team Dignitas to go back.
Impact's really low. He got hit by the turret. There's the teleport.
That's a far ways away. Let's check out the new home guard Hecarim.
Who's gonna go for it? Goes in!
Whoa.
Impact gets a shield, in comes Shifter, the Rocket gets 1, Gamsu gets a 2nd, he gets a 3rd, and now Adrian and Xiao on the run. They're dodging what damage they can. Oh, a ton of damage comes through, and Shifter picks up the 4th kill of the refight.
Wow, the re-engage, and that's exactly what Team Dignitas was looking for when they go double home guard boots with a teleport, Hecarim, and a Twisted Fate. It's the re-engage and it's the numbers advantages. Right there, the numbers advantage was all in the health bars because Team Impulse overstayed to take the 2nd turret. They didn't respect Team Dignitas' bounce back ability in this fight since the deaths didn't actually fall down to them, and what a collapse that was. Fearlessness from Gamsu to go back in, and Shifter clearing up the scraps.
And how rich is Gamsu now? 4-0-3, still 100% of participation. And this is just all kinds of wonderful.
7,300 gold rich, Freak. And yeah, Gamsu, Hecker multi to the whole team. And because everyone was dying, he's barely able to stay alive. Flash red card because Shifter is trying to take 2 with that one. Ends up being able to pull another card to finish off Xiao Xiao. So just the support that gets away. But mainly that was just the way the Hecarim Twisted Fate is supposed to work. If they can disengage the team fights, let the other team overextend, then go in for kills. Adrian, that's another one. The lack of deep wards in this game is creating these opportunities as well.
Well, impressive stuff by Team Dignitas to get themselves back into this one. Impulse, true to the name, over-aggression, not necessarily enough vision, not respecting their opponents, getting punished for it. Team Dignitas all about being resilient. They take their early game deficits again and again, but they find the cracks in the opponent's armor, the mistakes their opponents make, and they capitalize so cleanly. Dignitas, the third place team in the NALCS right now, looking to take down the third place team from last season's summer split.
Yep.
Good so far.
Yeah, looking at this Dragon, this is what Team Dignitas is hoping to bounce back with. Impact has his teleport up in the top lane. I still feel like Team Impulse could hold an edge in a 5v5, but they're waiting a long time to go for that Dragon.
Rush is not in range for the smite, goes over to Helios, but here comes the dive from Gamsu, who's massive. They pick up Adrian Impulse, limping out of too few members, keeping the flash stun. They knock in Xiao Xiao, another kill picked up. The Alistair dies as Impact joins the fray. Some damage from Apollo, but Core JJ is on the hunt. Gets a bit of damage, in back goes Impact. He shuts down one, he nearly gets Helios, and they do. 2 more kills on the return. These fights keep going back and forth.
Echo turned back time and changed the tides of that fight. He was so late to the battle as well, which really hurt Team Impulse. First off, I don't know what Adrian was doing going down for that Dragon. It looked like a lack of team coordination from Team Impulse. Team Dignitas doing great to get this Dragon. I mean, Adrian down with Rush, but the rest of his carries that the Janna is supposed to be standing beside are way back. They ended up getting flanked by Alistair, and it looks like a fantastic fight for Team Dignitas, but they did underestimate the power of Echo, and specifically they wanted to chase onto the turret. Look at the clone. Watch the gold clone right here.
Bam.
Boom. Double hit into a double slow, and then able to jump back to the rest of his team. So some overall misplays there by Team Impulse, an overchase by Team Dignitas, and a nice play by Impact at the end. He should have just been there sooner, though.
Well, speaking of overchases, Kiwi Kid not somewhere he needs to be, and another kill goes over to Impact. 2-2-2, finally scaling up on this Echo and saving the mid game for Impulse here.
We might be in for a bit of a crazy game.
Yeah, it's been crazy so far.
Yeah, first 10 minutes go without a kill. The last 12 minutes give us 16 of them. So on that pace, we're going to have about 50 kills in the next 10 minutes.
Wonderful. I'm looking forward to it. Sure. It's like an exponential function.
Yep.
Okay. Then yeah, I'm going to go 50 kills in 10 minutes.
I don't think that's
your math backs up, Jet. Pool fighting rewards and everything. It's the day of math.
This is the second time that Impulse has been able to rotate a large force into the top lane. But again, they're kind of punished a little bit by giving up a turret down bottom. The main thing that Team Impulse should hope to gain from this is to get vision control around the Baron buff and force a 5v5 fight. Shifter is Twisted Fate. So instead of face checking, they just need to pop the Twisted Fate ultimate and find Team Impulse. Hey!
Well, not going to happen here. A lot of Shia LaBeouf impersonators in the audience yelling to do it, and Team Impulse
do it!
Will not make their dreams come true just yet here. 23 minutes in. More wave clear for the rest of these guys, and everyone's going to feel safe for a little while longer. Shifter missing his ult is going to give a bit of breathing room for Impulse. It's impressive how few open air picks have come through for Dignitas. Right, with a bunch of teleports and home guards and Destiny and whatnot, you expect, like, when there's 8 dead turrets, like, someone just dies randomly to TF. And Impulse have managed to stay together rather cleanly. They may overstay team fight-wise, but, like, as far as getting picked off, that's not happening really at all.
Yeah. Team Impulse has been grouping very well to avoid the Twisted Fate. A lot of that also has to do with Xiao Xiao consistently shoving in the mid lane, so Shifter's almost always in vision.
True.
So they know when the Twisted Fate is missing. But the kills have continued to fall through for Team Dignitas. It's kind of crazy, you know, 10 kills to 6, but then you look at the CS advantage in the mid lane, the 2-turret lead, still 1,000 gold lead for Team Impulse, and that's taking into account the extra gold that Twisted Fate gets from his passive. So a slightly larger lead than shows on paper.
Yeah, true. Either way, we sit at a 1,500 gold game. Certainly a very close one for a 24-minute match so far. Impulse once again grouping themselves towards the top side of the map. Baron is, of course, up, which helped pull them over. Looks like a blue buff steal is in the works.
Yep.
And that'll go through to Xiao.
Notice again, 5-man group for Team Impulse. So Team Dignitas needs to set up a little bit of split push pressure if they really want to create these pick opportunities, but they do have to respect basically the only initiation that Team Impulse would have here is if Xiao lands a nice chain of corruption. It's one thing that could open up a window for Team Dignitas' split push is the fact that their disengage can actually be quite strong.
Yeah.
It's going to be a little bit tricky for Impulse to get the right fights.
And with TF scaling up the wave clear, like, sieging is not even the easiest tool either, and waiting 24 minutes for 4 more dragons seems like a pretty arduous process. So, yeah, playmaking, I'm just saying, gotta be difficult for Impulse.
5 dragons not a very realistic win condition in this game because it's taken so long for the dragons to start going down. Baron itself is a dangerous place to bait in this match since the gold is close. Baron makes you low. Also the fact that the team that is leading is not the team with the best vision controlling abilities. Scrying Orb and Twisted Fate very good at checking Baron baits and preventing a big check. I would say that the most likely outcome of this game, as far as who gets the advantage when, would be from flanking opportunities. The deep wards in this game have been fairly lacking because the collapsibility of Team Dignitas is so great, so it's dangerous to go in and get flanks. So either someone gets picked off while trying to ward, or someone gets flanked in a team fight and you see someone, a priority target going down right away, and that then transitions into objectives.
All right, we'll see who that's going to be then to make those flanks and those picks happen. Is it Gamsu, is it Shifter, or is it maybe even Impact on this top lane Echo? Right now the kills have been going back and forth. The sieging a little bit better from Impulse. They are up 2 turrets still in this game, but with only 1,000 gold lead, you're seeing the gold just trade back and forth through the various objectives here. Top lane pushed in by Gamsu. Impact can only mostly sit and watch. He's now actually losing in this matchup, this head-to-head top lane battle. The TP disadvantage is part of it. The earlier kills by Gamsu is great. And now Impact a little bit on the back foot. It seems Merkfest was enough to keep Gamsu happy in the matchup. You mentioned buying armor. His Frozen Heart is here. Dragon is up, and Dignitas have all roamed themselves down, and they are here first.
So I felt like Team Dignitas was going to try and play a split push game here with Hecarim top lane threatening to teleport into a dragon fight, because straight up in a 5v5 if Team Impulse plays a fight perfectly, I feel like they win. But later into the game without a tank line, maybe that ends up changing. That might be what Team Dignitas is banking on right here, because grouping up like this at the dragon, it looks like Dignitas wants to fight. Gamsu teleporting in with home guard. Flank time.
On the flank, TS there as well. They're going to look right for Impact. The flash in. Adrian's going to get knocked up and destroyed. A bounce house for Team Dignitas. Apollo drops. 3 kills picked up so far. Rush locked up as well. Impact can only run alongside Xiao. Dignitas go 3-0 and get Dragon.
The lack of the front line crushes Team Impulse right there. All the squishy targets in a small little ball. The aggression of Team Dignitas flashing in from Shifter, teleporting in from Hecarim, create a picturesque team fight for them. The flank comes in, they crush the squishies, and now they can take Baron.
Well, props to Team Dignitas for the pre-placed wards to get the Hecarim flank on, and Team Impulse just unable to do anything for this. Impact's going to TP back to mid lane to try to pressure the Baron attempt here. Damage is coming through, but Dignitas have multiple tanks. That's not really very scary.
Yeah, the poke from Avaris can be pretty substantial if Impact wants to flash in. This is getting a little dicey.
Gamsu's very low. Varus going to have his Q back in a second. Impact goes in. Oh, he's not going to get the smite, but he will look for Core JJ. The kill's not going to happen just yet. Healer's doing plenty of damage back to him, forcing the flash away. Impact guesses the wrong direction.
Oh, no one wants to walk close because they're afraid of getting one-shot by Shifter.
Well, speaking of getting one-shot, Xiao takes him out from 30%, and Impact is on the chase. I feel like he's fast enough thanks to the Talisman of Ascension from the Janna. Q comes out. That will be the kill picked up. And Impact gets the kill. So again, Impulse getting some kills on the backside. Well, get a little bit of control for themselves.
We still got ourselves a wacky game right here. It looks like the team fight, if initiated properly, like we thought, Team Dignitas picked off a priority target in that last Dragon team fight, and it snowballed into an objective. But typical Team Impulse style, they're able to make something back out of it when they collapse down onto the Baron pit. Mainly Xiao and Impact poking down. So, watching the Dragon fight once again. Flashing straight into the stun, into the Hecarim ultimate, into the Alistar combo. What else knocked them up there? No, everything basically just landed perfectly for Team Dignitas in that fight, killing 3 members perfectly.
Yep, TF Hecarim, Alistar, plenty of CC.
Yeah, and it's a lack of zone control for Team Impulse right now. It comes with the team composition, no actual front line. But I don't even know if the front line would matter when you're teleporting next to someone and then also Hecarim ulting in.
Yeah.
So it really is just on Team Impulse to spread and allow Janet to try and pull off that peel. Grouping up like that is pretty much the worst thing they can do because they allowed Team Dignitas to combo all their CC. Finally, a side lane pick.
Wow. Yeah.
That's the split push opportunity. Good job.
Yeah, Shifter showed it to the top lane. The wrong person was defending against Hecarim. AD carry should know you can never 1v1 a top laner. They're always too big for you, and they can ignore your turrets. Apollo, unfortunately, the one forced to defend that, dies for it. Top lane tier 2 goes down. Dignitas about to tie up the turret scores. They're now 4-5, and they've still got map control and a 2,000 gold lead.
And they still have Baron, too.
Yeah.
2 people died, but the people that were alive were able to give the Baron empowering minions right now. Team Dignitas has played some really solid team fights.
Absolutely agreed.
And Team Impulse have definitely not. Again, a desynced initiation there. Xiao trying to create the initiation opportunity. One of the only ways Team Impulse can start fights, and it's now gone for another 80 seconds.
Yeah, it feels like there's just no options left for Impulse. I think because Gamsu is still 6-0-8, 100% kill participation. It started out with like, okay, look, it's a bunch of physical damage dealers and impact to keep you honest. If they set up around Dragon, well, TP flanks can exist. If they set up around a turret, TP flanks can exist. They needed impact to keep Gamsu honest, to keep him from getting these easy flanks, to keep him off the lineup.
Yeah.
And that's just simply not happened with how far ahead Gamsu has gotten off the really good, 12-minute in team fight where it went 2-0-1.
Yeah. I mean, this is the resiliency of Team Dignitas. They were down 2,000 or 3,000 gold in the early game. They even lose fights here and there, but they understand the way they have to fight to win this game. They know that Team Impulse has a lot of damage, so they're shutting down the damage immediately. They're knowing how to cut through Team Impulse's peel in team fights, and it's something that North American teams have failed to do frequently this year, especially with Hecarim. Before an objective fight, put your Hecarim in base. Yep. Because he's going to teleport in and create a large impact, and Team Dignitas has found the timings to do that this match. And they're comboing it with Twisted Fate, who now, by the way, with Death Cap, can basically take Apollo or Xiao out of the game.
So ironic indeed, Dignitas have more impact than Team Impulse here. Gamsu showing up well in the top lane, and everything in place here. Thing is, it is a 2,000 gold lead only. As much as we're talking about how Dignitas is playing this game properly and all the things in the right place for them, comebacks can of course always happen, just doesn't seem to be going this way. The momentum certainly Dignitas' favor. Bot lane being split pushed by the Hecarim, the rest of the team milling around the jungle in the mid lane, looking for maybe turret number 5. It'll be in the mid or bot lane if that happens.
And really, the flank potential is very real. And so much of it just has to do with the burst damage that comes in from Gamsu and Shifter. That's able to delete.
And they're always able to reach.
Yep, and they're always able to reach either Apollo or Xiao. Looks like Team Dignitas is just waiting on Dragon number 3, maybe even the next Baron after that one.
Yeah.
Because it still is a very close game, and diving in has to be done with tremendous precision if it is to be successful.
Right. Keep in mind, Impulse have really good wave clear through Echo, Varus, Graves, and even Janet can shield the turret and do stuff. So the siege just not a core strength of Dignitas. If they get some free time on a turret, they go down fast, but Impulse have largely been rotating well. They're showing up to the objectives, they just don't win the fights at them.
Yeah. Very true. A little bit out of sync for Team Impulse, but Team Dignitas specializing on punishing people who are a little bit out of sync. Resulted in 14 nice kills. And this time, Dragon is not going to be contested.
Right. Dragon number 3 going to go over to Team Dignitas. They are taking it slow and methodical. Seems very standard for this lineup here. Helios joins. It's much less about the early game pressure and much more about how they're able to strategically play the game. And honestly, done a pretty good job of playing these games smartly.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think after Team Dignitas was in relegation's last split, if they can pull out this victory, they move themselves to 5-2 with wins over Cloud9, TSM, and would-be Impulse as well. So it would be almost a complete turnaround for a team that felt very hapless at times during the spring split.
It was the only NA team to survive relegations. Winterfox and Coast both went down.
True.
This is the only team that got the second chance to stay in the LCS, and they're making really good on that so far. Gamsu to keep the ward control up. Of course, Baron's up in 35 seconds, so top lane or top side jungle, the place you want vision. Impulse with some defensive pinks doing what they can to clear that vision away, but the red team can't take any fights. They're just...
Yeah. Well, the thing is, Team Impulse kind of needed to snowball this game because they have a bunch of squishy damage dealers, their ability to check when they lose vision control is low, and their actual ability to smartly start a team fight is incredibly limited. They need Impact to get a great flank or Xiao Xiao to hit a beautiful chain of corruption, which himself would be putting himself in threat range. Not to mention, they have almost no way of checking this Baron safely outside of a scrying orb, and Team Dignitas has all the tools to create a fight if Team Impulse pushes too far. They're daring Impact to teleport in and hoping for a fight. Team Dignitas, an aggressive Baron call.
Well, Impact's gonna go for the teleport, but it'll come in after the Baron already dies. Oh! Rush gets the steal with Flash! Here comes the fight! Maybe this is the battle that Impulse needed! One kill traded back and forth. Rek'Sai is dead. So is Xin Zhao. Core JJ forced run away. Kiwi Kid very squishy, and they will drop down Impact. Apollo in the pit has to flash back away. Impulse running out, losing one kill, but getting Baron.
We're on our way to a really long game because Team Dignitas' opportunity to gain an edge was foiled there when Rush flashed in to steal the Baron. You could see the idea of Team Dignitas. All we're going to do is headbutt the Rek'Sai out when he tries to tunnel in. Kiwi Kid had the right idea, but then he has another way in. Rush has his flash. He lands the 50-50 smite. There's no Kalista or Nunu for smiting on this team. Nice headbutt out, but then he just flashed right back in to get it. Huge gold bonus for Team Impulse, and it also created a poor flanking opportunity for Team Dignitas in this team fight. When Team Dignitas has won these fights, it's because they are TF ulting in on a priority target and allowing Hecarim to ult in on a group. This time Gamsu ults in on one person, Shifter is not able to teleport into a priority target, and Team Impulse walks away with the Baron. All things that are going to extend this match, Freak.
Yeah, you can see just how strong double marksman can be when they're not contested by a Hecarim who's busy hitting a sort of tanky-ish top laner here. And that's the kind of situation Impulse needs, is can they distract Gamsu? Can they survive against Shifter? You've got a Quicksilver Sash on the Graves. You've got a Mikhail's Crucible, on Janna. So, like, getting away from TF is certainly possible. Even the Aegis is here as well, so Magic is coming in to survive Twisted Fate.
Yeah.
It is, I think Gamsu has to be involved as well. You need the two-man dive for a backliner to die here, so if Dignitas cannot get that coordinated push, it's just not going to happen. And with Baron buff, Impulse can feel pretty safe. Gamsu's TPing though.
No home guard this time, but still a flank.
Oh, they bought just enough time to stop Kiwi Kid. Xiao Xiao, the instant cleanse, out he goes. Kiwi Kid locks up Apollo, in comes Hecarim, and he's trying to survive, and Graves will get shut down by Helios. Impact still in the mix, but has to run away. A 1-for-0 in Dignitas' favor.
You can see how desperate Team Impulse is to disengage this, and they did it about as well as they could, but Team Dignitas still walk away with the kill. Man, that's a dangerous looking dive there for Team Dignitas. Also not having the Baron to follow up, so even though it was an impressive show of cooldowns right there, that's pretty much all it is. It just puts their spells on cooldown and they get a slight death timer onto Apollo. Nothing can be done objective-wise after that fight.
No, you just get rid of one of the Baron buffs, but it's one of the multiple that are here for Team Impulse either way. Only 20 seconds left on the buff regardless, so that won't even be in for the Dragon that respawns in a minute and a half. You can see now both these teams are able to win fights. It just depends on the situation these fights are in.
Yeah.
Dignitas stuck in a Baron pit, okay, Impulse can do well. Impulse sits themselves in a group, easy flank for Dig.
Yeah, and aside from that Baron steal, it's actually been Team Dignitas winning the fights again and again and again. And again, low cooldown on that Twisted Fate ult. This time, they're going to get at least one.
And Adrian is immediately dropped down. Gamsu is legendary still. 100% kill participation, 0 deaths on this Hecarim. Gamsu really showing up.
You just can't be split up like that against this team. Shifter will punish you again and again with Twisted Fate. Gamsu will combo, and now they get to chunk down these turrets. Janna is gone. Let's see if they can do any work here. Without Baron minions, it's going to be hard to get a minion wave into a turret. They do have Alistair, though, for a potential dive. Whoa!
They've also got Gamsu and Xiaowei. Xiao goes down. Apollo's trying to run, but he can't run fast enough. We've got Impact around. Dignitas are inside the base, but they're going to kill off Rush. It's 4 dead members of TIP, and what else can they even do right now? Kiwi can happily take it the turret, going in for the inhibitor as well. What a good fight for Dignitas.
Full applause deserved for Team Dignitas right there. They took the game into their own hands to end it this time. Beautiful tanking by Kiwi Kid. Split-second decision-making after the pick to go for the game, and they get it.
And here we go, 5-2 Team Dignitas. Right now in sole control of third place. Gamsu, the easy MVP of this game, 11-0-10 on Hecarim, crushing the massive backline of Team Impulse.
Yeah.
What a good game for Dignitas fans.
Just brilliant execution in the majority of the Team Dignitas fights right there. Twisted Fate, Hecarim, and the Xin Zhao coming in from Helios. So much CC could be layered on. Very strong tank lines, and also the precision to take out the damage dealers so that the tanks can then sit in the fight. That is a feel-good win for Team Dignitas because their previous road to 4-2 had been pretty sloppy games. Teams making many mistakes against them. And while this game wasn't flawless, it's a marked improvement for Team Dignitas. The execution they showed in these team fights was impressive, and it's starting to reflect that of a top-tier North American team.
Yeah, I actually want to call back to their win over Team Solo Mid last week in Saturday, because the discussion was, did Team Dignitas get lucky? Right? Do they deserve to contend with all these teams? And, they were losing their early lanes. They were generally just slowly losing the game, but a couple of really good points took the win over Team Solo Mid. And we said maybe...
Who just got the Team Impulse sweater?
Right
Core
JJ got...
JJ, trading jackets.
They were talking about it, actually, in the pregame chat. I forget who all was talking, but there's multiple, actually.
Yeah.
He's got one, too. Yeah, but I want to talk about...
Xiao's jacket.
Well, you deserve it. You win, you get the jacket. It's how Pawn and Dada did it, right? So
yeah.
More champion jackets here. Xiao
didn't even get a Dignitas one.
No, did he deserve it?
What a raw deal.
So Dignitas. Resilience seems to be the name of the game for these guys. Multiple times we're seeing them lose early game. I'd actually be curious to see the statistics on how many games do they have even leads at all 10 minutes into the game. For a 5-2 team to probably be losing most games at 10 minutes shows you how good they are understanding the way the game is played, picking very smart fights, capitalizing on misplays incredibly well.
Yeah,
right? You're not supposed to be here, we'll kill you.
That's going to be the turning point for Team Dignitas, because one thing that seems to be approaching there through the coaching and through their team fighting is that they're able to execute that better and better, but they need to be able to find a consistent way of getting ahead so that they can execute these later game plans that they are improving at. 5-2 now for Team Dignitas. Didn't think I'd say that after relegation tournament.
It's true, but props to Dignitas all the same for some great play in the summer split. For now, we're going to send it down to our guys on the analyst desk.
Thank you, Freak. Now, before we break down Dig's win, we want to tell you all to stick around because we've got Riv setting up to talk with Doublelift a little bit later. But now jumping into this victory, the first thing I want to touch on is the Xin Zhao pick. Just because it did not seem to work out entirely in the early game, which is why you would normally take that champion.
Are you directing it at me?
I'm directing it at both of you, at the analysts, on the analyst desk.
So I don't think that's a problem with the champion, because Helios, we talked a lot about Helios, the early ganks, and he's only had 2 games in. This is why I don't like, stats for, defining the play style of a certain player in the game. Helios, this time around, he tries to go for a lot of early ganks, and it's not the champion's fault that the ganks don't work out there. The timing windows that he looks for with those ganks just were not there. So he got really behind. Rush got ahead in farm because of it. But yeah, I don't think that was due to the champion. Speaking of the pick bans overall, I think Dignitas had a really good pick and ban phase this time around. And I actually really questioned Team Impulse last lock-in of Varus when you're already facing an Alistar, Hecarim, and Twisted Fate on the board. You lock in a double AD without a dash there. That's just really scary because you know Shifter's already going to build an early Zanyas and look for these TF plays to initiate.
Yeah, and they paid for it too. The backline initiation there and the execution from Dignitas was on point. We had to talk about Gamsu because 11, 0, and 10, 100% kill participation as a top laner. Next closest person only participated in 14 out of the 21 kills. He was all over the map and he was just crushing everybody that was in his sights. So Gamsu immediately was like, oh, you lock these champions in? Yeah, I'm going to go running at your backline every single time, crushing them. And the fact they had that backline access and a backup strategy too. Like this team composition is really good at split pushing as well. So even if Dignitas, and they didn't even have to go to that strategy at all. They went like one time to a split push strategy. Otherwise they were fighting and getting to the backline. So I like Dignitas that goes like that, and there we have multiple strategies. If one doesn't work out, that's fine. We have options, and as soon as one starts working, they can play to their strengths and the other team's weakness, which is picking a whole bunch of fights that they can't win.
Yeah, and they did take a little bit of time to ramp up into this game. We saw essentially a CS differential in favor of Impulse across all 3 lanes leading up to that 10-minute mark, and it wasn't until Dignitas was able to find a few picks and capitalize on them that they were able to, pull themselves back into contention for the gold lead.
Yeah. Team Impulse, they had really good individual play, but again, the drafting and the team play from Team Dignitas is what got them.
Yeah, I haven't really seen a much better example of the whole 5 fingers make a fist in a unit in a very long time in this Dignitas squad. I know.
All right, well, I do want to jump into our replay. We're going to go 18 minutes into the game. This is sort of a long one because it starts off in Tip's favor, but we have an LCS big play tweet that we're going to pull up. At DClaude writes, Gamsu, I'm going to hecker him. Puns of damage. And essentially, wonderful usage of that Hecarim, the kill participation, as you mentioned, from Gamsu, coming in with the home guards on the tail end of a 1 fight for Impulse, kind of swaying things for them.
All right, so let's start this one off. Roll the clip here, and we'll see the beginning of this is, sort of classic Team Impulse here. They're trying to disengage, and they use the Gen Ultimate and Xiao Wei Xiao's Chain of Corruption, and they actually get it off. And they got a lot of damage onto Helios here. And so here's the highlight for Impulse, so their ability to chase people down, kill people in these, spread out team fights. Now, though, they're overextended, and this is the beauty of the team that Dignitas drafted. They've got the long-range teleports here coming in from both Twisted Fate and Hecarim, and they're looking at specifically punishing Impulse's over-aggressive move here, trying to get the objective after one of their spread out team fights where they sort of just brawl you off of the map. And it's just the perfect, this is the quintessential, basically way that this team will get a victory with the double teleports. I mean, you lock in your double AD with your mid laner with no dash into this team. You got to be really prepared for those types of plays, because if you do not hit perfect Chain of Corruption and Janna Ultimate, then that team is going to engage on you. They also got the first pick, Alistar, the Kiwi kid, was great all game.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with the league with this Dignitas in it, because they have the best punish game out of all teams at the moment. We've seen if you make one mistake, they're the whole, we're going to take your whole arm if you give us a finger.
Well, we'll continue to look to see if they can improve their early game so that they don't have to make those huge punish plays to get back into it. Now, a lot of people have been following the story of Double's basketball injury this week on Twitter. Here we see the team taking time away from their practice schedule to recreate the scene of the crime. I don't know why you would ever grab a chain net. That just doesn't sound like the smartest idea, but we've got Riv standing by with Double Stitch to get the straight story.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am joined by Double Lift, who somewhat on the bench for the hand, but pulled himself off, wants to still play, and he's going to play. The team's going to let him, obviously. I got one question for you, man, to start off. Obviously, on everybody's mind, what the hell?
Well, we're playing basketball because we have a small basketball court at our house, at our compound, and I think I went to stuff Darshan, and I grabbed the net, and it was rusty metal, so then I put 160 pounds on my pinky, and then I looked down for a sec. It didn't really hurt at all. And I looked down, and my pinky was looking wrong. So Matt and Chris took me to the hospital, and they spent 3 hours with me while I got 12 stitches. It's a fun time.
So is this kind of the first experience where you've ever kind of hurt your hand, the thing you need to kind of play most professionally?
Yeah, this is actually my first real injury ever. Never broken a bone, never had to get stitches or sprained or fractured anything. Right. And I expected it, honestly, to be a lot more painful. You'd think if you almost cut your finger in half, it would hurt a lot, but it doesn't really hurt.
All right, so I got to ask, not that it hurts, you said it does not hurt. Have you changed up your key bindings? You've been playing how many, 5 plus 6, 7 years in the same keys. Did you have to switch things up?
Yeah, I've been playing with the same binds for 5 years basically, and playing with 9 fingers kind of sucks because I have to change around like a lot of my key binds to make it so I can essentially, because my thumb doesn't really help, I have to play with 3 fingers now. It's kind of annoying, but I gotta practice for like a full day with it after I recovered, and it should be fun. I played like the best role. AD carry is not very keybind intensive role, so I can manage.
So you think the auto spacing is going to be just fine?
Oh, I hate you, Riv. I hate you so much.
Coming up, you guys got TDK. How are you feeling about this matchup? And really, if you could say anything to the team without having all the players that they need, you know, what should they look for right now in trying to better themselves?
Well, I had to have a handicap now, so game might be more even because they'll need it.
All right, you went down a different path there, but to each his own. One more question for you. The team is 5-1, like I said before. Everything's looking right. Do you feel like this could actually potentially hurt the team's chances to keep doing well?
No, not even close. Actually, this really, it's so weird because my keybinds have stayed the same for so long. I actually realized like they're not optimal, and it made me, after a few more days of doing this, like my finger's gonna be fine. Like I'll be able to play with all 10 fingers in a week or maybe even less than that. And it'll just make more optimal. And also, I think we're a lot closer after this too, because it showed me that my team is really important to me, and like they all really care. You know, when I came home, they were all really worried and asking me if I'm okay, and just really supportive. So, I don't know. This is like just the best CLG that I've been on, and I don't think anything's gonna change. I just need a couple days to heal up, and we're gonna be good to go.
All right, man. Sounds great. I'm sure the fans are happy to hear that. Be sure to stick with us. We do have Team Dragon Knights versus Counter Logic Gaming coming up in just 3.5.
Week 4 of the North American LCS with Team Dignitas sitting at 4-2.
They want to dive.
Has the ulti on Alistair, goes for impact, big stun's gonna land.
I can still take. No mana.
Okay, nice! Who's gonna go for it? Goes in. Whoa. Impact gets a shield. In comes Shifter. The Rocket gets 1. Gamsu gets a 2nd. He gets a 3rd. On the flank, TS there as well. They're gonna look right for Impact. The flash in. Adrian's gonna get huge up and destroyed. Echo. The Baron already dies. Oh! Rush gets to steal with flash. Here comes the fight. Maybe this is the battle that Impulse needed. Whoa! They've also got Gamsu and Xiaowei. Xiao goes down. Apollo's trying to run, but he can't run fast enough.
Team Dignitas right now in sole control of 3rd place.
Be sure to reserve your spot for our upcoming spring playoff final set to take place in the historic Madison Square Garden on August 22nd and 23rd. Tickets are now available, so head over to lolesports.com for all the details. But we're going to keep the action going tonight with our next match. It's Team Dragonites versus Counter Logic Gaming. And for CLG, this team was thrown for a loop this week. Doubles was taken to the hospital for a hand injury. If you follow him on Twitter, you've no doubt seen all the pictures, but he's stitched up. He's ready to go with some new key bindings.
Yeah, and we heard just a little bit ago that with his changed key bindings, it's to help him play around the injury. And it's interesting because as soon as you enter into a high-pressure situation, you kind of want to default to your old habits. He said he spent a day with the new key bindings, but it's a definite hindrance in CLG's game here, is just playing with a completely different setup, basically.
Yeah, I've actually done that kind of stuff before, and it takes you a good while.
You'll think you have it.
Yeah.
And then eventually
you'll hit F and you won't flash,
completely wrong button.
You'll die. Yeah. Yep. Meanwhile, CLG is facing TDK, who once again are fielding substitute players. Latman is back with the team, while Ninja and Emperor temporarily, there we go, deal with paperwork. The players still have to resolve their eligibility, visa issues, all that fun stuff. However, due to a conflict with his new challenger team, Bishu will not be suiting up. Instead, ManCloud will be covering the mid lane here for the team.
Yeah, and you know, ManCloud is actually a veteran of the LCS stage now, and since his team XG was knocked out in relegation, he's kind of been the go-to LCS sub. Unfortunately, he's 0-12 in his games with Complexity and Team Coast. So always hard to win when you're subbing into these emergency situations. With that being said, TDK, they're technically 2 games away from 7th place, which would be what they need to stay out of relegation. And we saw them putting up a valiant fight against TSM in their 47-minute game, but we are quickly approaching the halfway point of the season. And TDK still haven't gotten a win or a game with their full roster. So the situation is becoming more dire each week that passes with this Band-Aid roster.
Well, speaking of Band-Aid rosters, check out the starting lineups. We're going to start with the blue side, though. Team Dragonites, Seraph up at the top lane, Kez in the jungle, ManCloud in mid, Latman on AD carry, and Smoothie on support.
TDK shirt for ManCloud right there, very nice. On the red side, it is Counter Logic Gaming. Zion Spartan in the top lane, X-Smithy in the jungle, Pobelter in mid lane, 3-fingered left-hand double lift on AD carry, and Aphromu on support.
He's like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, gets, you know, like a partial hand, is going to do whatever he can with the claws here.
Yeah, so the whole hoop thing just seems ridiculous to me. So you've got to grab the net while trying to leverage yourself over top. It just seems like something you should never do.
He said he was trying to stuff Zion Spartan like he was blocking.
Like,
so
even if the net wasn't
his
metal.
back hand to the net, and he just like flailed out for like balance while trying to block a shot, I guess.
There's no way he can dunk on a 10-foot hoop without trying to pull himself up.
Yeah. I don't know.
All right.
Just Double Lift has his reasons for
I
things.
feel like we need more from this story. We need a 20-minute special on it.
We do need a 20-minute special, so it is worth keeping in mind that although we are seeing the 10 players readying up in Champ Select, Team Dragon Knights are losing all their bans both today and tomorrow for the ineligible roster and the emergency sub of ManCloud. So the first ban goes through as nothing. It's CLG's ban right now. Their first ban is Rise, and we are going to have 30-second delays between all of them.
Yeah, basically TDK signed ManCloud yesterday.
Yeah.
So this is not even a sub squad that has had much practice together. It'll definitely show if CLG is still on their game, if they haven't been too distracted by all the finger-cutting shenanigans from Double Lift, that they'd be able to show kind of an impressive victory as these bans tick through. It's going to take a little while because Team Dragon Knights need to let their timer go all the way down to 0. So CLG, I feel like one of the reasons we hear this golden age CLG all the time is whether or not they're able to get a consistent play style or one that works in playoffs. They are so damn fun to watch. Like, that is one thing. When they are on, they are so pretty in the way they execute, and they pull off these high-risk plays that consistently work in the regular season. It's just a thing I wanted to say about CLG.
Yeah.
That's it.
No, I like that. I have a thing I'm going to say about Team Dragon Knights, which is the ManCloud substitution. I know we keep seeing him off and on. He has been staying in the competitive scene. Most recently, he played in the Challenger Series qualifiers on Maelstrom Gaming. They didn't do very well. They lost to Skara's CLG Black. So, you know, what year are we in? ManCloud versus Skara was a mid-lane matchup. You know, ManCloud has been competing. He's still got competitive experience every single split. Just it hasn't been, unfortunately, as you mentioned his record before, a very successful competitive experience. The 3 bans come through. Interestingly, Alistar was not picked up. They banned 3 Seraph champions, and Team Dragon Knights prefer Nautilus over Alistar.
Yeah, CLG has to pick pretty much whatever they want here. standard Kalista Gragas pick right here. They pick Gragas over Rek'Sai, which you can argue which one is better, but teams definitely have their preferences. This one is going to be Gragas.
And yeah, Doublelift gets his pretty much favorite AD carry in Kalista here. TDK to pick their own matchups. Azir mid lane, Rush picked the Corki here for Latman. He's played that quite a lot actually so far in this split. This is his 4th Corki game in 7 games.
Definitely been his go-to.
Yeah.
One thing I liked about Team Dragonites in their game against TSM is they seemed to really stray from the norm with their picks. Support Malphite with mid lane Yasuo was very cool. This one looks a little bit more normal for now, assuming that's not a top lane Nautilus from Seraph, which we have seen a little bit of in the LCK.
Oh.
Duke played it once.
I did not see that game.
For Najin, but it's very uncommon.
Yeah, it happened once, so you know it existed, but
it happened. All that counts.
It did. It did.
Yeah. Now Pobelter just wants to pick. Looks like a long-range poker here to go against the Azir.
Well, CLG's comp looks pretty scary, certainly. They're leaving their top lane pick for last to make sure Zias Barton can do well over TDK's star player of Seraph. We are on 5-11. Luden's Echo was nerfed, but they're happy to still play Kog'Maw in the mid lane for Pobelter. Meanwhile, the full TDK lineup comes through. It will be support Nautilus. Rumble top will come through for Seraph in the top lane, his 3rd showing on the champion.
Yeah. And Seraph doing his best to try and carry this TDK game to at least a single victory before their team gets its full roster. However, having to pick blind into Zion Spartan, one of the most versatile and skilled top laners in the North American LCS, is dangerous to say the least.
I keep waiting for top laners to play Riven. We see your picks
especially
into
Rumble.
Exactly, as the matchup. So far, we've seen it twice. Unfortunately, it will be Gnar. I've talked to so many top laners about Riven, and they say, oh, it doesn't work in competitive. But we've seen it work in competitive. I'm waiting for the day that champion gets picked up for a top laner. Zion Spartan, Gnar here.
You mean in North America?
In North America.
Because we've seen it in other regions.
Yes, of course. We've seen it mid lane against Echo from Rookie. We've seen it top lane from a couple of different Korean top laners, Smeb and I forget the other one who played it. Either way.
Either way. Very standard team composition from Counterlogic Gaming. Good power picks kind of across the board. Mid lane Kog'Maw, only the only deviation from like highly picked and played champions in the LCS, but that is because Pobelter's favorite champ here, Azir, is what it feels like, since he's played it in 3 games so far out of 6, was taken away by ManCloud. TDK also just going with stuff they're comfortable with.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's just what you kind of have to go do is, pick things that you're strong at, go for the laning phase win, play as though you're playing against Dignitas, get the early lead that you're hoping to get, and then hopefully close the game out from there. Coaches shake hands. We're going to have an interesting battle. CLG, you would expect them not to get upset here, but every once in a while, crazy things happen. Absolutely. Either way, we're going to be checking out on Twitter throughout the game who you think is going to win. So tweet your predictions. Tweet hashtag TDK win or hashtag CLG win to @LOL Esports. Let us know who you think is going to be taking this game home. You have to expect CLG, of course, still the heavy favorites, but you never know. In League of Legends, crazy stuff always happens.
You can always have an early game thing go terribly wrong. CLG makes a lot of crazy invades sometimes. I would expect strategically, if CLG is just trying to come away with the win, they're going to avoid the flashy plays, play a conservative style, and then kind of out-rotate and out-team fight, which is what most people have done against TDK. But if CLG wants to have a little bit of fun with this one, which they've been prone to having in a lot of their past matchups, be stylish, there's some definite opportunities to try and make plays.
Well, we've seen sometimes coaches are not a fan of their teams playing stylish in games. They want to make sure they get those clean and secure wins.
Yeah, like instead of trying to dunk on someone, just lay it up.
Yeah.
I mean, I
don't
feel like
grab the net.
Yeah.
Maybe you walk away uninjured. Either way, CLG picking a weaker mid lane matchup with the Kog'Maw. And they pick actually a bit of a lane bully dual lane here with the Kalista Alistar. So we'll see how the battles end up going. TDK doing a heavy invade with what looks like all 5. CLG matching that with a Roma to the bot lane for a couple of deep wards. They'll time these out for about 1 minute and 5 seconds, and they can track all the entrances towards this bottom jungle. Interesting, CLG actually playing it slightly different from what I normally see. The ward from Aframu is in a very different spot from normal. These guys have had normally very predictable level 1s, and it's a bit different for CLG.
Exactly, they normally place it in the brush near the red buff, but instead they place it, not that one, it's the one above that they place differently. That is a fairly normal buff. It sees Smoothie and Latman, so the lane swap can easily be predicted. Or Rather, COG wants to 2v2, so now they can guarantee the 2v2 by sending their bottom lane down to match.
In the meantime, Zion Spartan was going to double jungle with Smithy a little bit. This will allow Counterlogic Gaming to take the Gromp at level 1. Double Lift, I believe, is supposed to start Sentinel for that, and he does.
Get the auto attack proc damage on the Gromp. Interesting, Zion Spartan's going to be late to lane, so this is a somewhat bottom lane focused strategy right here. Instead of letting Zion get off to a good lead, they're sharing the experience on that as well.
Very smart by Seraph, actually. I've only seen this trick once before, but if you see your opponent is jungling at the start of the game as a top laner, you leash the entire camp down, like the entire wave, so that your wave dies to the turret before he ever shows up. And although Zion was supposed to be jungling, yeah, Seraph now builds a freeze with a bunch of minions. He's not going to be gankable by any means, and it basically equalizes what the would-be experience advantage would be.
Yeah, kind of a tweak on how you freeze the lane right there. Seraph, by leashing the minions away, stacks what could have been 2 full waves. And luckily Zion Spartan is level 2, otherwise he'd be really in bad shape. Now he's just in kind of bad shape.
Well, he lost 2 full waves. He is well behind Seraph. He's going to be 2.5 in change here. So Zion Spartan on the wrong side of the map, in that he's up against kind of a frozen lane and down in XP. We'll see if he can get anything out of this one, but certainly it's a good setup for Seraph and Kez to make some blaze on him in the future. If he ever wastes top, it's a bad spot for Zion to be in. Meanwhile, Smithy just safely going through his own jungle, and Pobelter is getting harassed in this mid lane. It's this bottom lane here where you expect CLG to have an advantage.
Yeah, and it's where they kind of need to make their advantage. I mean, they set back their top laner and their jungler slightly with that open, just so Double Lift and Afro could get the lane scouting, the guaranteed 2v2, and the Gromp. Of course, the Krugs were matched by TDK, so it's not like COG has a giant XP advantage. See both now hitting level 3. Not actually a fan of this level 1 by COG. I feel like TDK came out on top.
And actually CLG, you can see they're actually wanting to freeze the lane. They had plenty of opportunities to play aggressively, push the lane out, go for aggressive moves. And right here, you're seeing them actually finally turn in because they know the enemy jungler is actually spotted on the other side of the map. The 2-on-2 goes pretty cleanly. Smithy's still trying to battle for this blue buff. Zion Spartan's here, but a big battle comes through as Kez and Manclass do plenty of damage. Seraph's close by as well. He lands 1 harpoon. But Pobelter will stop the chase.
What an early feed of the blue buff right there. Oh, there's the aggression.
The heal used before Ignite lands. Double gets another rend reset, I believe. A couple more attacks will do it, but here it goes down to Smoothie. Ignite already used here. A couple more attacks will do it. Gets kited out, though, and maybe Smoothie's in a bad spot here. Double Lift gets another rend through, and it's a trade just barely won by CLG.
All summoners in that lane were used during the trade, and that fight was equalized by the fact that Latman knew the all-in was happening immediately and healed before the Ignite. Not having his healing cut in half, critical in his survival right there. Smoothie just missing out on a kill in the other end, and a very competitive, aggressive bottom lane when the junglers were off the map and not able to interfere.
Yeah, battling for the blue buff there. It did, of course, go safely to TDK, but Counterlogic Gaming building a small minion lead off the aggression in the bot lane. Looks like they just managed to choose their time to strike pretty darn well. The Afromu healing really helping out Double Lift as well. He did put a second point in heal. Normally you see the max pulverize really fast to have that cooldown get lowered, but seeing how low Double Lift was, Afromu made the choice to put the sustain back in. Will slightly hurt his team fighting later on, almost imperceptibly, but it does exist.
TDK actually expects CLG to have gone back right here. Afromu is going to be looking for a headbutt into the wall, followed by a pulverize onto Latman. That would be a kill opportunity. It's dangerous, though.
If Rek'Sai happen to be here, they just die. And no opportunity presented itself. Double Lift is going to be happy to just farm on up. He's going to have about 1,300 gold at the end of this wave, so he wants to wait for BS, but it's not going to happen. Latman recalls for pieces of a phage, but nothing important for him, just new potions for the bottom lane.
So pretty competitive early game, actually.
TDK is actually winning slightly.
Yeah, for TDK. Like I said, though, that level 1 was disadvantageous for CLG, so TDK reaping the benefits of that early on in the laning phase. Really interesting early blue give to ManCloud as well to let him shove in Pobelter early.
And it's manifested in the smallest of leads, though the early recalls have come through safely on both sides. Smithy does realized that Pinkford's getting cleared away. Seraph, nicely done. Gets out of his lane. Torque Shoe's done. A lot of roaming from him. He's level 6. A lot of wards actually put down to help try to track Smithy. And that'll keep TDK pretty safe. So for a sub-squad, I mean, they're making some very good team-focused moves.
They are. Of course, Seraph and Kez able to play together all the way since the Challenger Series. That part of the roster, along with Smoothie, is the core of TDK.
And otherwise, a revolving door of AD carries and mid laners coming through. Eventually, their intended starters will show up. But Zion Spartan is going to reach Meganar here. Does not go for the hop. Seraph kites him out just enough. The Sork Shoe's giving him a lot of movement speed, and it's going to be okay. Now to wait out the Meganar timer. The top lane basically going equal, the mid lane going basically equal as well, and the bot lane is actually equalized a little bit, to be completely fair. TDK unwilling to go on towards Aframu. We just have a basically equal laning phase. Now Kez can't get any farther. Zion Spartan with a nice Trinket Ward of the Brush keeps himself safe.
Yeah, it looks like both teams are fairly contented just trying to scale out right here. Keep the lanes farming, wait for the fights to appear, and then all collapse down to it. Pobelter, of course, wants to hit Luden's Echo, whereas Mandatory Cloud goes defensive build, actually. He's going to be going for an Athenes instead of a Realmonomicon on Azir. Basically just looking to farm, though.
Well, this one's not going to be a farm, though. After just thrown in and gets a great pulverize in ahead, but Smoothie's got nowhere to go. TP comes in a bit late from Sarah, but maybe in time after all. They look for double if the flashless AD carry. First blood to Latman. Aframu goes down 2. TDK 2-0.
Interesting choice of gank paths as well by Xsmithy. We've talked about how COG has been trying to move away from being a bottom-focused team again and again, yet that's a lot of aggression bottom. It's an early game strategy focused around getting double from Aframu ahead, and then it's a bottom lane gank from Xsmithy, which was not matched by Zion Spartan over Seraph. It ends up giving them 2 deaths, and TDK, which has happened fairly frequently in their stint in the LCS, draws first blood thanks to a Kez assist right there.
Kez assist and Seraph, the big MVP. He actually bought home guards off of the recall to get back to top lane faster to make sure he wouldn't miss too much in that lane. So his cash into those assists goes back into no combat stats whatsoever, but it definitely gives a bit of room for TDK to make plays. It's now a 4-minute timer of TP advantage, though, for CLG. We'll see if that manifests in any meaningful way.
Yeah, this is... Now COG kind of needs to regroup a little bit. Double lift and Aframu. Got to be very careful about going aggressive, especially once Smoothie hits level 6. The fact that Seraph is kind of had free reign over the map, honestly.
Yeah.
The lane freeze at level 1. He's been able to take out pink wards in COD's jungle. He's been able to teleport down to punish CLG. Could this be Seraph's greatest revenge on CLG?
It's true.
Defeating them with a squad full of subs.
Seraph finally gets to play a carry top laner, and he does a whole lot better this time around with TDK. Aggression once again, double from Aframu, doing plenty of damage on the Latman, but careful, because the flash knockup's going to land, and they get another kill onto double if Latman trying to run away from Aframu. Looks like he will do so safely. Meanwhile, a top lane kill did come through. Seraph was picked off by Xsmithy, and Kez forced to run away.
So a bit of a kill tree. Aframu was out of mana. No.
Yeah, they cut it out right. Good job.
3 kills now onto Corki, so double lift with the cut finger, got 13 stitches, had to play all of yesterday on different key bindings. That dual lane is not looking very good right now. Double lift 0-2, same with Aframu. They probably haven't been practicing much together thanks to the injury and the time at the doctor's office, but Latman and Smoothie, these guys aren't even supposed to be a dual lane, and they're beating up on them right now thanks to some teleports and nice ganks.
Oof.
That was just Zion mega-narring into the wall right there.
Wow. Definitely a misplay then by Seraph to be against the wall with a rage bar filling up. Did Pobelter flash for that? Yeah, he flashed to cast E.
He really wanted the kill.
Wouldn't have done enough damage, but oh well.
Pobelter trying to spike his way into Luden's Echo a little bit earlier.
Otherwise just farming safely. Still about 1,000, 1,300, something like that, gold away from the item. Once again, Zion Spartan's running away because Kez ulted near him. The ward control is somewhat there. CLG good vision to prep for these ganks. Kez will get spotted in most of his routes around the map. Unsurprisingly, the fan vote in CLG's favor, but TDK right now definitely winning this game.
Yeah, on the LOL Esports website, I just checked, it was at 89.5% on the pregame vote as well. So not quite the 90% curse. I thought maybe going into this, with all of TDK's roster changes, the fact that they couldn't play with Bishu, the fact that they signed ManCloud on Friday, that this would be one of the most lopsided fan votes in the history of the LCS.
Yeah.
Turned out to just be another one of those near 90% games, maybe thanks to Doublelift's injury. But as it's playing out right now, a 1,500 gold lead for TDK at 12 minutes. Yes, CLG has some nice scaling opportunities with the AP Kog'Maw and the Gnar, but it's a real dangerous game, especially now as TDK is starting to get some dragon control, and it doesn't look like CLG can disrupt this whatsoever.
So Team Dragon is going to go ahead and take down one of their brethren here easily and safely. Kez, Smoothie, and Latman putting in a bit of effort, and that will be Dragon number 1 of the game, 12.5 minutes in, going over to TDK. And a bunch of money on the people means a recall from Latman will give him Trinity Force. This bot lane, it's a below 13-minute Trinity Force. Like, this bot lane is so far ahead, they can do whatever they want with this dual lane, and it will probably result in success.
Yep.
CLG's winning the top lane though very hard. Zion Spartan, I mean, I talked about Seraph's Revenge, but Zion's doing much better now thanks to some help from Smithy, and it's a very different match than we were expecting.
Yeah.
TDK relying on their subs, and CLG relying very much not on Doublelift.
Yeah, well, they can't at this moment. He is ridiculously far behind the opposition on the other team. It's going to be on Zion Spartan to pull them out of this one. It's also going to be on Pobelter trying to get to Luden's Echo. We've seen a Cloud9 team down 5 Dragons to 0, but because of a Luden's Echo, Kog'Maw was still able to pull out the win. Of course, Luden's Echo a little bit nerfed right now.
Yeah.
So not as good as it was early on in the LCS. And again, Zion and Smithy trying to punish Seraph. He does have flash.
He is very far overextended though. Burns the flash, but I don't even know why he bothered. There's no way he gets out of this one unless something crazy actually happens. He's trying to run. Yeah, there's the explosive cast. He wanted to give it to Zion. It wasn't going to happen. Kill goes through, but ManCloud managed to push down the mid lane, gets the first turret kill of the game, and he's setting up pressure.
Ooh, on to Pobelter too!
Oh my god, that was quite awesome. They're going to just blow that poor Kog'Maw up. The mechanics were perfectly executed there, and TDK really coming out well.
ManCloud gives Pobelter a taste of Shurima there, and the rest of TDK is really pressuring this map well. They have the Shrine up on the mid lane. They're continuing to push. Yes, they lost a bit of side lane pressure, but they're gaining it in the bottom lane as well. It's a turret advantage, it's a kill advantage, it's a dragon advantage. It's all the advantages in TDK's favor.
And they're one wave away from another advantage with mid lane tier 2 going down, but TDK unwilling to push for that one as Zion Spartan is to push in the top lane. He requires someone to respond to that one. As you said, advantages everywhere. Kez is going to go back to his jungle and play the safer game. His style is a bit more reserved. Last we heard from him in shot calling, and make sure you grab all the objectives on your side of the map. There's a bunch of jungle to farm, a bunch of golden experience to gain, so take your time, guys, and keep going up for now. Now, we said TDK would likely, if they were to get a win, it'd be more likely to be in the early game, right? Good ganks, good early laning phases, things like that, and so far that has happened. Now we're into a more mid-game situation. 2,000 gold lead is, of course, meaningful, but it starts to maybe move into CLG's chance to make these smart plays, the way they normally win games. Good rotation.
CLG would need to rotate now properly and then try and rely on their team fighting, which looked strong in their win against Enemy at the end of last week. TDK as well has held advantages before or very close games against a lot of other teams in the LCS, and they still are at 0-6. But with that being said, it would still be a pretty ridiculous upset if TDK could take down CLG. Pick word time.
Yeah, the fight's going to happen. Smoothie forced to flash away. Smithy will not go for the explosive cast. Zion Spartan still chases by himself, but gets to jump over after to stay safe. And Luden's Echo's done. There's what that chirp means. So, Pobelter's Kog'Maw has come online and will now be the scary poke force that everyone hates, or loves, or fears. ManCloud fears.
Watches.
Watch
him poke again and again.
Imperceptibly.
Do a ton of damage. Pobelter will almost certainly be at the top of the damage charts. AP Kog'Maw does an absurd, almost graph-destroying amount of damage in these games.
Graph-destroying. That's actually one of my favorite adjectives. I like that.
Yeah, pretty much every game we see AP Kog'Maw, and he's near 50% of his team's overall damage. which is just kind of unheard of because like across all of LCS time, when you do the averages, the highest you'll see for like a player in a role for percent of team's damage is like 33 or 34%. But in AP Kog'Maw games specifically, you frequently see them around 50% of the damage. It's how powerful it actually becomes later in the game, even though the team has to make many sacrifices early on to wait for him to turn on.
Yep. And it seems like that timer always hits around level 11 plus the third blue buff plus Luden's Echo all happens at about the same time. And it's usually, you know, 13-ish minutes in, 14, 15 minutes in. That seems to be about the time that this keeps happening here. I think it's just a number on the map that people can start to realize that that's about the Kog'Maw time. We're, of course, past that point here, so Poelter definitely going to be very scary. 5-2 in kills, but a lot of aggression towards Xmith. The equalizer usually flashes right back into it, but Explosive Cask will keep the rest at bay. However, all TDK ready to push top lane.
Nice disengaged Cask right there, but we have Doublelift trying to catch up in the bottom lane, which means 5 people on TDK are able to roam around, and there's no real opposition for CLG for these turret takes.
So 4 guys in the top lane. Seraph going to hold mid, and he will not give Poelter the room to push that down. So another turret goes through. We're 3-1 in that. 1 minute on Dragon. Seraph will not have teleport for that, though. He'll be 30 seconds late. So maybe something TDK has to play around that if they're communicating properly.
3 turrets to 1 now. And the map control should follow. As far as vision goes for TDK, they don't need to worry about substitutes for that. That's Kez and Smoothie. They've been building vision together throughout Challenger and in the last week of the LCS when Smoothie was here playing. So definitely some things looking up for TDK here. Thinking about the team fights, though. A lot of it will have to do with whether or not anyone can get their hands onto Poelter's Kog'Maw and how effective Doublelift can actually be in this game with his poor start. It feels like Zion Spartan should be relatively effective. He's going damage Nard, definitely trying to carry. But I think the team fights are centering around the mid laners in this one, Azir and AP Kog'Maw.
All right, well, the mid laners are going to be showing up for this fight before too terribly long, I think. ManCloud's going to push away Zion Spartan. Yeah, he's going Hex Drinker into, looks like, Black Cleaver. So really not a lot of individual tank stats for a big team fight. Something that could be scary for the Gnar player. But meanwhile, CLG doing a pretty good job pushing all the lanes in. They made TDK react to the top lane, and they got mid pushed in by Poelter. They're getting time to scale up their hyper carry, Kog'Maw, who's sitting on short shoes now and has still a lot of room to grow. But Dragon is alive, and TDK have built enough time for Seraph to have that teleport back up. He holds the mid lane for now. The other 4 are on this Dragon, and CLG not in a position to contest. Instead, they'll be pushing the top lane. CLG identifying. They're not going to fight for that objective. They're going to push for a different one instead.
Yeah, and the fact that CLG is struggling against TDK and still in the deficit, that does not bode well for CLG as a whole. This is a game that they should have been able to control from the beginning with team coordination, but they simply have not been doing that. So now it's all about whether or not they can adjust mid-game and make a comeback. Zion getting dove.
And Zion's not very tanky, but he's got a Kog'Maw now to help, and Smoothie may get caught out. He misses the anchor smash, and that means Poelter gets the kill off the missed skill shot. CLG with a bit of room to move around.
And because of the investment from TDK down in that lane, it leaves a window for CLG to rotate and take another turret down of their own. Second turret in that lane itself. The outers are still alive in all the other lanes.
Yeah, and I thought TDK was a step ahead right there. They had most of the team sieging bot lane. They had Rumble wave through that top lane wave to stop the CLG push that we all saw coming. But instead, it's all just been well played, and now Doublelift
This is an aggressive play.
Yeah.
So Doublelift with the Bloodthirster, not the most attack speed with the recurve bow, could stack that up. The tanks they have, Xmith and Aphromoo, can't even tank it for that long. It would have taken CLG at least 30 seconds to a minute to take down the Baron with only those 3 right there. Unless Doublelift had a Blade of the Ruined King or a Hurricane at that point, no way they take it down in time.
With how far behind Doublelift was, 0-2-0, only 170 CS. Yeah, not a very farmed Kalista, not going to have that set of items that it needs for the fast objective take. So just a red buff grab, and out goes CLG. They did get a turret kill, and Kinda Gaming brought the game back within 600. TDK have mostly cashed in their advantages by taking dragons here, so there's some stat buffs, but CLG have been clawing their way back in gold-wise.
It's true. The turret trades go a long way for that. Poelter as well, Seraph's Embrace. Trying to power up as much as possible on Kog.
And it seems like TDK not doing a whole lot outside of the objective plays here. There's been occasional ganks, but mostly as counter ganks off CLG being aggressive. And as the game slows down, we're just seeing farm come back and forth around the sides. Blue buff has respawned. You can see Zion Spartan built to fight Seraph, doing a really good job of that one.
Whoa.
He's nearly in range for the ulti, will not go for it though.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about power spikes, Black Cleaver completed on a Zion Spartan. He's really strong. Also, Hurricane completed, Seraph's completed. COG does have a lot of nice itemization spikes, whereas ManCloud is still waiting to complete his NLR item, which would be a death cap, most likely. And Latman still waiting on Blade of the Ruin King. Yet, TDK, aside from that top lane getting pushed in, still able to bully CLG for objectives.
That's impressive by TDK to keep this going on, but now we're at a tied game here in gold. Kez gonna find Xmithie. It's a pretty tanky Gragas, but ManCloud helping as much as he can. Latman throwing some rockets to help. Mid lane tier 2 is at basically 300 health, so it would be a quick pickup if there's any misplays at all from Counter Logic Gaming. Zion Spartan, he's trying to pressure, I guess, an inhibitor turret, but that feels unlikely to succeed.
Playing the split push game as much as he can, I feel like he's mainly just trying to get Seraph's attention away from a lane. Dragon's still it up for a couple of minutes. It's mainly just a stall game. CLG is waiting for Pobelter to get stronger and stronger, and they're almost daring TDK to beat them. But if Seraph comes out to play...
And he did, but the Hexbringer shield already popped, and that means the kill goes to Zion Spartan. Seraph unable to deal enough damage, but ManCloud now on the chase, plus the stun. Smoothie flashed for it. That will be the kill coming through to ManCloud, so 1-for-1, but it gives CLG some time to move. They've already got Doublelift pushing the bottom lane.
Yeah, Doublelift needs to get that turret. They hold the mid turret with Corki. A nice play there by Zion Spartan. Seraph definitely overextending himself, trading the kill, but that ends up giving the turret to CLG. And guess what? A gold lead.
Well, you don't need pinkies to kill off turrets. Doublelift. It's all mouse movements, by the way. That's an easy one.
Yeah, Callista. I wonder what other key bindings he changed, because there's a lot of attack moving or S key type things you can press on the keyboard. Those would be the critical ones that he would want to change.
I guess for right-handed people, you're hitting like shift and control and stuff with your pinky. For like to learn skills, or like if you have like different bindings for smart cast versus not. Either way, so far, Doublelift able to get his typical farm going. 216 CS, par for the course for him, roughly. Small gold lead for CLGs. They've traded objectives well and just kind of out-farmed TDK. Smoothie buying time for Latman to knock the turret down. That will happen. Small lead goes back TDK's way. 4 turrets to 3. But they're forced to run away. Smithie's nearby. He may look aggressive. Body slams forward.
Get that Raptor.
Yep.
It was smote by Xmithie. He gets the gold and is able to clear a ward afterwards. Small victories.
ManCloud keeping waves pushed with his Azir turrets though, and CLG still for the most part seem to be playing on their side of the map, and TDK have continued to be the aggressors for most of the time. A few aggressive moves by CLG, but more infrequent. Tie game in gold, and Dragon is up in 40 seconds. Who's going to get there first for control? Looks like Doublelift is going to lead the way with Afromu. Smithie's around with his Sightstone as well, and CLG are first to the party. They will get Scuttler as well.
Yeah, team composition-wise as well, CLG is kind of waiting to super tank up right now. TDK has really heavy magic damage on their team. Rumble Azir as well as a Corki 80 carry, and the only true physical damage champion is Kez. Latman will do a bit, but as far as 80 carries go, very magic damage heavy.
Yeah.
Notice how there's double Spectre's Cal on Zion and Smithie, and they're actually waiting for Afromu to build the Aegis. So when Afromu completes the Locket, and Smithie and Zion have either completed their Spirit Visage or Banshee's Veil item, they're going to be really difficult for TDK to cut through. Add that to the fact that Pobelter is becoming Kog'Maw. There's a lot of teamfight strength just from itemization COG is waiting for, and in this window, TDK has lost their 2,000 lead. It's turning into an advantage from COG. This is what most teams have done to TDK when TDK gets a lead early on, is they just stall them out because TDK hasn't shown the coordination to actually win a game.
Well, coordination, the Lightman goes in by himself looking for Pobelter to the flash. The Seraph shield comes in, forcing Pobelter to flash away, but the max range equalizer will not get the kill, so a lot burned, but Afro is caught out for this one. Who needs organization when you've got chaos? And TDK take a kill, burn some summoners to get control over Dragon.
You'd think that's going to be Dragon number 3. Zion, though, still pushing in the side lane. No teleport for Seraph. Someone has to fully recall. Going to get some nice chips down on that turret. And Zion still has his teleport, so he could maybe try and withstand this Dragon. Falcon, that means you're drawing yourself a Gnar.
That's a pretty aggressive play by Latman, but it's still giving his time Team time. Ooh, Smithy not having smite up. The stun lands on him. Explosive cast buys a lot of time, and Latman going to be an easy kill picked up by Doublelift. And no follow through here. Mancloud also stunned up by Zion Spartan. How about this side of the Chaos Coin? And CLG getting a lot of damage dealt. Zion Spartan, though, forced to try to kite away from Mancloud and Seraph. CLG, though, still for the team. Oh, wow! All right, well, they're in control. 2 kills picked up by Counterlogic Gaming.
Luden Zeko mid turret still standing. They are down 3 dragons to 0, which is a definite possible win condition for TDK. But they win the fight kills-wise, take another turret, and increase their gold lead.
And now CLG maybe going to show Team Impulse how it's done. How long do they stay after a team fight win with the rest of TDK respawning here? They grab the blue buff, and out everyone goes. No chance for a comeback push for TDK. Maybe Kez go for blue buff steal, but it will be a little bit risky.
It's interesting. COG actually could have gone for Baron right there.
With the low health points
you can see a ping from TDK saying that it could be being done right now. But going back to this fight, you wouldn't think this teleport would create much action, but because of the Dragon Steal, it makes people stick around. Zion as well, trying to watch him down at the bottom of the screen. Flashes over the Emperor's Divide on Mancloud and finishes him off. Well, doesn't finish him off, gets a lot of damage and a lot of distraction in the fight. Whereas the COG team themselves were all right. And Pobelter, KS'er from 1500 range.
Yeah.
He's about to hit level 16 as well.
Oh man, that gets real scary.
It increases the range of living artillery once again. This is absolutely massive for AP Cogma.
Definitely is. And so Pobelter still putting out a good performance, 2-1-1. Most kills on the team, doing a good job overall, participating in important things for this group of players. But it's a 2,000 gold lead for Counterlogic Gaming, all said and done, despite being down in dragons and in kills and in turrets. CLG still just winning the farm game. That's very important for these guys. Kez still forced to play a little bit of the back foot, and the problem is with Pobelter being so strong, as you mentioned, the poke advantage going to make it a bit hard for TDK to run around the map. They get to the top window off a big wave, and they're going to look for turret number 6.
It's very hard to rotate against an AP Kog'Maw, because if you get caught by one Luden Zeko shot, you almost have to back away. Giant wave comes up, but look, TDK doesn't even get a shot on the turret, can't even break the passive shield, so the chance to dive is just not even there.
Not there at all. Just a bunch of farm experience goes towards CLG, making it more than 2,000 gold lead as gold fluctuates around the map based on what minion waves are still around. But all the waves are on CLG's side of the river. TDK continuing to hold map control here. The core of Seraph, Kez, and Smoothie holding up pretty nicely.
Yeah. It's true. I mean, TDK has been in a lot of games in their 0-6 state. Makes a lot of NALCS teams question themselves if they can't happily dispatch a squad that hasn't practiced together as a 5-man unit. Of course, Mancloud just a few days ago signed with the team. That's why the team was penalized bans. Teams have no idea who's going to be playing for them days in advance. But it's still a close one. And as the game gets later and later, one big team fight, if Mancloud could pull off an amazing combo, could still just swing the tides of the game. Not to mention TDK with the 3 dragons has a lot of presence and pressure around that area, which they may be able to control with Azir.
And let's see what exactly they're able to control here, because TDK, look at their vision right here, a decent number of wards in CLG's jungle. Right now it's 2 in the top side. Now they've added a 3rd. They will track some of these movements. And with Corki, Azir, Rumble, there's definitely some really good long-range damage potential. Dragon number 4 spawns in a minute 45. TDK could play the long game and prep for that early. In fact, the ward does come down from Kez to that effect. The CLG have gotten time because of that to go for Baron themselves, and now they can prep the area. CLG able to clear away some of these wards, add some of their own. They've got double sight stone here. CLG with the inside track on Baron will make TDK respond to them.
Definitely. It's been a slow climb back for CLG, though. They were down 2,000 gold in the early game after the Doublelift and Afro started 0-2 and 0. And they've been able to control the map here with Zion Spartan split pushing and Pobelter's poke from the Kog'Maw. And now they are actually doing Baron without complete vision control of this. So Kez, as Rek'Sai, gets very good vision inside that, not to mention the Scrying Orb. Dangerous call by COG. Here's a fight.
Afro really low in health, but gets pulled back by Kalista. Zion Spartan is Mega Gnar and finds Kez. A lot of damage dealt to this Rek'Sai, who flashed the way. Pobelter getting damage to the back line, still looking for someone to kill. Will lock down Kez. Gets another one as he takes out Seraph by himself. ManCloud could only do so much except flash away, and Smithy is here to deal a bunch of damage. TDK Smoothie in the battle with the CLG jungle. That's not going to be enough as Pobelter knocks down more. It's a 5-for-3 and advantage of Counter Logic Gaming.
Very chaotic fight started by COG off that, and Pobelter did work in that fight. He basically took on Rumble in his ear by himself early on in the battle. And that syncs up with the dragon spawning. The question will be no smite on X Smithy and Pobelter, but a teleport up for Seraph. How safe that dragon would be.
And it starts with CLG so low on health here, but...
Yeah, so Afromu gets shot back. Basically, Pobelter takes Seraph out of the fight. Seraph should have probably used his equalizer on the fight itself. He can't actually secure Pobelter in anything. And I was wrong about the Azir. It was actually a Nautilus near the fight. And yeah, this is what I thought would happen. They shut them down while going for the dragon.
And Pobelter already gets a kill back on a Seraph while dying himself, so it looks like that was a Cathian surprise. Kez, oh! What a good body slam by Smithy. Buys a lot of time. The headbutt from Afro, the pulverize. But they're still forced away as Smoothie joins in, but now Zion Spartan in the mix as well. More chaos in this game.
So Kog'Maw is down, so is Seraph. A 4v4 over the 4th dragon. Pobelter was dealing most of the damage for CLG, so without him, it's really hard for CLG to do a meaningful enough amount of damage to get them off of this. I think they're just trying to stall long enough for Pobelter to get back. TDK should actually force the dragon immediately.
They needed to force Mega Gnar out, but it didn't happen, so Zion Spartan is still sitting at like, I'm now going to stun your entire team. Smoothie hit up right in the front of everyone. Afro pulled back away, but gets re-engaged and goes for Smoothie. A great knockback, kills off Nautilus. ManCloud to buy some time with Emperor's Divide, but there's no damage left to deal. Mega Gnar too scary. CLG able to buy enough time and a kill.
Yeah.
Pobelter's coming.
Looked like TDK was a little bit disorganized coming into that, but TDK still just hops back onto the dragon. Kog'Maw is here. They're trying to burst and get out.
Dragon 4 now for TDK, 34 minutes in. Afromu doesn't have ulti. He's going a bit far by himself, but stays alive. Kez got nowhere to go. Gets picked off by Double Lift. Pobelter with the assist.
Zion's flanked. That's a lot of people trapped.
Zion's ult is down. Mega Gnar a bit far away. ManCloud summons a turret, and in comes the cow. There's the headbutt. There's the pulverize. Seraph goes down, trades the kill. Equalizer comes in, buys a bit of time, but Zion Spartan refuses to die. The 2-4 to the backside. Righteous Glory by Smoothies. Not going to find a kill.
This game has become very messy as we move towards the 35-minute mark. Picking up that dragon, pretty critical for TDK. Although you can definitely see COG's team fighting advantages coming in strongly. Double Lift as well has been able to farm up some nice items for himself. Once again, a threat on Kalista.
Yeah, Ruin King next for him. He's still got the No Magic Mantle. He had that actually as his 3rd item just to get some magic resist. You talked about the MR heavy team at TDK. The double Banshee's Veil is in. The Locket's in. Just an extra tag of magic resist for the AD carry as well. CLG now once again playing the waiting game. And they are going to find Smoothie with it. Anchor's not going to matter at all. ManCloud getting a bit of poke, but not nearly enough. And Zion Spartan steals the blue with a long-range boomerang as well.
Baron control going to be very huge right here. COG forcing in. Seraph was bottom lane without teleport as well. He needs to run up there fast to be able to get to this one. Double stacking the spears in. Gonna try and rend smite combo to defeat Kez. Rumble's here though.
Ooh, Zion Spartan gonna go ahead and try to zone away Kez, push them into the wall. More damage done by CLG. They're going to have Kez come into this one. It's going to be a close fight, but he's not going to pop Rend until he can take it away. And that is Rend. Baron kill for CLG. A couple kills picked up as well. Seraph, they're in the middle of the lineup, getting chunked out by Zion Spartan. Pobelter's firing from afar as well. And now ManCloud on the run. Going to get locked up. Going to get taken down. A 3-for-1 in favor of CLG, plus the Baron.
Yeah, another pretty aggressive Baron call from CLG, but they saw that TDK didn't have the people in position. They'd killed Smoothie beforehand. They knew they could zone control pretty well with Pobelter, and they just man up to take the Baron. Doublelift goes down, but it was because he was focusing the Baron. That was his responsibility. He was successful. Gold lead and Baron now for CLG. Main thing they have to worry about is that 5th Dragon.
And I like the intelligence of CLG playing around this Baron.
So I was just waiting for the equalizer. I feel like Seraph should have used that
right there
as long as it was up, like very early on. But the equalizer doesn't come in until now, later on into the fight, and then after ManCloud's ultimate comes in. So just not fully in sync, which you can't blame him. ManCloud joined the team yesterday. And it just kind of goes to show the difficulties of a sub-squad trying to win in the LCS.
Yep, and as a result of all this, we sit at a 7,000 gold lead for Counterlogic Gaming. 4 dragons or not, CLG are clearly ahead, and they are sieging mid lane tier 2. They'll get that cleanly. Smithy buying time and zoning out any flanks to the top side. Smart by him to be there. Doublelift still limping through from the base, as he was the only one to die last fight. CLG will be able to keep pushing on. 5 turrets picked up. Bot lane tier 2, the last one still available. Afro go for the flash, pulverize, headbutts in, ManCloud just gets exploded for that one. In comes Afro, a stun in from Smoothie, but will it even matter? They're trying to get some damage to Pobelter. Latman flashing away, Smithy in his face, and 2 more kills picked up for Xayah as part of the attack damage focused build. Working pretty cleanly here. Smithy gonna go ahead and get the kill onto Latman thanks to Doublelift, and CLG get a 4 for 0 with the turret time.
CLG not going to let 5 dragons be an issue in this game, trying to end the game before it even spawns. The 4 for 0 fight, soon to be 5. Looks like CLG picks up a win.
Seraph will not get anything on the scoreboard for himself, so Counterlogic Gaming at 38 minutes. Plenty of fantasy points on them, 9-2 and 9 on Pobelter, and this will be the Nexus going down surely and cleanly. CLG 6-1 after knocking down TDK.
Yeah, not as clean as you would hope against now an 0-7 Team Dragon Knights, but CLG did recover from some early game hiccups. Doublelift and Afromo combined started the game 0-4-0, but finished in a much better fashion. Xmithy, also an underrated performance this game, 5-0-9 on Gragas. They become the 7th team to take down Team Dragon Knights.
All right, well, 2 opponents left for TDK in the first half of the split, teammate in Cloud9, so maybe an easier schedule can help TDK find that first win towards the end here, but Counterlogic Gaming able to recover properly from an early game deficit. You can see, just like Dignitas, their shot calling, their mid game, their late game, clearly an asset for these guys. I mean, keep in mind that subs or not, these are still some of the best players in North America. They wouldn't be in the LCS if they weren't, you know, among the top 10 or top 20 in the continent. And unsurprisingly, sometimes players like this can have early game leads. Good ganks by Kez, good dual laning by Latman and Smoothie, good stuff overall. Seraph helped put a bunch of wards down. Like, these are obviously good players. Even ManCloud won his lane. He was up in CS at 10 minutes, up in CS at 20, I guess, as well. But obviously CLG, the more coordinated team. Once it came to team play, worked a lot better.
Not that coordinated when wrapping up their mouses, however. Mice.
Probably mice.
Doublelift, tiny little knot. Hard to deal with the pinky finger out of service. Yeah, not the best showing by CLG, that's for sure. But ultimately, all that will matter is the fact that they get a victory here, so that does move them to 6-1. It maintains at least a guaranteed tie at the end of the day for first place in the North American LCS. So CLG's goal this split is to finish in the top 2 in the regular season to make sure they get a bye in the playoffs, hopefully making their road to Worlds a little bit easier. Of course, they need to be able to win a playoff series as well, so a long road for CLG.
Yeah.
Still ahead.
Yeah, but
ultimately, though, Pobelter played a very good game.
Yeah, and honestly, CLG only losing a single game. They lost to TSM and came right back and fired off well against Gravity, against Enemy, against TDK. CLG looking good to earn a lot of championship points in a good playoff run and maybe make themselves over to Worlds. But to break down that game, let's send it over to our guys in the analyst desk.
Thank you, Freak. And gentlemen, I want to look first at the pick from TDK, their first pick rather, in the Nautilus. Given the fact that with the loss of bans, there were a fair number of champions left up on the table, they're opting to go for that first pick Nautilus.
Yeah, I think it shows a lot about a team when there's like a lot of bans that are lost and you're like, okay, all these champions are up, let's first pick Nautilus. It's not Alistar, it's not Echo. They're like, all right, this is the champion we think is strongest for what we want to do. They picked the Nautilus for the bottom lane, and that signals to me we want to go in on the bottom lane. I was really surprised they didn't pair it with a Sivir there, and ultimately this composition had no way to deal with the AP Kog'Maw, which wasn't even last picked by CLG. So TDK has a weird pick ban that's really different from any other team here, and I think it was kind of an oversight there that they got to the point they did have a lead, but then they couldn't get to Pobelter at all during these games. So he really just played like the AP Kog'Maw power curve, and he's like, nobody can touch me now. They don't even have the tools from the draft phase to get to me. So he's basically safe, barring some mispositioning. And I thought that CLG played that portion well, and their champion select pretty well.
Yeah, you do have to wonder how much of that is a product of the team just lunging at the champions that they're most comfortable with because they don't have, the practice behind them with the numerous team compositions that you could create with these power picks.
Yeah, and like Latman, I know he's a sub, but now we have enough information to pull from. He hasn't played a single Sivir game yet. So TDK is yet to run a Sivir composition and run at a back line. They've pretty much been on the back foot. Even when they get a lead, they're not forcing the issue.
They've even first picked Corki before. He really, he's in love with Corki, basically.
Well, he does he does have a lot of early power on that Corki, and I do want to move into the bottom lane and look at it more from the angle of CLG, though, because they had some struggles down there.
Yeah, it definitely was. And this is something that you have to keep an eye on for all professional teams. If you have standard lanes like this and you get almost like 10 minutes into the game, the bottom lane is a powder keg because everybody can show up to the bottom lane. If you watch LPL or LCK, if there's any action in standard lanes in the bottom lane, you get both TPs channeled immediately, both mid laners start running down immediately, and both junglers are there. So especially if you're the team creating the conflict in the bottom lane like CLG were this time, you have to be ready to all in all of your chips on that bottom lane and make sure that comes out in your favor. Double lift and Afro move, they started off before Smithy gets there. He's on the way down the river. And then they didn't have good communication with Zion because Seraph's TP starts channeling first. And Zion's in this sort of panic mode where he's almost got enough rage to go Mega Form to stun. And he tries to build up enough rage. He just can't quite get it. So not only does he not teleport first, even though they're the ones aggressing, he also is not able to interrupt the teleport. And this is a big hole for CLG. Luckily for CLG, they go into damage control, they wait on their AP Kog'Maw, and they're fine playing the late game. But that was a big mistake for the early game.
Now, interestingly enough, this is the first game this split that CLG has even sent their bottom lane to the bottom lane. Every single other game, no matter what side of the map they're on, they've gone to the top lane. So traditionally avoiding the standard lanes, and this time, opting into the standard lane and it not working out entirely well for them in the early game.
Yeah, usually their formula is we lane swap, we get double lift in a lane with free farm. Even if they go on 2-on-2, it's like, oh, we can pull Afromu into a different lane very quickly and have him roam around and play to his strengths. And they weren't able to do that this game. Afromu didn't get out of the lane for a long, long while. And they even lost that bottom lane to Latman and Smoothie. So I think it's because they thought they had the better lane matchup in the bottom lane and they wanted to test their mettle. I know double lift, he doesn't have his pinky, whatever. It wasn't that. It was just the fact that there was so much action that went down there, like you said, that caused that advantage for TDK.
Yeah, to be fair, sometimes when CLG send their duo lane top, they're calling a lane swap and they're getting a 2v2. But yeah, that's ridiculous. That's the first time they've actually gone down bottom.
Yeah, actually physically been in the bottom lane. They've had the 2v2 matchup before. The next thing I want to jump to is the fact that this CLG squad looked a little off kilter, a little lackluster in this game. With the idea that TDK is a sub squad, you would have looked for a cleaner game from CLG. And I don't know if that bodes particularly well for them when you look ahead at their schedule. And next week they're playing both Liquid and TSM, two of the top teams in the league that are battling for those top positions.
Yeah, definitely excited, especially for the rematch for TSM CLG because of that game that they dropped earlier. And while, all teams in the North American LCS are making mistakes like this, even in the games that they win. So everybody is kind of unsure where teams stand right now in the North American LCS. And even the players, after victories, are kind of like they're not as happy as we're used to seeing them. I think that it was a good job when they went into that damage control situation. They didn't panic after they got the early deficit, and they just were able to rely on their team comp and the AP Kog'Maw, and they knew their path to victory. They didn't go all crazy just because they lost bottom lane.
All right, well, yes, they did come out with the victory in the end. We're going to queue up for our next match, Team Liquid versus Team Solo Mid in our Game of the Week. The North American LCS continues after this.
Wait, after the game, let's not do that circle thing or else I'll cut my hand.
What, you got two hands, dog? What?
We'll surround you.
You don't want to use your right hand?
Yeah, we can surround you.
Okay.
Protect the double lift.
Zion Spartan is Mega Gnar and finds Kez. A lot of damage dealt to this Rek'Sai who flashed the way. Pobelter getting damage to the back line, still looking for someone to kill.
Want me to ulti behind them? I can kill them all.
Guys. Yeah, do it.
I'm gonna ulti. Nice. Kill him. Nice.
And in comes the cow. There's the headbutt. There's the pulverized. Seraph goes down, trades the kill. Equalizer comes in. Baron kill for CLG. A couple kills picked up as well. Seraph, they're in the middle of the lineup, getting chunked out by Zion Spartan.
Alistar. I'm zoning Corki. Nice. I'm on Corki too. He has nothing. I'm going to
CLG 6-1 after knocking down TDK.
There's some of the junglers that are easier to play against than that's Dominate. Dominate definitely is a strong jungler because of his experience.
I think I just have more of like a killer instinct. I like to go for more aggressive plays, and he's got more of like a controlled play style.
We know how each other plays, and therefore it's like a big mind game. You have 1 week to prepare for this, so you have to like definitely put a lot of time into it.
I think it's going to be a really strategic game. I don't think it's going to be a bloodbath. Can we beat a solid strategical team instead of just beating all these teams through brute force?
Welcome back to the 2015 North American Summer Split. We've got our game of the week coming your way, but first we wanted to remind you guys that it's Team Up Week, where you and the community earn points by playing League of Legends with friends. Now, the more points you earn, the more rewards you unlock. So far, we've already unlocked IP boosts, in-game sales, and a pool party icon. And we're getting close to seeing luau-ready minions on the Rift. If the community racks up enough points, the upcoming Pool Party Mundo skin will be unlocked for everyone who participated during Team Up Week when patch 5.12 goes live. For more information on how to join in on the summer fun, check out leagueoflegends.com. Next, we're going to check on how you've been answering our question of the day. Now, earlier we asked you which coach in the NALCS has the toughest job and why. And here's what you've been saying. @VersusStylesLol says, I think Loco Doco has the toughest job since the expectations put on his shoulder as TSM coach weigh very heavy.
Yeah, and especially after MSI, where expectations weren't really met for a lot of TSM fans, there's a lot of kind of explaining to do and things people want to see done with that roster. And Loco Doco, he said before, he wants to add more trophies to that trophy case. So the expectation's high. He has to meet them.
Yeah, reestablishing those expectations, hoping to meet them this time around. Next up, we have @Mr. Williams, who writes, I think history teacher has the toughest job as a coach. He has to teach them league and world history. Yeah, teaching two subjects can't be easy, I have to imagine. And then lastly, @Thomas tweets, Brad from Enemy. He has to work around his friendship with Inox and tame the wild flares in the top lane.
Yeah, there's always a thin line that you have to kind of ride as a coach where you're like, I'm friends with these guys, but I have credibility, I have authority over what happens. So that's always a very interesting line. And when you have a friendship with somebody on the team, I love seeing how that plays out and the fact that they kind of empower each other, where Inox is like, hey, I'm a great player. Brad might not be as great of a player as me, but I give him my trust, so everybody trusts him.
Yeah, it's also interesting, too, just in the League of Legends and the esports scene, the age difference between coach and player can always play a role in making it difficult to establish authority.
Yeah, and you have to establish credibility over people who you're not as good of a player as they are.
Right.
So you're like, some people will be like, why are you telling me to play this champion? You're not challenger. What are you doing over here? Get out, plat scrub, right? Like, that's the thing, is you have to kind of shelve that to the side and be like, okay, this guy knows what he's talking about, he's analyzed these things, and he knows what he's doing. So I love seeing that trust.
The hurdles to overcome as a coach. Well, thank you to everyone who wrote in, or if you're still looking to join the conversation, tweet @LolEsports and use the hashtag LCS. Switching gears for just a minute, though, there's always a learning curve with new champions, and for Bard, it can be steeper than most. Lustboy explains that the Wandering Caretaker is a powerful pick if you can master him.
일단 바드가 통통하고 이렇게 뒤뚱뒤뚱 다니고 귀엽고 말도 안 하고 쓰레쉬 같은 경우에는 뭐 랜턴을 잘 던지면 우리 팀을 무조건 살릴 수 있다, 아니면 궁극기를 잘 쓰면 우리 팀을 무조건 도와줄 수 있다, 그런 식이 있는데 바드는 조건이 굉장히 많이 붙는 서포터예요. Q를 상대방한테 맞추더라도 상대방 뒤에 지형이나 상대방 저기 또 하나 있지 않으면 무조건 스턴이 맞지 않고, 일단 매지컬 저니가 우리 편도 도와주고 상대 편도 도와줄 수 있는 스킬이기 때문에 솔로 랭크 같은 데 썼을 때 되게 재밌는 상황이 많이 나와서.
CLG collapses nicely on the fight and the journey across. It's going to be a four-man journey.
궁극기로 되게 쓰기 어려운 스킬이고요. 일단 바드 궁극기가 안 좋게 나올 경우는 보통 수비적으로 썼을 때 안 좋게 나올 가능성이 굉장히 높거든요. 조건이 굉장히 맞는 붙는 서포터이기 때문에 되게 혼란스러워요.
Nice play on the Lustboy. Watch out, magical journey to escape. Oh, Deft, he's taking a magical journey too, and it's going to be a journey to the death for Lustboy. Maybe. Oh, makes it out.
서로 정신없이 5대5 10명이나 한타에 있잖아요. 10명이나 한타에 있는데 서로 탱커를 죽이고 있을 때 몰래 바드가 궁을 상대방 백라인한테 써서 상대방 백라인을 2.5초 동안 데미지를 못 넣게 하고 우리는 탱커를 먼저 죽이고.
This specific Bard ult, stopping double of NX Smithy while the tanks are in the turret. Save TSM and then watch for the Cosmic Binding.
There it is, the flash Cosmic Binding onto the two priority targets.
플레이 컨트롤에 따라서 되게 많이 그 효율이 달라지는 챔피언인데 그 효율을 잘 살리면 바드가 굉장히 좋은 챔피언이라 생각하고 그렇게 믿고 있기 때문에 바드를 플레이했습니다.
making things happen.
Yeah, we'll
Best
see.
sound effects ever.
Feature.
And we'll see if Bard can make things happen again. Either way, ganking the caster desk with us for a special TriCast is Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler. Welcome to the desk,
Hi, Kobe.
man. Ready to cast League of Legends?
Long time no see.
Yeah, man, it's been like since this morning when we saw each other for read-through and stuff. Either way, we're gearing up for our game of the week between Team Liquid and Team Solo Mid. This is an important opportunity for TSM to show their dominance after a surprisingly tough game against 10th place TDK last week.
Yeah, and believe it or not, with TSM sitting at 4-2, they're one of the best teams in the league in the early game. In all 6 games this split, TSM's had a goal lead at the 10-minute mark and at the 20-minute mark. But then, as they move into the late game, there's a lot of sloppiness and individual mistakes going on, which has cost them those 2 losses.
So TSM have been trying to put more of an emphasis on Dyrus so far throughout this split, and that's actually going to be an interesting test up against Quas, who's a really hot top laner as well.
Definitely true. While obviously Bjergsen remains an integral part of the team, they have started to invest in their top laner, Dyrus, and it's already started to pay off as well. Dyrus is one of only 2 top laners to deal more damage than his team's AD carry in the North American LCS, and he even had the most damage of his entire team, including Bjergsen, in their game against TDK. You know, that being said, Quast is a monster. He has a higher kill participation and higher kill share than any other top laner in the North American LCS. And Team Liquid, as a whole, have really come together, and they're feeling much more confident, and they've got their sights set on Worlds as well.
Now, that's going to be a tough road for TSM if they can get their way up there. Now, meanwhile, Dominate says some of their success is due to a mental shift in how their team approaches playing on the stage.
Before we'd win most of our scrims and then come to LCS and then just like play completely different. But now I think we play more aggressive at LCS. Like we're willing to fight. Like we'll go a tip and we'll just be dying all over the place. Like they'll be dying. Like it'll just be a bloodbath, which I actually think is a more effective strategy for us. Just like if we can make the games bloody, I think that benefits us because we've got some good mechanical players on our team. And like I trust that if I hit like good ultimates and team fights, people are gonna follow up and kill whoever I ult.
Confirmed, they have robots. Mechanical players on Team Liquid, they're cheating.
What's interesting is we had the pregame tease where Dominate said, I think it's going to be a really strategic game this time around. And then we were like, yeah, we're going to play really aggressive and everyone's going to die. And I don't know which one it's going to be, but both bases are now covered. Dominate, it's going to be one of the 2. Let's check out the starting lineups on the blue side. Team Liquid. Quas up in the top lane. I will dominate in the jungle. Phoenix in mid. Piglet on AD carry. And Xpecial on support.
Yeah, I think they can go both ways. They're aggressive against a strategic team. On the red side, it's Team Soul Mid. With Dyrus in the top lane, Santorin in the jungle, Bjergsen in mid lane, Wild Turtle on AD carry, and Lustboy on support.
Man, I am really excited for the jungle matchup with how outspoken Dominate has been about how he's one of the aggressive junglers, and he's one of the ones that wants to make early action, whereas Santorin's gotten a lot of flack from the community for being the farm-heavy jungler, being the safer jungler, and I really want to see if Dominate's early style can work out, because if you're unsuccessful in those early ganks, as we saw, you get fairly far behind early on.
Yeah, and both teams' coaches have the support for their junglers, obviously. Peter, before the day, said that I'll dominate best jungler in North America. Locodoco said Santorin was heavily underrated as well. Maybe we'll find out a little bit of that.
We will.
This game will decide it all indefinitely. For
One game, this is it.
We're already picking the MVP. One of the 2 junglers. Whoever wins this game, whoever gets first blood, we're locked in the vote.
Just kidding, by the way. All right, so bans coming off the bat. One jungler is up there. Nidalee already taken out for Santorin, one of his favorites.
Dominate's Echo goes away as well. So right now, Team Liquid getting rid of a lot of the team fight powers here and a lot of the early pressure that Santorin might put on. So I think maybe Rek'Sai first pick could be a possibility if they are pinching junglers.
Definitely looking to be the case. 3 jungle bans already.
Although, I Will Dominate definitely has had some good Sejuani games. Well, one good Sejuani game, but he's had them more in the past as well. So, if they pinch junglers, there's actually not that great of a delta between, I feel like, I Will Dominate's Rek'Sai and his Sejuani. But we'll have to see. Rek'Sai would be a nice pick, but I don't know if it's priority here. Alistar is still up. There's plenty of stuff.
It is interesting because you can sort of force a team play style if you force the enemy team into a certain jungler pick as well. And that could be more of an overall strategy coming into it. So definitely curious here what the first pick is going to be, because top lane, the main 2, Ryze and Hecarim, are off the table.
All right. Now the rush pick onto the Kalista, so the Alistar still left up, the Nautilus still left up. It seems like the tier list says those two are close enough together. In Team Liquid's mind, it's all about Piglet getting a strong lane, letting him abuse a 2-on-2 against a traditionally weaker Wild Turtle and Lustboy.
Yeah, and in 2 games this year on Kalista, Piglet is 20 kills and 1 death.
Oh,
so
man.
he's been rather effective on Kalista, but of course you're trading the power picks right here. They are choosing Kalista for Piglet, but of course they give TSM a lot of control and tankiness there with the 2 picks.
Wow, yeah, those are 2 really top-tier champions. It is worth noting, you talked about his Sejuani play. 5.11 is the patch that actually had the Sejuani nerf in it. The W was a tooltip change, but not a gameplay change, so actually a significant amount of Sejuani damage is off if he wants to go for it.
I'm seeing a lot of possible roams mid for TSM already, just in the first 2 picks with the way picks and bans are going. I would be fairly scared if I was Phoenix. Peter talked about wanting to protect
Phoenix.
his Phoenix. Already, you're looking at a Rek'Sai and Alistar. Alistar may be the best roaming support in the game right now. Very, very scary for mid laners. We'll see if Lustboy can make it happen. There is the Sejuani that we're expecting, and you do kind of force that playstyle a little bit more safe early game onto Dominate. So while they talked about, player tendencies, jungle is such a fickle, role. You have to take into account so many things. Now they're going to be on basically opposite champions from what they stated they really like to do.
Yeah, and I'm interested as well that Bjergsen picked Azir this early. Sometimes you can save your last pick for a mid lane counter, but a lot of people are free to pick Azir very early. It's also a denial pick from Phoenix. Not to mention, they already had a potential top lane counter pick against the Rumble, but they're still saving that last pick for Dyrus' top laner.
With the Rumble stolen away, it removes one of his more common pickups.
It's something he's been spamming in solo queue. Like when you watch Dyrus' rise to the top 10 of the NA solo queue ladder, it's pretty much all Rumble and Hecarim games. Hecarim has been banned by Team Solo Mid, and Rumble is taken by Team Liquid. I feel like he's going to default back to Gnar. Will we see a Jace though?
Yep.
Jace got so many buffs. I believe we are. Yeah, since we're on 4.11, Jace got so many buffs with not having to level his R anymore and getting them automatically. Jace got a lot strong. Basically, his poke does a lot more damage because you can just feed points into the queue earlier, and it maxes out the top end damage after maxing all ranks going up to 6 is a lot higher.
All ranks of Jace's spells go up to 6. His 5th rank in the spell isn't as strong as it used to be, but because you get automatic points in your ultimate when you level up at those breakpoints, as well as the top end being higher. It is definitely buffs, but it takes some time to turn on. Late game power for Jace.
True. Now, all of his spells were not affected the same way either. So some of them got a lot bigger high-end impact, which is the Q mainly.
Yep.
So we'll definitely look for some poke from Team Liquid before they go with the Sejuani Rumble combo. It's definitely, they have so many tools here as far as the team fight goes for Team Liquid. Plenty of AoE to back up Jace poke.
All right, well, the full lineups are in. Team Solo Mid with a team fighting composition. They've got the Gnar and the Azir in here, and of course, plenty of engagement from the Alistar as well. But Jat, you talked about shoehorning a team into a certain play style. Dominate on the Sejuani now, and he's picked up more team fighting champions with the Rumble and the Annie here. So these teams very much about brawling with a bit of poke in the backside.
Team Liquid definitely wants to team fight, but they have a very real Wombo combo setting up. Annie into Shock Blasts, into Equalizers, into Glacial Prisons. It could all be very well and done, whereas you see the TSM side, a somewhat balanced team composition, but both sides, I feel like, have crafted compositions that are capable of engaging fights.
That's always a strong thing for both these lineups. So as the players load themselves into the game, champ select is done. We do have the rest of the swaps coming through. It's all the spots you expect them to be in. Standard TP flash top lanes, and Team Liquid now only playing their 2nd top 5 team of the NALCS.
Very curious heading into this one too, if they're going to opt for the lane swap, because the Gnar and Rumble is pretty much a draw right there as far as a head-to-head. But Kalista Annie is so ridiculously scary. And Team Liquid have Sejuani, which you would like to have a lane swap if you're the Sejuani player, so you aren't forced into a lot more of those early moves.
So then positive things on both sides. Then we're going to see how the lanes shape up. Let us know how you think the game is going to go, and let us know who you think's going to win. Tweet hashtag TLWin or hashtag TSMWin to @LOL Esports over on Twitter. Let us know who you think's going to win this one. Team Liquid with a chance to take control back of first place. Team Solo Mid able to put themselves back on the throne as they sit at 4-2. They're looking for some wins here.
Yeah, and I do want to just keep talking about the dual lane matchup right here, because TSM has had a lot of struggles with Wild Turtle and Lustboy's synergy in general. So they need to be able to stay safe wherever they go, whether it's in a 2v2, they don't want to die there, or if it's in a lane swap, they don't want to poke their heads too far in the lane and suffer early casualties then. Wild Turtle in many ways has regressed a bit this split from last split into some old tendencies. We used to always say that Wild Turtle would get caught out of position, that he was unreliable, and then for much of the spring split, he was a reliable late game carry, but that has kind of defaulted back into a guy who gets caught a lot in their losses this year.
Yeah, I think that Piglet and Xpecial are going to do what they can to try and find Turtle and Lustboy in lane in the 2v2. Try and punish Alistar early on, abuse the range advantage, and harass that Callista Annie can get off.
Yeah, remember, until Alistar is level 2, he just doesn't do anything in the lane. So.
Well,
not anything meaningful. He walks up and pulverizes you. Oh, that's scary. But it's a matchup we've seen abused before, so we'll see if the early levels can go well. Traditionally, engaged supports work well against Annie because she's squishy and can get bursted out, so just things to watch for across these 4 players here in the bottom lane. And it will be the bottom lane. Looks like we'll have the Krugs start for Team Liquid and the Gromp starts for TSM. Corki, Alistar, not the best Gromp killers. They will be a bit slow to lane.
Yeah, but at least equalize the level 2 fairly well. Obviously, Callista Annie are gods at killing these Krugs early on in the game as far as dual lane combos go. And they'll, I think, have the early game edge in the lane to keep pushing it.
So we'll see how that dual lane backs up in the future. Right now, Phoenix is going to be up against Bjergsen in the mid lane. These are 2 of the absolute scariest mid laners in the entire league. Bjergsen thought he was stealing away the Azir. Phoenix happy to play Jason this one, and Bjergsen did a great job of hiding behind his minions. First shock fight he's taken all lane, I think.
True enough, but Phoenix does find his mark when he finally does pull the trigger. So, standard lanes already. Piglet and Xpecial trying to zone off and abuse that Alistar early, like we were looking for. He is able to get off a decent amount.
We'll say Xpecial took a good chunk of damage when moving up to trade there. He's going to have to consume his potions, but it does look like Team Liquid will hit level 2 first, which gives them presence in that lane.
Yeah. Also, I like what he did, especially on the Annie. Didn't go for the W charge and fountain to try and get any kind of crazy early level 1 strategy of a stun, but the Q harass versus the melee support matchups really does add up. So he's able to get his stun charge just from spamming Q.
Yeah, and this is interesting, this top lane matchup with Dyrus and Quas. This split has been actually very different for Dyrus than the previous split. He had the lowest percent of his team's damage for a top laner of pretty much any top laner in North American LCS last split, whereas here he's on kind of the higher end, and even a higher percentage of his team's damage than Quas, who has carried his team in many of the games. So a sneaky amount of damage coming out from Dyrus thus far in the summer split.
Yeah, we saw a real change in focus from the TSM management and the TSM analysts after MSI, putting a lot more focus onto Dyrus, as we said, and that investment, has started to pay off. They do not ignore Bjergsen, though, as they do often send support as well as jungle there early. So far, though, having gotten a first back here already on Sejuani with no action, Dominate's fairly happy with the first 4 minutes of the game. Rek'Sai, obviously Santorin is the Rek'Sai player here and hasn't gone for many level 3 ganks, but he hasn't used a level 3 package in a long time. Here comes level 4 though.
Flash knock up on a Phoenix, plenty of damage dealt early on this one. The Flash and Summoner heal burn, so a 2-for-1 Summoner trade. A bit of damage here for TSM.
Pretty much just completely sacrificing his Flash in the mid lane for the lane advantage for Bjergsen. That gank wouldn't have burned anything if Santorin had not decided to burn his Flash. So now his gank presence on other lanes is diminished, but the mid lane will give Bjergsen an edge.
Sounds like Team still a mid. The joke is that Santorin is Bjergsen's 3rd Summoner spell, and well, it's got a 5-minute cooldown here.
I feel like that joke's been around so long, even since Reggie and Odd One were TSM players.
That's true.
But I like it. Delve deep into the past.
Well, we'll see then if a repeat gank comes through. The flashless Jason, he doesn't have good escape tools on his own anyway, so it could always be scary. We'll see if an outplay ends up happening. We track the top lane matchup, and it's pretty close as well.
Yeah, actually, since we are centered on the mid lane here, we've seen a lot of mid laners trend towards cleanse nowadays when you're facing junglers like Sejuani that have really, really high impact stuns at level 6. Bjergsen has gone for that barrier. It is fairly versatile, you know, whatever kind of 2v2s or scraps that you do get into, but he won't be able to escape that level 6 all-in Sejuani gank that can be really, really scary if Dominate's able to farm up straight to level 6, which it looks like he's doing a good job of. And, you know, he may be taking into account Santorin's playstyle, opting for the Sejuani and thinking that he can get a pretty easy route to that level 6.
Well, so far, Dominate not been contested. The only thing Team Liquid's lost is a couple of summoner spells. Otherwise, the bot lane going pretty well. Pliglet and Xpecial have eked out the tiniest of CS leads, and Les Boys reached level 4, though, which means they can turn this around for TSM.
As far as the Sejuani pick making it to level 6 as well, these first 6 minutes of the game have pretty much just been Dominate farming peacefully. Yes, his mid laner did have to flash heal out of it, but as long as that's not punished with a kill or a significant CS discrepancy, that's all good for Team Liquid. This is the type of early game that they want with the jungle Sejuani being picked here.
Yeah, and it's again the way that the whole team plays around the difference in jungle picks. When he is on a more aggressive jungler, they can play more aggressively. But everybody, you know, after having burned his flash, everybody's laying down wards. They had wards up in the river to try and protect Phoenix. Now he needs to play a lot more cautiously, though. No flash, no heal. Luckily, he's on Jace with a tier, and he can try and spam out Qs to get last hits without overextending until, you know, someone comes by to bring more vision help.
One thing that does scare me, though, speaking of vision help, is the Team Liquid dual lane actually playing on top of TSM's turret. They don't have any deep wards to track Rek'Sai, who can just jump a wall and suddenly be behind Annie. And with an Alistar lane, that is definitely, I feel, a risk.
Very, very true.
Yeah, it's a risk, but if we just look at the TSM trends throughout this split, the ganks have been going to either Bjergsen or Dyrus. It's a very rare sight to see a jungler down bottom lane for Team Solo mid, and Team Liquid is kind of preying on that fact. They're just shoved into an Alistar lane fearlessly and not even close to being punished yet.
Plus, it's always scary trying to gank a Kalista Annie lane. They are about to hit level 6, and at that point, it definitely becomes an issue of you have to bring teleports as well into it. Right now, both top laners are level 6. So definitely going to be keeping an eye on the Gnar Rage Bar, as well as the forced recall timings of the top lane. Dominate is hit that level 6.
If they go before Lustboy is level 6, there's a chance they get some kills here. If Lustboy somehow hits level 6, though, this would be tough.
Kalista, Annie, both have
Everyone
level 6.
is 6. And... Go! I thought it was going to go.
Yeah, Sejuani a little bit too slow. Unable to...
That was anticlimactic. But at least it zones them off.
I mean, his presence alone is going to deny that entire wave. Plus, it looks like they're going for blue buff trades here, as Santorin is on the opposite side of the map. Dominate does not have eyes on him. I think they may have seen him venture into the jungle, though, because he's sticking around for this, going for this smite. Could have been stolen.
Yeah, got down to 11, but I think committing headbutt for that may have been a bit bold. Either way, it does go to Team Liquid, and the bot lane outer turret will go down. Great laning phase from Team Liquid, and the level 6 Sejuani secures it.
And the early game for Team Liquid has been really strong here, being able to withstand the one gank that Santorin pulled out and basically just destroying that bottom lane, sitting at the turret, getting it down. I mean, it's very rare that this early into a game, a 2v2 can just take down a turret of the enemy. Also, Sejuani versus Rek'Sai, the Sejuani team theoretically should be on their back foot, but that really just hasn't been the case. So big time credit for Team Liquid in this early game. In TSM's prior 6 games, they always had the gold lead at the 10-minute mark. It doesn't look like it's going to be the case in this one. 30 seconds to tell.
It really does bring up that point. All the members of Team Liquid were talking about last week, you know, their fairly new analyst, the Warlock, doing a lot of research into player tendencies. And it seems like they've played around the player tendencies of TSM players very well this game. The danger is that, you know, everybody is very aware of these tendencies, and, you know, the mind games of will they continue to do that in the future are very real. So far, though, it really worked out for Team Liquid. They bet on Santorin being mostly farming in the early game, and their bottom lane went extremely aggressive because they felt like there would be no attention down there. All paid off so far for Team Liquid.
As an aside, I can't wait for the day when advanced analytics becomes a normal thing in League of Legends. Just being able to track like which direction a player would dodge for a hook, being able to track what percentage of jungler ganks on a certain champion depending on the game they're in, can be incredibly valuable tools long-term in League of Legends. We're not even close to being there yet. Other sports have been there.
People in the audience with cameras taking pictures of reactions and see if you can get facial tells from players when they're going to go for...
No, okay. My favorite serious example of that actually was Cloud9 versus Samsung Blue at Season 4 Worlds. C9 had such a read on what Samsung always invaded on that they camped one of their own brushes and got like 3 kills in Game 1 and won the game off it.
Yeah.
So there's definitely real examples of that kind of research paying off. I'm glad that teams are getting to that stage of their sort of practice regimen.
Yeah, and as it becomes more and more popular, teams have to always think about trying to use that, use misinformation against other teams. Sort of creating a trend only to pop it against maybe the more important matchup that you have coming.
An example of that would have been for Santorin to gank bottom against Kalista Henny.
Comes full circle here.
There we go.
Has not happened though, and Team Liquid very happy with their objective lead. Looks like they're going to try and press it here with bottom turret down. Some early work done on this dragon, and Kalista there to secure it.
But honestly, I just got to say, props to Team Liquid here. Their bot lane was winning. They're continuing playing through their bot lane. They've got a rented dragon right now. Oh, that's a nice little play, but Lustboy level 6 is going to get stunned up, engaged upon. Here comes the teleports. TSM going to join the fray first. Quas going to be a little bit later. Lustboy, his ult's going to time out right now, and he's not far away from getting killed. A whiffed Sejuani will throw in. Quas going to pop the equalizer to buy a little bit more time. TSM are able to run back to their base if they want to, but Special flashes in, lands the 2-man timbers. He finds the kill on to Wild Turtle. Santorin barely slinks away, but Phoenix is in the mix. But here comes Bjergsen, the savior of TSM. He's going to flash over his divide. He gets the kill onto Phoenix, but the battle is continuing as Piglet is not done here. Jumped right on top of Dyrus, trying to kite away. I don't even know who's supposed to win this fight, but right now it's a 1-for-1.
Wow, we waited 12 minutes for that fight. I'd say worth. That was incredibly exciting, but only one person going down on each side. It could have gone a lot worse for Team Solomid. Team Liquid had pretty much winning the entire early game. They get what was pretty much an uncontested dragon, and then a beautiful amount of damage from the equalizer plus X Specials Timbers. The fact that that is only 1-for-1 and TSM doesn't even suffer an objective loss after the beginning of that fight is a blessing.
Whew. All right, so Dragon number 1 a little bit late for Team Liquid as far as stacking up 5, but they did secure it before this entire thing went off. The reason it took so long is because Alistar Ultimate. Lustboy is able to soak damage for so long and buy time for the rest of the team. Quas teleports in, Lustboy didn't expect him there.
It created this weird thing. Quas gets down a great equalizer plus Flame Spitter, and I was waiting for the X Special flash. He flashes, then walks a little bit to get the double stun. Beautiful first kill right there, but a lot of their cooldowns had been expended at that point, so the follow was a little bit dangerous. Really nice timing by Bjergsen to go in at that exact moment, and then he also Emperor's Divides right into a wall itself, really splitting the fight, making the follow difficult. This Piglet flash at the end was a little bit crazy.
Yeah, man, I thought Turtle maybe would use his flash a bit earlier.
No
and they thought special jump. Damn. Can they get another? Dyrus gonna hop. Doesn't get the double hop, doesn't matter.
Team Liquid just feels like they are in absolute control. TSM really hasn't done any type of initiation move this game. There was one gank in the mid lane that burned Phoenix's summoner spells. Other than that, they've been completely reactionary, and Team Liquid is making the right aggressive moves.
Oh, very impressive stuff then. They survived the first 7 minutes of the game, and then pretty much on cooldown, I Will Dominate shows up somewhere and says, hey, give me control of this map. And TSM obliges. It's a 2,000 gold lead for Team Liquid. They've knocked 2 turrets down to 0. They've got the only dragon on the map as well. It's so far looking great for the blue team.
Interesting little camp set up here by TSM on top of a pink ward, looking to come in from the side of this mid lane, just below your screen. Haha, surprise. They've got all the damage there, but they're going to need some CC to land. They're looking for Phoenix to get in range of Lustboy combo, but he's not going to do it. And Lustboy without flash, no surprising play that he can pull off. TSM bide their time, but gain nothing from it.
And it really feels like Wild Turtle's going to fall further and further behind. That was a wave of minions that he basically forfeit in the bottom lane to make that play. It would have been very dangerous for him to go down there because they've already lost their turret. And with Bjergsen on the team, Wild Turtle's not going to... I thought he wasn't going to be getting any CS in the mid lane. Bjergsen going to take the cannon right there. Obviously, Bjergsen have a big lead on Phoenix, but it's matched there by Piglet's lead over Wild Turtle.
And so Team Liquid continuing to scale up here, and with a really strong team fight-based comp. You mentioned the Wombo combo potential.
Oh yes,
the ultis are available, but there's just not much to fight for as TSM have the wave clear to make sieging impractical. It's so far been around neutral objectives, a blue buff steal here or there, and the Dragon when it respawns. Otherwise, Team Liquid happy to take their time. Santorin, nice attempted steal. Phoenix gets a blue buff pretty safely, and he's still scaling up on that Manamune. It's right now at 355 of 750, so still maybe 5 minutes away from fully stacking that.
Right, and he is almost level 11 there for Phoenix. That's where he can get his level 6 into the queue for the maximum shockwave possible. Or shock blast.
Yeah, and he's already clearing the back wave with one shot. So it's, yes, he has a CS disadvantage to Bjergsen right here, but no, it's not really going to mean Bjergsen gets a turret because with the blue buff plus the Muramana, it's easy wave clear from here on out for Phoenix.
And those are all good signs for Team Liquid then, as they have all the tools to stymie aggression.
Things are going fantastically for Team Liquid this game.
All right, so next order of business for Team Liquid then, since it's going so well, is to get up that ring of vision wards. Just outside the jungle. There's one turret left. Ah, there we go. Started already. If they can start controlling the vision game, TSM have to respect an Annie that not only has flash, but also a Kalista to throw her. If that Annie starts things off, you hold people in place for an easy ultimate from Sejuani, a Rumble ultimate. There's just so much that they can pile on. If vision is controlled, TSM have very limited options.
Second early smite we've seen from Dominate, leaving something at 10 health. Hopefully not a sign of things to come for a future Baron fight, but either way, Scuttler is controlled right on time for the Dragon. TSM, though, able to slink into the jungle and clear some of these wards away, so both teams aware that this Dragon in 30 seconds is the objective they want control over. Deep wards, a bit for both sides.
And I really actually like what Quas is doing here. Picked up the blasting wand instead of trying to wait around for an initially large rod or some other item in preparation for this Dragon. 10 seconds left on it. They've got teleport. He's been able to spend his cash. TSM not quite able to make the press in to take down the turret.
Yeah, even though Lustboy has healing, that's not going to save Bjergsen in time for this next Dragon fight. Team Liquid landing the right bits of poke and now potentially able to force the right fights. Quas is pushed in a little bit, but he has that temporary power from the blasting wand. This could be a very telling fight for the rest of the game. Team Liquid already with the upper hand, trying to get a stronghold on the lead here.
What they're doing as well, Kalista with the early lifesteal is able to start up the Dragon while Jungler clears wards. Got plenty of rent
secure even, if they time it right.
There you go, good Ren. Dominate though getting locked up. Santorin and Lustboy doing plenty of damage, but Lustboy pops ult. He's not going to get hurt much here. Quas has teleported in. The equalizer could be very sound, special to put a little bit of lockdown, but now he's caught out by himself. The engage not very useful. Wild Turtle gets stunned up. In comes Phoenix, but knocked back out by Lustboy. Quas still picks up 2, and the battle continues with Santorin, Dyrus, and Bjergsen all just piling down 2 for 2.
The terrain that these fights are taking place around makes for very, very awkward commitments from the teams because everybody flashing in and out of the pit here ends up being the 2 versus 2. Yes, the Dragon number 2 did go to Team Liquid, but they did lose control of the map as well. So the turret finally goes down and TSM gets some global gold for themselves.
Yeah, we are seeing some really crazy fights. This one was heavily dictated by the teleports themselves. Quas did a lot of work with his teleport, but Dyrus may have even done more with his. He zoned out the majority of Team Liquid in this fight to make it a 2 for 2 because Team Liquid did have the upper hand, I feel like, coming into this one. Again, it's a fight that starts out with Lustboy just being a wall that Team Liquid can't go through. Notice Dominate couldn't land his ultimate because it's basically just going to hit the tank. Right as Piglet would have wanted to rend, he has to respect Dyrus from the back with the flash ultimate.
Ooh, special.
But then, watch Quas.
Great Rumble ultimate. Also, the Sejuani stunned him. Perfect time for the Rumble ultimate there. Right on top of it. He was burning. And Xpecial starting it off by failing that flash over the Dragon pit. Definitely, that was the wrong foot for him as well.
Yeah, but as it all pans out, we get ourselves back to a very close game. Team Solo Mid, as we saw, knocked down the outer turret in the aftermath there, brought the gold within 1,000 here. As Team Liquid have the ability to have bonus attack damage and ability power. They kill turrets a little bit faster as well. Maybe future sieges go well. But right now, Solo Mid equal in the mid lane. Bot lane actually going slightly Team Liquid's way as that one's being pushed in by Piglet. So map control to me is the thing to watch for.
So Quas was actually trying to rush a Void Staff, it looks like, with his early blasting wand. Since Quas has stacked so much magic resist, or Dyrus has stacked so much magic resist, he wants to cut through it early. All 4 kills, by the way, onto Quas. So their power is definitely focused onto that Rumble. And the importance of landing a good Rumble ultimate is even emphasized more so. So he has all the cash.
Yeah. So while Dyrus has nearly equalized the gold here, this is actually the first game this split that TSM has managed to.
Oh, you didn't even do that on purpose. Okay.
Oh, what did I say?
Nothing.
All right.
We'll figure it out later.
We're going to move on. This is the
Back.
first game this split. TSM has not had a gold lead at either 10 or 20 minutes here.
Yep.
We talk about Team Liquid having a great early game play. Despite the shoehorn Sejuani, this is blue skies for these guys.
And the strengths and weaknesses of the teams as well throughout the mid and late game. Team Liquid has shown a strong affinity to close games when they've had a lead, whereas Team Solmid, despite having leads, have still fallen down on 2 losses. So if we take all that into account, it would seem like Team Liquid has a big chance of winning this game. Of course, they're going to have to eventually cut through Bjergsen's Azir, which is now death capped up 21.5 minutes in.
Yes, he is. Thought you were making a corny equalizer joke, Freak.
Oh, yeah, I understood afterwards when I realized it said equalize and there's a rumble on the other side.
Well, let's see what TSM could do. Because as you said, not too far behind. Dragon stacking right now doesn't mean a whole lot for the team. And as close as the team fights have been, TSM can easily turn this game around.
I'm actually surprised that the Void Staff was such an early pickup for Quas, but I guess it's specifically for his Gnar matchup.
Yeah.
He's the only real magic damage dealer. You'd normally see the flat pen focused build.
And even so, I feel like...
Well, it's not like he doesn't have the flat pen too.
That's true. Well, I guess Leandry's rather. The 2,300 gold detour for Void Staff.
Or the early Zonias either for like a very aggressive play, because Quas loves to get himself in really dangerous situations.
Yeah.
Just to pull off the Flame Spitter Zonias combo. I can understand with a lot of the split push focus that's going on right before Dragon fights, he needs to have pressure on Dyrus, so Dyrus can't teleport in full health for these fights.
It's interesting contrasting Dyrus' build with Zion Spartans we saw just last game, where Zion, in the exact same matchup, went Hexdrinker into
Black
Cleaver for the 1v1 power, for the damage. Dyrus is going straight to tank after that one. So different goals for the teams, different goals for the players. It's fun to see adaptations, though. It's always fun to me.
Yeah, I think Dyrus' call to go almost full tank, or basically full tank after Hexdrinker is really good, because the way that they win is him or Lustboy tanking the brunt of the AoE initiation, the AoE stuns that are coming out. They have to have Lustboy or Dyrus solo tank one of those, and that is what they're hoping for to win a team fight. If one of those 2 frontliners is not able to take the Sejuani ultimate and shield the rest of the team, Bjergsen and Turtle are going to melt really, really quickly.
Well, we'll see if they're going to melt under the weight of Rumble damage. Team Liquid, pressure lead to the bot lane, equalized mid lane, Dragons up in 30 seconds. Looking at vision, we do have 4 wards in that blue buff jungle that Team Liquid has placed. TSM have 3 on that mirrored side in the southern jungle, so both ready with a bit of vision.
Speaking of the Dragon fight, Bjergsen
there it is.
cannot afford this type of
plan.
poke. Burns both his summoners and his low health, but the Sejuani ultimate is spent. 10 seconds coming into this Dragon fight. I still feel like that's advantage Team Liquid because Bjergsen needs to be involved in this game. He's the only one with significant damage right now since Turtle is behind and Dyrus is going tank build.
Plus, they went for that move before the Dragon spawned, so forcing Bjergsen back, they have control once again for the Dragon, almost on cooldown. Team Liquid, another great objective-based aggressive play here. They don't randomly go for these mid lane ganks. Let's see if it pays off though. Bjergsen's walking his way over right now.
Double teleports come in as well. The smite does come early from Dominate as before, and Santorin gets the Dragon pickup. Piglet was not in range to Ren. Now Quas TP's in. Plenty of damage onto Bjergsen, but he still goes down for that one. The mid laner will get equalized as Xpecial takes the kill credit of 4 versus 4. Dominate chunked low. No ulti for 30 seconds.
TSM lost Ren presence on the Dragon when Piglet peeled off to the fight, but Dominate stayed on, which made the 50-50 smite war, so a miscommunication between Dominate and Piglet, and the spike
Oh, why even be there? Gnar goes massive. He's going to pick up maybe 1 or 2, but Piglet has turned it back around, buys time. It's still the 1 kill for free onto Special. Team Liquid running away. Phoenix actually snipes Lustboy on the backside of it. So another 2 for 2, but this time Dragon went to Team Solo Mid.
Phoenix up in his tower here. He's constantly had the higher ground as well, and he's been very, very accurate with his with that Jace pick and the Shock Blast. Man, I really thought the bottom combo there was going to actually turn around on Piglet, but they respect the Rend, trying to save Lustboy, and both of them get out of Rend range. Does die in the end, so weren't able to save him.
This is turning into a really close game as well. That Dragon going the way.
Daring the 1 versus 1 here. Well, it's going to be a 2 versus 1, so he backs off.
Yeah. Piglet's not that crazy.
Wait a second. 1 person in that bush. I'm fine farming here. 2 people. All right, that bush is too crowded.
Still got the CS.
Yep. All's fair, all is safe. This game now within 600. This lead barely exists at all, and TSM actually maybe to take their first lead of the game with this turret kill. Things starting to look a little bit better in their mid game.
That smite steal was so important for TSM. Not only getting the 6% right now in the mid game, 26 minutes in is when you really want that single dragon buff for the extra power, but also denying move speed for Team Liquid, very important in reducing the ability for them to pull off an AoE combo. They really have to work with that precision flash anti-Tibbers, and less move speed means it's going to be harder for him to get into position. See here though, vision control around Baron definitely does help them setting it up.
Yeah, and right now TSM has to respect the fact that Team Liquid have shown up. Problem is teleports being down means splitting your top laners up is unlikely. You can see Dyrus stuck in mid, as is Quas here. Alien Adder will go down off the recall from Bjergsen. He just picked up his blue buff but had to leave the map otherwise. Team Liquid put themselves back in this slight lead. Dyrus actually has 1,500 gold in inventory right now. He's the only guy with a ton of money still to spend, but he might need a recall TP list before this next fight.
Yeah, well, unless the Baron is itself being forced, there's not many other objectives that are really being contested right now. So unless Dyrus is saving up for like a BF sword, I don't see any reason for him to be out on the map right now. He should have gone back about 10 seconds ago so he can have an item and defend this inner turret.
He's got the exact amount of money required to finish Banshee's Veil, and staying around is always a bit scary.
He is getting several boomerang hits on deck special though, and chipping down that Annie early is a really good sign for TSM. If they can try and get one of their frontliners in her face, one of the biggest counters to Annie is having a pure tank right at the front and trying to deny her position to get her flash stun off. Right now though, he's just playing games. Video games.
Everyone's playing video games.
I'm not. I'm watching them.
Sure.
Very true. Gotcha.
Gotcha.
All right, let's see.
Oh! Lustboy misses the headbutt pulverize. Now Dominate
engage.
has a chance to land the stuns, but doesn't go for the tanks. He turns it. No, only hits Lustboy though. That's not the target he wanted. Dominate's gonna die for that problem. Now, is there going to be a re-engage for Team Liquid? They're getting chunked out. Special gets dropped by Bjergsen. The fight continues. Quas kills off the TSM mid laner. Loses life for it. It's a 3-for-1 in this fight. Wild Turtle on the chase, true to his name, but has to respect Piglet's damage.
That is exactly what TSM wanted. As I said, Lustboy gets the fake face tank, the Sejuani ultimate. He doesn't care at all. Pop his ultimate. He's in the middle of the fray, and TSM really, I guess that was a counter engage from TSM.
Because basically everyone on Team Liquid tried to kill Bjergsen, but no one was synced up because of the phase tank ult from Lustboy. The damage couldn't follow through. Bjergsen ended up getting off a truckload worth of damage before he eventually fell, and that's why TSM won that fight.
The ultimate bodyguard, Alistar.
Missed the combo, still do work in the fight.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Doesn't matter. You can miss your combo as long as you stand in front and take the hits.
Yeah.
All right.
Add that to the Jace poke. Like, everything needs to go through something in order to hit a priority target. So, CX special flashed in, but Lustboy walks into just the right spot to tank the ultimate. And yes, the equalizer's in a good spot, but once again, not on the main damage dealer. And now watch Bjergsen Sand Soldier in that fight. 2 full auto attacks off after it's placed. and then a bunch of damage on a Quas.
Also, if we're splitting hairs here, Dominate did go with a Flash ultimate instead of ult Flash.
That's a worthy hair splitter.
Lustboy barely got his hoof in front. Woo. Very close team fight there. TSM come out with the victory and able to increase their lead. Let's see if they can get anything else off it. One turret taken down in the mid lane. The first of those secondary turrets from either team. Game still really close. Ooh. Game of the week definitely delivering.
Yeah, getting the poke onto Bjergsen. That's one shock blast from Phoenix. And the sustain from Lustboy's Alistair, no way that can actually keep up.
Well, it's now a half-health mid laner. It's the star performer of Team Solo Mid. Maybe that gives Team Liquid some room to play because Dragons respawned.
Yeah, Team Liquid knows a lot went wrong in the last fight, specifically the Sejuani ultimate. So if they can land a decent amount of poke with Jace, even though they lost the last fight, they can still see an advantage coming up. Dragon 3 for them if they're able to secure this one, but a flank coming from Dyrus. An incredibly pivotal moment in the game about to unfold.
Yeah, well, Ren kills off the Rift Scuttle. That's a nice thing for Team Liquid. They can watch from the flanks.
Look at this, TSM, they set up the outpost of the Azir turret in the middle of the map and then transition up to Baron to start clearing vision. So Team Liquid have to respect the Baron threat here, and nobody is pulled towards the Dragon.
Azir kills Baron so fast. Kalista is known for her Baron securing ability, but Azir will soon be known for his Baron killing ability. When he's auto-attacking with multiple soldiers on that thing, it just drops.
The sniper. Again, from the high ground, able to land another shot.
Yeah, it's definitely a one-sided advantage here. Team Liquid have much better poke than Team Solo Mid, and this sort of nebulous mid-long range stare down is slowly going Team Liquid's way. A bit of healing, but maybe not enough. Lustboy goes in pretty hard.
I mean, there's a chance this starts like the last fight did, is with a missed cooldown from one team, which creates an opening for the fight to start. No one wants to start a fight on even footing. And here's that Baron killing ability. Bjergsen takes a lot of damage here.
This is, yeah, a pretty big risk. Banner of Command had pushed the top lane in all the way, and Team Liquid only now responded to it with Quas, but they got some turret pressure, and they allowed Gnar to push the bot lane as well. Banner earns a turret.
One turret down, Quas working, or Dyrus working on that bottom one, got it to half life before he has to retreat because they do not have substantial vision coverage in the red side of the Team Liquid jungle. Most of their wards are concentrated up by Baron.
And everyone got to recall and buy some new items. Team Solo Mid now sitting 3,000 gold ahead. Dragons or not, the turret pushing from the Banner of Command and just generally good play by TSM puts them at 5 turrets to 3, 8 kills to 7.
Really interesting buy there by Bjergsen. He's bought Spell Vamp so he can sustain after getting hit by Phoenix Bow. Wow. One too many Shock Blasts will make him do that. He doesn't get, he's delaying his Zhonya's to do that. We'll have to see if he gets caught in a fight and the Zhonya's comes back to bite him.
Plus, the Spell Vamp that you get from that on Azir takes a long time to get back to full life from just one of those Shock Blast landings. So he's going to have to rely also on the Lustboy heals.
3 waves worth of healing.
Yeah, fairly difficult to try and gain all of that life back, but he's tired of going back to base. So no, I mean, so I guess the other option he could have go for was invest in home guards and try and cut down on the time that he has to walk back. But right now, yeah, see, there's nothing for him to spell vamp off of either. So even though he has it, that Shock Blast, it gives Team Liquid control in mid lane. They transition down to Dragon, looking for the number 3 Dragon here.
Well, they're going to go for the 2-man. The Ren should be enough for Piglet. Gets it.
It was at 65 life there.
He had another attack in the air. So the second hit of Ren got it. But yeah, Piglet slightly misjudged the damage. Team Liquid just keeps having these 50 health jungle monsters at the end of their executes. That one did go through though. 3 Dragons to 1. Team Liquid, good sneak on that. Their mid lane poke earns them a lot of room. And we're back now to the waiting game where Baron's the only easily reached objective. Banner of Command is available. Lustboy can break the siege with that and push a lane down. Right now, that's Dyrus' job in the bot lane.
I feel like Dyrus' job has now transitioned into you need to make a godlike teleport flank because this Jace poke, even though it's only Jace, is taking its toll. Phoenix constantly finding Bjergsen landing headshots and forcing objectives off of it. 3 in a row. Well, not in a row, but Dyrus, he could change all this with a good teleport flank. The hard initiation is what they need.
Well, another thing Dyrus is doing is just creating a lot of split push pressure. Like, yes, there's teleport threat from both people, but Dyrus, ADCS advantage, big time lead. Lustboy, again, a missed pulverize. Team Liquid trying to get a fight.
They tried to build a flank on there. They had Bjergsen coming from the side, but Lustboy goes down to 10% HP, and they burn Dyrus' teleport for it. Plus can easily just walk over.
One less flank option for TSM. Now they really have to respect the flash Tibbers again from Xpecial. Again, this is a Kalista assisted flash Tibbers. So very, very difficult to work around, especially if Nara is out of rage. TSM once again retreat. And the tension mounts where this game is so ridiculously close. The vision control is paramount because of the importance of the next team fight.
Well, I'm going to take a look at the vision one more time. TSM looking decent with their vision. They've got the entire bottom left side of the map covered up, while Team Liquid don't have anything to answer that. It's actually a vision lead won by TSM so far. They can track Team Liquid very easily.
Yeah. Quas is also closing in on Zhonya's hourglass. He's sitting on 2,086 gold right now. If he completes that, it's huge in these fights. It sounds like a broken record with every TSM game, but a lot of this will be about Bjergsen in the team fights, because if Team Liquid can kill him right away, I don't see a window where TSM wins the team fight. And he doesn't have Zhonya's, he doesn't have QSS, he doesn't have Cleanse, and there's no Mikhails. So a nice stun onto Bjergsen could mean everything.
Definitely true. Turtle did just pick up a Quicksilver for himself, so Turtle, one threat that will be able to cleanse. Here comes the forced fight though, teleport in.
And here we go. Hard engage, they stun Xpecial. Bjergsen's gonna go down first. That's a 1-for-0 Lustboy, the easy chase. Santorin also in the fire. Double kill somehow for Xpecial. With a bunch of other damage dealers on the team, the support, and he gets 2 of them. Wild Turtle forced to run away. Team Liquid go back for Baron.
Why so many mid laners are taking cleanse nowadays? One mistake from Bjergsen and they crumble is what Dominate said in the video before the game. That's definitely going to be Baron for them.
What a nice combo by Team Liquid. Basically just letting Bjergsen burn. One stun into an equalizer, into an ultimate from Sejuani. Everything focused on him. That's all they needed. Baron for Team Liquid.
And with a Jace, how good is this siege? Team Liquid have all the tools to pull a gigantic lead. We can watch that fight again.
All right.
Also note how Dyrus' teleport was down from before, and they started this Baron while he was bottom lane, which forces this face check to begin with. Beautiful chaining of CC.
Yeah, barrier will not save you from that sort of combo. Goes down, and it's an easy cleanup for Team Liquid. Let's see what they do with this Baron-empowered siege that they have. As you mentioned, Jace is massive right now.
I really question Lustboy not having a Mikhail's Crucible at this point in the game. It's important to get an Aegis, but you can build the Locket on the Rex side and have a Mikhail's on the Alistair, especially when the priority on Bjergsen right here is to not let him get completely wombo combo.
Some sort of a cleanse in any coming from anywhere would be great for TSM. Whenever you're facing a wombo like that, you gotta have something to break it.
This game.
You need a combo breaker.
That's true.
Well, good killer instinct from you here, but right now Team Solomid have to try to keep their base alive. Lustboy stunned up again. None of the poke lands, so he'll be safe for now. Team Solomid so far okay to wave clear. It's worth pointing out, by the way, gold is actually still identical. With all the extra turrets that TSM had killed through the Banner of Command that it did invest into, it did give some gold. So it's actually a 800 gold lead for TSM. That's now gone with this turret going down.
Now it's
their fourth. Oh! Nearly killing Wild Turtle, pushing around Santorin, doing damage to Dyrus as well. Solomid have to play back foot for the next 2 minutes.
Ooh. Yeah, Flash is still down in Xpecial. The distortion boots aside, he needs a little bit more for the Flash engage. Or they can try and Kalista ult in. Bjergsen would almost have to flash away reactively because he didn't actually get to use it last fight since he got instantly CC chained.
A lot of pressure on Lustboy's shoulders here. Yeah, be on the front line, take the hit, and not mess up the Ali combo.
There's that banner minion though.
Yep.
Looking
Trade
for
an
the
inhibitor
Mikhails.
turret. All of Team Liquid happy to stay in
That's
the
Lustboy right there.
Yeah, Lustboy
Lustboy's doing great things.
Looks like it's not going to die on this one, though.
Good job, Les Boy Jr.
So yeah, built some wave pressure, but didn't really build any meaningful advantage in the map. Just the one turret so far is his mark so far for that item. Les Boy's also going towards what looks like Talisman of Ascension Rush, not...
Yeah, Mikhail's nowhere near. So the CC chain threat will be a threat for probably the rest of this game unless Bjergsen sells an item to get a QSS.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that spell vamp. I see what he was thinking with it. All right, well, let's take a look at this dragon here, though.
This is trying to trade for a mid lane push, but it's a dangerous move here by Team Seoul Mid. They have a turret behind them, no real way of breaking the siege.
Oh, they might catch Piglet, though. Preemptive flash, a good set of harpoons by Quasnick special. He wants in. They look for Santorin. They find Lustboy as well. A whole bunch of burst, but can they get the rest of it done? Dyrus locked up a bit. Dominic gets the kill onto Lustboy. It's a 5 versus 4. Santorin gonna get hit up, but Bjergsen finds one. Phoenix in the front lines, but look at the damage coming out from everyone at TSM. Piglet's the last man alive out of nowhere. He's got nothing to do, and the cleanup crew happens. TSM wins the fight.
Lustboy soaked another giant stun. X-Special was only able to find Alistar, and with Bjergsen around the back, he was able to cut him off.
Yep, Bjergsen bided his time, did not get caught by any of the major CC. Dyrus got a beautiful Gnar ultimate, and the close from TSM was right there. Maybe they went off that fight.
I think they do, chat. 25 seconds on most of the major respawns. They've got a wave right there thanks to all the pressure TSM already had. And would you believe it, from behind, Team Solo Mid will actually do it. They'll knock down Team Liquid. They'll improve to 5-2, drag them down with them in TSM. They're gonna end Saturday in 2nd place.
What a game that was. 41 minutes right there. TSM only getting the kill lead at the very end. Back and forth from the start.
What a fun game when so much turns on a single team fight. Whew, and TSM are able to pull it off. You really have to be careful when you do have a team comp that relies on comboing all the ultimates so precisely. One misstep there is really, really going to cost you, especially if you give away the Alistar pick. This is why it's so heavily prized all across the world.
We really need to get a replay of that last team fight to see it again, because game-changing and game-deciding doesn't even begin to describe it.
I think that's a good start, actually. I would say that's a pretty good start.
Game-changing, game-defining begins to describe it. You can see Team Liquid still recovering from that one. It felt like they had the game in their hands. 4 dragons, and in the collapse back from that 4th dragon is when TSM found the fight.
Whole game definitely delivered.
Yeah.
I was definitely satisfied with that game of the week.
And speaking of delivering, Bjergsen, okay, he got caught out once or twice, 3 deaths in the game, but 16,000 gold, 380 minions, highest in the game. Damage delt's gotta be massive for him as well. I mean, he was the cleanup crew of that last fight. The guy absolutely collapsed in the back line. He was the one engaged in the very end. It was the pressure onto Lustboy, onto Santorin, maybe even onto Dyrus. And all the CC gets used on the non-major carries. In comes Bjergsen from the back line, hardcore dive, sweeps in and clears everyone out.
Alistar, the premier combo breaker in the league.
Yep. Yep.
Does it multiple times.
Yeah, so absolutely impressive then. Team Liquid.
Yeah, that moves TSM to 5-2, Team Liquid to 5-2.
Yeah.
Right? Team Liquid hadn't really had any quality wins against the top teams in the LCS, and they were in position to get at this game. Like, they're clearly on the same level, if not a better level than TSM, but those team fights down the stretch just fell right into TSM's hands.
Yeah, that's the thing. Oh, go ahead. Okay, yeah, so Team Liquid have played 2 top 5 teams. Gravity and Team Solo Mid lost both. They've beaten everyone 6 on down. Those are their 5 wins, but Team Liquid, in these very close battles, have not been able to close them out, have not been able to, in the Gravity game, get the early game lead they wanted, or in the TSM game, close the game out in the way they wanted. Even though we see these glimmers of greatness, it's a rough season to be a part of for Team Liquid fans, but either way, they will end themselves in 2nd place today. Not exactly bad to be 5-2. We'll see how the rest of their season shapes up. But for now, going to send it down to Dash and TSM's Jungler.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am here stage side with Santorin after a nail-biter of a game there. Back and forth, back and forth. So first off, in such a close victory, how does it feel to come out on top against a 5-1 Team Liquid coming into it?
So first of all, like we didn't play optimal. So this win doesn't really feel like a win to us because we feel like we should have played so much better. We didn't execute what we should have done. So we gave 3 drakes away. We didn't play around objectives that we should have. But like we're still really happy we won.
Yeah, and you know, a big focal point of this matchup was the jungler matchup coming in. Peter very vocal about Dominate being the best jungler in the league, but both coaches being vocal about how different your play styles are. So how did you feel, you know, your play styles went up against each other here head to head?
So I feel like they first of all banned some aggressive jungles like Nidalee, and that just shows that they want to play more like snowball champion, like scaling champion like Nuno or Sajuani. I was expecting a Nuno pick there, and so I was like from the start they banned Nidalee, I was like okay they're gonna play Nuno here, but they took Sajuani, which is also a scaling champion, whereas I was playing more Rix and more early orientated, but because they played a more like scaling way to win, therefore I couldn't really get the early ganks that I wanted because they were playing so passive. Like we ganked Jace, burned Summoners, but he played under tower, so I couldn't gank him. So I felt like the way they played, it was actually smart from their point of view because they were scaling. Like we were not making that many plays early game as we should have.
Now, looking at that mid lane matchup, as you said, you paid a little bit of attention there. Dominate has been vocal and has said that he believes one of the biggest weaknesses for TSM is that they're so mid lane focused. That's an area that they can attack, and if you can shut down Bjergsen, or if Bjergsen makes one mistake, that's it for your team. So how do you guys adjust to the notion that that's where teams are going to look to shut you guys down?
I mean, in this game, they didn't really go to shut down Bjergsen. They played a more scaling champion. I feel like if they want to shut down Bjergsen, they should take the aggressive jungler. So I feel like they're not really playing to what they're saying. But I also agree that Bjergsen is a really, really strong carry. And I feel like it's not really a weakness because he's like always going to show up and he's always going to be there. But the rest of the team is not like, okay, he's just going to carry us. We're also going to help you.
Yeah, happy to have that weakness if my weakness is Bjergsen in the mid lane. You know, final question here. Looking at tomorrow, you guys are going up against Gravity. And again, to touch on this, theme of jungler matchups, you've got Move, a new addition to the LCS. What's your opinion been of him so far, in his addition and his evolution in the LCS so far?
I mean, since Move joined the team, I feel like he had great success. He had got the MVP, and he's playing the more like aggressive jungle, whereas Dominate's playing a bit more passive. So I'm really looking forward tomorrow to play against an aggressive jungler.
All right, well, best of luck to you in tomorrow's match. Again, congratulations on the victory today, as hard-fought as it was. That's going to do it for us here on the side stage. We are going to toss it to Zyrene to break down some of the action from that game.
Thank you very much, Dash. And that was a really exciting game. Back and forth. I was backstage. I'm like, which play do I really want to do a telestrator on? And I had to go 40 minutes into the game. The final fight here from TSM and Team Liquid. We're going to pull it up on your screen here because this ends up being a clean ace here. This is Piglet retreating from doing the dragon. Dyrus has been chasing him this entire time. Since they picked up that 4th dragon, he was always hounding them right there in the back line. And what's going to happen here is Piglet goes down, the rest of the team comes up into them, and as we roll this clip out, you're just going to see how the team fight goes. Flash away from Piglet, Santorin commits, Xpecial. That's where he pops his Righteous Glory to try and get in the back line, and that equalizer there, if it had been just up a little bit further, it would have hit more people. Santorin kiting out of the fight, and now Bjergsen joins the back line. Lustboy, he's soaked as much as he can, and that is the goal of the Alistar in this fight, but Bjergsen to the back line there. Doesn't actually have to Zhonya's there. Phoenix is using the Q over to get back to him, it's just gonna knock him back. But then, immediate cleanup crew there. The fact that Bjergsen got the backline access as an Azir, who has so much gold on him, and that Quas missed his equalizer on primary targets with the most of the team gold on him, showed that when you place gold on these carries, they have to deliver with mechanics in team fights, or they end up this way for Team Liquid. So that 40-minute fight there really was just what broke the game. It was even up until that point, but keep it tuned right here because we'll be right back with our next match, which is Gravity versus Team 8, and you're watching North American LCS.
Now I really want you to hear my suffering when I die top lane.
Oh, yeah. That was like, is this loud enough? Is this... Oh, I'm dead.
Hello? Team?
2 Wild Turtles. Santorin barely slinks away, but Phoenix is in the mix. But here comes Bjergsen, the savior of TSM. The engage, not very useful. Wild Turtle gets stunned up. In comes Phoenix, but knocked back out by Lustboy. Quas still picks up 2.
I'm okay. Look at Center. I'm coming back in. I'm taking in. Look at Annie. I'm on Annie.
I'm really low.
I gotta go out. Rumble.
He's stunned.
Nice.
They stun Xpecial. Bjergsen's gonna go down first. the 1 for 0. Lustboy, the easy chase. Santorin also in the fire. Double kill from everyone at TSM. Piglet's the last man alive out of nowhere. He's got nothing to do, and the cleanup crew happens. And would you believe it, from behind, Team Solo Mid will actually knock down Team Liquid.
Welcome back to week 4 of the North American Summer Split. Hello, everyone. I am Rivington Bislin III, and joining me for our last 2 games today is Aiden Zyrene Moon. Fantastic telestrator.
Thank you. You had to see me walk off of it because I'm like, I gotta get to the desk.
Gotta get to the desk. Got more games to go today. It's now time for our next one, Gravity versus Teammate. And last week, Gravity had a rough game against CLG, but cleaned up their mistakes and came out looking dominant against Team Dignitas.
Yeah, then one of the biggest variables to their success is move in the jungle, because this guy, week 1, didn't really have a great performance. Week 2, amazing performance. Yeah. And then week 3, he had a mixed bag. But the consistent factor has been Altec, the guy on your screen right now. He is the 2nd highest KDA for all 80 carries in the league, and he places first in percentage of his team's damage dealt. So they highly rely on Altec. And today, he's up against Nien, who struggled in lane historically so far. He's typically down about 9 CS at 10 minutes and 12 to 13 at 20 minutes. So Altec if you go by history right here, he's going to have a good performance
Right.
today, but hopefully for teammate, Nien can upset that.
Hopefully Nien can. Meanwhile, Slushi has taken a leave of absence from the team due to personal reasons. So starting this week, Golden Glue will be taking over as teammates mid laner.
Golden Glue was last seen in the LCS with Team Dignitas
Right.
in the
No
2014
stranger.
split. He's been
Yeah.
here before, but Slushi, the guy he's replacing right now and subbing in for, has been consistently the biggest strength for Teammate.
Big key part.
Exactly. This is the week, though, that all of Teammate has to step up with Slushi's absence, and that Golden Glue, he's not really going to fill that void too much, so everybody has to go up to that level.
An unfortunate situation in even changing the roster already with Nien coming in as well. And Team 8 are doing a lot of soul searching to turn their split around. Porpoise is taking a look at himself to see if it's time to make a change.
We're a little bit lost at the moment on what style we want to play. I know I love playing Rek'Sai, but maybe that's not the best for the team. Maybe we want to go Nunu a lot more, or other team fighting champions like Echo might be a new champion I might pick up, and things like that. So there's a lot to discover in these next weeks to come for our team, and what style I want to play, and hopefully I can perform well for the team.
I love how he's like, my style of play is I play Rek'Sai, so maybe I should expand a little bit more. I mean, my style of play is Rek'Sai, so Porpoise can't go too wrong with that.
I think one of the biggest factors there is that having the ability to kind of step outside and look at yourself, sometimes maybe the problem, or being able to be the solution for the team and go a different way with the pool.
People need to step up.
Exactly. We'll see if they can do it this game. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's going to be Gravity. That's Haunter in the top lane, Move in the jungle, Keen at mid lane, Altec at AD carry, and Bunny Fufu at support.
And on the red side, it's Teammate. Cali Trolls in the top lane, Porpoise in the jungle, Golden Glue subbing in the mid position, Nien at AD carry, and Dodo on support.
It'll be a difficult game to see strategies coming from Team 8 here. Hopefully they have something in mind that they can stick with. Don't stray away from it too much. It's going to be tough to be banning out Gravity here, as Keen has played a different champion in all 6 games in the mid lane, so you can't really focus that guy down.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult to see what Team 8 can do here in picks and bans, especially with Golden Glue probably wanting to get a comfort champion that he can feel relaxed on in the game.
Yeah, on the red side here for Team 8, in terms of bans, Bunny Fufu has shown he has a good mastery of the champion of Alistar.
Yeah.
First pick worthy. Jarvan, it's a flex pick between Move and Keen. It's great to take that off the field so you don't have to worry about that in picks and bans. And then at the same time, there's a whole lot of other things like banning the Rise, which we've seen Haunter on before. So Team 8, they pretty much have their bans already taken care of. I assume it's an Alistar and I assume it's a Rise coming from them for these last 2.
Right. Get those off the board. Don't want to see any of those crazy wall-stopping ultimates that Alistar can do just by putting himself in front. We saw Lustboy doing that a few times last game. Rumble actually getting taken out here, feeling that that could prove a little too much for Haunter's hands, I should say. Cali Trolls being on Team 8. 2 final bans here to come out. 13 seconds for Gravity as they take their time figuring out what those will be. Alistar, we do find Zyrene. And the last ban is going to be that Rise. Haunter first pick for Gravity's side here after seeing all the bans.
It's really important. I want to see what they pick here first because they banned away their own Alistar that Bunny Fufu showed a mastery of.
Yeah.
And they made it so that Team 8 had to ban one of them. That's what leaves Echo up. So this, of course, Echo, very viable in 3 different roles. Another flex pick that Gravity can go ahead and leverage.
And it won't be one of those times if Porpoise was training that Echo that it will be in his hands. It is locked in. We've heard quite a few people say that that top lane Echo is just the way to play it. A lot more versatility. You get your passive off more. We'll see if it happens here in game. We can discuss it a little bit as it happens. Seeing on the side of Team 8 now, Porpoise does want to change it up. I don't think the Kha'Zix are what we'd be seeing, but it would sure be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he said his style was Rek'Sai. Just go with another bug from the void and you
That's
get
true.
Kha'Zix.
There you
Boom.
go.
It's not that far removed. But right now they're deliberating their picks. But I want to talk about the Echo here just a little bit more from Gravity because we haven't seen Echo last week at all for Gravity. They didn't get their hands on that champion.
True.
And they were actually not ones banning it away either. So that was just falling through the picks and bans, and
Right.
they weren't picking up for any of their roles. So I'm very curious to see what they've made around that champion for this week.
Oh, Keen. Do you stay true to the faker play? Cali Trolls picking up Sivir, a great hit there. Nien taking a few too many deaths for his team, I should say.
Yeah, Nien on that Sivir. It's going to give
Keep
them
him
some safe wave clear, but it gives Team 8 engage potential.
Right.
And once again, this is a Gragas that Cali Trolls, he's played in the top lane before last season in Challenger. Porpoise, if he's moving more towards that jungler, it's not far removed from Rek'Sai once again, and it's most likely a jungle Gragas here.
So they have an ability to get into the fight separated as well with that explosive cask and the speed for everyone. Golden Glue, absolute focus right there. That's what that face was. Bunny Fufu gets his Thresh, as we saw on the other side. Move does take the aggressive Rek'Sai, so Porpoise is left with Gragas. Panning out the rest here. Do we actually get a blind pick Akali for Golden Glue? I don't think so.
Probably not.
Kind of flexing some muscles here, saying, I'd love to play this.
Yeah.
I would crush, but he's not.
If they were going to play it, they'd pick it last.
Yeah.
I know he played it. He played it in the Challenger scene very long time ago.
Right.
And it was actually really good. Every time he pulled this champion out, he had a really good performance on it in the Challenger scene. But it's been a long time since I've seen him on this champion. But I want to talk about how Gravity is drafted so far. Bunny Fufu on Thresh, every time he gets that champion, it's like, man, it's almost like Balls' Rumble. You're like, I don't think we should have given him that
That's
Thresh.
true.
He's
That's a good
really
point.
good at that champion, the
That's a little
mastery that
analogy.
he's shown over it.
And his shot calling has gotten much better as
Oh, yeah.
well. It doesn't seem that the shot calling has hindered any of Bunny Fufu's playmaking. So the Thresh will still be on point, as you were saying. Hecarim is going to be picked up for Cali Trolls here. Definitely a champion he is versed on and can still get himself into a little bit of trouble. Something we'll be keeping an eye on here in this game.
Yeah, this is all engaged, though. All of Teammates champions have a way to
Right.
go,
Hopefully
start
everybody
fight,
else is going
get
in.
in. Exactly. I wouldn't be surprised to see Golden Glue go back to his Orianna pick, but right now he's got Ghost and Flash.
Yeah.
Wondering what he's been practicing, what he's been trying to pick up. But we'll see Gravity once again.
Ooh.
It's another Urgot in the mid lane here. Blind pick Urgot. So that means it's going to be a top lane Echo here for Hanser in the top. I actually really like top lane Echo. I feel like top lane Echo against most matchups, since it's such a long lane and he has multiple slows on his kit, you can train them down the lane and actually get 2 stacks of your passive off, 2 complete stacks of your passive off after the reset.
It takes people off guard when it's not your usual matchup. The little nuances that you pull off in lane easily makes it go in your favor, especially with how much damage he does early game.
Yeah, it's a lot of base damages. And look at Teemo, is it?
Do it! Oh, giving a little love to the crowd. We do see an Urgot pick as well. That will be Keen's. He does not actually fall back onto a champion. Oh, I'm sorry, he does. Liquid week 2, he played that Urgot. I was looking at Slushy's lineup and the rest of the champions there. So that Urgot is going to be another pickup for him. He knows what to do with it, and he could hopefully control the lane against Golden Glue's Victor. Interesting pickup to round it out there, but also a strong pickup we've seen in the scene for a few months now.
A lot of mid-range there. So teammate across the board, engage, get in there, protect Golden Glue by being extremely offensive and having all of your champions pretty much in their front line. Sivir synergizes really well with the Victor and gives him that movement speed to weave in and out of the fight so he can get his Qs off. But then Gravity, a lot on Altec's shoulders here, and Hanser. Huge damage sources without much of a front line. You're going to have Bunny Fufu trying to peel, Move trying to peel, and also Keen becomes more of a secondary damage dealer here and a tank for his team. So Altec, once again, we talked about how he does the most damage out of anybody on his team, and he's the highest damage of all AD carries for their percent of team damage. He's got to deliver again on this Vayne.
Give that guy Vayne. It's only going to help him do more damage. It'll be huge. Cop now heading off from Gravity. History Teacher from the side of Teammate as they make their way to the back of the stage. History Teacher really looking to do something here with Teammate. Hopefully get them going. A little bit of momentum. Hopefully that can happen with Slushy out as well, because right now it seems only as it's going to hinder things. So while the teams are loading into the game, head over to Twitter and start sending us your picks. Tweet hashtag GVWin or hashtag TeammateWin to @LOL Esports. We'll tally up those votes throughout the game and figure what you're thinking. I'm thinking here, Altec, Gravity, probably going to want to switch on that Vayne, see what they can do early, but can Teammate kind of thwart that?
It all comes down
shut
to
it down?
It all comes down to the engages that Teammate decide to go with, because Teammate in the last few weeks, it's been engage without much thought of why they're engaging and how everybody else is going to follow up. This team, there's almost no excuse for not following an engage when you have a Sivir, a Hecarim, all of these people who have ways to get into the fight and be a part of it. Basically, Teammate, History Teacher is saying, all right, this is class, and all I'm doing is taking attendance. Show up.
See if they raise their hand at all. Be the first ones to do it.
Yeah,
or
participation.
To the kids that stay quiet.
Attendance and participation to the team fights is what Teammate is looking for here.
Participation is still a big grade. Got to be doing something. Right now, Altec has that high participation in class. That's most of his grade so far. And getting themselves in here to make sure that 2v1 would be a little bit easier to grab for themselves, or at least the lane swap that they're hoping to get.
Yeah, the fact they clean out a ward too, a little bit of gold to Altec, but the big part is they deny that vision. They make sure that they can hang out in this part of the jungle without being spotted, which actually gives them a bit of an edge in this lane swap.
Ooh, you can see as well the kind of ping dictionary being used. Trinket goes down, this ping, that ping goes down, or that ward goes down, this ping. It's kind of keeping things logical in that sense. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's the color of the ward to the color of the ping it is. Right now, they'd all be trinkets. So mostly be yellow.
Yeah, the little ping map.
Yes, indeed.
Yellow ping.
Probably lost a lot of people.
Yellow ping, the MIA ping for that is a trinket ward. Green ping on my way for that is a site ward.
A pink
and then
ward
a danger if it's a pink ward.
Pink ward placed down here from Cali Trolls. He actually just dropped that down. I wonder where he was putting it.
He used to do that all of the time in Challenger exactly about a year ago, where he would start top lane with a pink ward and a flask, or pink ward and a bunch of potions, and all he would do is place that pink ward in the river in the pixel brush, make sure nobody checks it, and then he goes top with his consumables. And the reason he did that is because he wanted to give early vision and cover to some part of the map, and as the shot caller, it gives him more visibility of the map, and he likes to operate that way. But speaking of visibility of the map, though, Move has the most wards placed per minute and most wards killed out of all junglers in the LCS. So despite having performances where his scoreline or his contribution didn't look very high, he's contributing almost behind the scenes, but it's very, of course, it's vision, so it's very visible what his contribution is. It's just not always that tangible when you see it.
It's definitely impressive seeing him come in and kind of have that falter in the first few days, but still be able to come back stronger and then add something onto it. While he was making plays, his wards are still on point. It's not like anything fell off due to that. A lot of aggression here as Golden Glue just gets seeked out one after the other. Actually doesn't break the range. And Keen gets a good amount of damage on in the first trade here. Not as many consumables on the side of Golden Glue, so it's going to be tough.
Yeah. Urgot actually has a lot of kill threat in this lane, especially since he's taken the Ignite on top of everything. So if he locks onto Golden Glue, slows him multiple times, he'll get summoner spells, whether it's the Ghost or the Flash, and then over time he just whittles him down, especially since he already got through both of his potions. He's just got that Doran's Ring and his Hex Core. So over time, Keen is going to whittle away with his consumables and eventually have kill threat on Golden Glue, force him out, get a CS advantage off of that. If you can already see, he's got 7 CS up on him, and it's only going to get wider at this point.
In a simple play of knowing the map as well, he puts his ward to the top side, seeing everybody start at bottom. Jungler's going to be probably coming from the top after he goes for that red. So ward placed by Keen allows him to easily get out of whatever Porpoise wanted to do in mid.
And speaking of move killing wards, that pink ward in the river is already gone from Cali Trolls.
Yeah.
He scouts all of these brush. It's one of those tiny things where it's like, people don't check that pixel brush. People don't check the brush right next to
There's
red,
no reason
right?
not to.
You're like, oh, and it doesn't always go through your head that there could be one in there.
Right.
But Move is constantly looking at these types of things and saying, there could be a ward here, it's better to check it. And it's really cool that he does that. I love watching that. It's those tiny things.
Ooh.
And this is it right here. Just the base damages and the fact he can run away after the trade. And as the time goes on, he'll possibly get a reset on his passive. Look at that. He actually loses that trade.
Good job by Cali Trolls knowing the slight bit of cooldown there that he actually has in the early game is when he's able to punish. Definitely playing their roles nicely in each lane so far. 32-26 as we head down to the bottom lane. Altec being able to get pretty good CS here.
Oh, Move is in the jungle. He's already tracking where Porpoise is. And that's a lot of Move's contribution is counter ganking, knowing the position of the enemy jungle, and placing the wards around where he's going to be for the next few minutes. Just keeping tabs on him so that your team knows where the jungler is. This allows Hauntzer to play as aggressive as he wants to, stay up in that top lane for longer. He has his TP still, so that he is in a good spot so he can back whenever. He's not going to be able to push Cali out of the lane, though, with his consumables.
It's something you see Move doing a lot, as you were saying. Just kind of like a zone sweep. Goes in,
spots
somebody.
That had like an extra 50 range. Whoa, what?
Through the minions, they're able to actually trick out Dodo and Nian for a bit of damage. Traded both ways, though. Support's taking a bit, and I think Altec goes the worst for the wear on that one.
He yanked him from behind Bunny Fufu. I swear, that hook like wrapped around him there.
Just gotta throw it with a bit of a twist.
Altec seeking.
Get that slider in. So Hauntzer still being pushed back. Doesn't look like he actually got to go back to lane. Cali Trolls got onto those minions as fast as possible to make sure he could push it into the turret so he could back. And we have just the 35-31 in that top lane. No pressure, at least up to Cali Trolls. Something we've been hearing from Team 8 is that he has been kind of not set back in the champions that he's trying to play, but definitely has to go over the team with it first, or over it with the team first, and make sure they're on board with the initiations, the way it disengages. So definitely a different aspect this year, and it helps prevent Cali Trolls from kind of getting ahead of himself, getting into dangerous situations.
Yeah, and the fact that they drafted a comp that'll be able to follow him when he does engage,
Yeah.
or they have both their shot callers on very engaging champions. So Nien also not in a lane swap here. Nien typically wants to be in a lane swap. We've got to keep a lookout, or at least an eye on his CS at 10, because historically he's down 9 at 10 minutes, 12-13. But look at this Golden Glue. Ooh, boy.
It's still a gravity field.
It's still going to push him out of lane completely. He has to back now.
That's painful. 45-55 CS. I got to say he's faring okay here, especially with the amount of pressure he's been taking. Draws a little attention once again from Porpoise. He's just grabbing the Scuttle Crab, so he has no trouble showing towards the mid lane at least to make sure there wasn't any pressure they could use up. Just 100 gold lead here from the lanes. Not too much that either team could use just yet. Still waiting for the first mistake. I was talking about Nien going down a few too many times earlier in Champion Select to kind of go on that. If you look at how many times Piglet has died in these first few weeks, it was a lot last split. Quite a few. It was about 6 before he started their last game. Nien has died 18 times already in the LCS, which makes it really difficult to get what you need. Also, that makes it difficult when your jungler steals the blue.
Sometimes you want a blue on Rek'Sai. No. That's honestly a pretty big thing there, especially since he's got a tier in the mid lane. He wasn't planning to back for a while, and that's why he wanted the blue buff, so he could just stay healthy here. And the fact that Golden Glue gets his own on top of it, that's definitely a little bit more of a swing than you would think. So Golden Glue, he's down 16 CS, but I mean, it's the tiny things. It's the little things here.
The little things indeed. Sometimes they grow too big.
It's the little things, like disrespecting your opponent to eat a lot of damage.
He has a good minion wave, doesn't try to hit up Haunter too much. Move back into the jungle once again. He actually could get a bit of aggression here. I don't think that was Golden
Porpoise is
Glue
here.
wanting to go up, but Porpoise has eyes on it.
Cali's already collapsing as well. They want to start this fight.
Raptor Smite still taken away. Move actually threw down a ward, so he couldn't get away with anything there. So little tricks of the trade from each of them. Everybody's going to get out safe here, but this Cali Troll's coming in from the top lane. Doesn't have teleport to get back up. May start to fall behind a bit.
Yeah, he's just going to try to E back to the lane. He won't miss too much CS. Echo's wave clear is really good, but he's not going to miss too much. He's got a good timing on it.
Very, very safe game by both teams so far. I'm sure teammates kind of on the safety net because of having Golden Glue in the mid lane. They don't want to fall behind and not have the right shot calling in the team to get forward. But see, Gravity have gone a lot harder in their games lately. The losses coming from CLG and unfortunately Enemy in that first week. But as they were saying, they've beat some of the top teams as well, as Freak was just saying at the end of last game. So it seems like there should be a little bit more assurance and confidence coming out of these guys.
Yeah, and Teammate, they do have a composition that's really good at fighting in the mid game and the late game. So that's what they're looking towards. They don't have to rely on making early game moves or else they fall behind. But Gravity's in a situation where they have a late game Vayne. They have an Echo which spikes around 2-3 items very hard and continues to be relevant. But getting to this backline is going to be difficult, even for an Echo. If he gets rooted, if he gets locked up by Dodo at all, there's enough CC there to just burst out Haunter. Especially with a Victor.
All right. Did trigger spell shield. GG skill shots. 10 minutes in. It looks like there's a little love for Dragon right now. But I don't believe too much is going to happen for it. Move has already placed a heck of a lot of wards around that area. Zyrene talked about him being really the forefront of that for the team. And he's already got 2 that sit just deep past Dragon on the side of Team 8. And his wards have died towards the top side. He did have some on that red side of the Team 8 jungle. So big plays from him, not causing Gravity rather to have to move too fast. They know they have some time to work with.
Oof. But if we're throwing out all these hooks, that one that went through the Sivir spell shield.
Yes.
That's interesting.
Indeed. It would have hit the spell shield in general.
It would have hit the spell shield in general, but also that's just a little bit of a missile coating that's actually being worked on, getting fixed.
Fixed indeed. Rek'Sai back out here. Move, just use the ultimate so they know from the side of teammate there could be quick pressure to a lane. It's kind of a bit of a hang on for a few seconds and make sure you don't get taken out too fast. Golden Glue here, making sure he gets the last few minions.
Looks like he's trying to bait him in.
Safety, yeah. Not really wanting to go too hard, and here's a bit of that pressure. Porpoise coming along, but he's walking all over Move's wards. Giving those a hatch. Altec gets hit up there, has the shield from the Dark Passage, and they actually get an ultimate out of teammate. Not too bad, but it looks like a lot of focus coming from the rest of the team now.
The roam down bottom, because they were able to push out Keen from the mid lane to force his back, they're now sending 4 people around that bottom area. I don't know if they're going to be able to get priority on it, but it looks like teammate are going to back off.
So it's trying. One time it was Cali Trolls from top to mid, didn't get much out of it. Now they move Golden Glue from mid, semi to bottom. They don't get much out of it that time.
Which is very interesting because teammates, the team that whenever you see these types of opportunities, they usually lunge at them a little too hard and overextend. If you were just looking at the shot calling, you're like, okay, this is where we go, and there's no contingency on when we stop going. Porpoise Pops, though, he wants to go right now. On to Keen.
Gravity field's down. He can't actually switch out of it. It stops the position reversal. This could be the first one. The explosive cast sends him home to safety. An unfortunate use of the ultimate from Porpoise.
Really late on that explosive cask there. Gave Keen time. There was a lot of lockups there. The displacement in the middle of them. He had the opportunity to do so. Bunny Fufu, though, gonna take a chunk of damage there.
Imagine what happens when this lockup is brought together.
Dodo.
Right up against the wall. He's made a plaque now by Altec. Here comes the teleport from Hanzo. This is going to be way too late for Cali Trolls. He's forced to stop, sitting on base already. What a play coming in from Gravity after a teammate thought they were the ones trying to make the moves.
Kobe was talking about it earlier. It's a powder keg in the bot lane. It is so volatile when 2 trades happen and you're the team starting the trade. Make sure your top laner is ready. Make sure the communication is on point for somebody needs to be there. Dodo caught in a box. He still had flash up.
Yeah. That was also right after Dodo had used the ultimate from Nautilus. They kind of engaged a bit. Maybe didn't want that full fight. So we see a bit of the game now going towards Gravity's side. Once they get it, they usually do not let go. They're able to grab first drag a little bit after usual. We saw some slow pace to this game. Nobody's moving it too fast of a clip right now. So that's about 1,000 gold lead to Gravity. We'll see how they decide to work this. I'm sure it makes it much easier for Move to start doing exactly that, getting inside of teammates' jungle a little bit more. Here, already kind of cutting off Cali Trolls as he comes down to the mid lane. Just doing that little bit of a personal sweep allows the team so much more information. He's always in a spot that can give information to the team.
Yep, he's always looking at those scuttle crabs. He's looking to go ahead and secure something for his team. Even vision control is a big objective to Move as a jungler. Down bottom, though, they do abandon their turret, and it's going to go over to his teammate here. They're going to even up. Actually, they're going to get the first turret of the game and even up the gold a little bit. They have to protect this top turret, though. You can see Porpoise already on his way up there. He ditches completing his red buff to do so, because it just takes that much precedence over doing your jungle to get to this objective.
Cali Trolls not as afraid now with Porpoise here. He's got to figure Gravity want this, though, if they went to go for a death sentence under the turret.
Here comes everybody, though. The rest of the team from teammate. Sivir coming up from the bottom lane backed. He has his ultimate up now, though, and Move is looking in this top lane bush. If they're able to clear out this vision, teammate, they have ways to start this fight if they want it. They're camping it. They're camping it. Have they been spotted yet? There they go.
Flash in. Flash into the depth charge. That's going to be Rek'Sai coming in. Move could also be there. But the Dark Passage nicely getting Altec out alive, bringing him straight to the light on that one. Unfortunately, Cali Trolls, that teleport was down. Not even home guards for him anyways. And as he runs down to clean up bottom lane, Gravity are going to grab that turret due to this whole map swap that teammates trying to do.
Yeah, when Cali Trolls first backed, he got the Phage instead of boots, completed boots, and a home guard. So really behind on that, moving around the map. So he's going for individual strength in his lane up against his opponent in skirmishes and fights. Home guard maybe could have paid off for him, but right here, the fact he backed and he gave up the turret anyway is the big mistake there, because he could have been top, they could have picked up something else off of it, and he would have lost exactly the same thing that he lost for the play he ended up doing.
Where you go now, Move? Seen by a ward already, but is not going to hesitate. Good pressure from Keen in the mid lanes, allowing him to do this a little bit more. That's the way you want to do it. Position reverser trying to maybe get to the side of Move. He flashes over the wall. Golden Glue's forced to flash out on that one. He still goes down, before Keen hits the ground. And now onto the top lane, there's the Blade of the Rune King on that Vayne. I don't think they're going to be doing much damage to her. Altec stays alive easily there, pushing Nien out and already taking down Dodo in the fight with the help of Bunny Fufu.
Yeah, Blade of the Rune King completed, but look at this. Cali Trolls, does he want any bit of this fight? It doesn't look like it. Nien, over in the top lane, he does have a CS advantage for himself.
Just over the shoulder.
Didn't clip the hair.
Sivir taking her own advice and ducking up. Hanser trying to make the play of plays on that. He was pointing for the fences there.
Sometimes the jungle blocks you too.
Phase dive right onto a minion. So 4-1 here as things start to pan out. Pretty quick kills once we started things off there at 11 minutes. Gravity still able to hold true on that lead. Cali Trolls gets out of lane. He starts to make a bit of an impact. You're going to have Keen coming up here just in a few. Can he tag him? I don't think it's going to work.
If he can get
Cali
the slow
Trolls
off.
able to get out. Chasing down lasers isn't what you want to do. Golden Glue coming up there to give a little bit of safety. Concert now back down to his own lane. Look at that top laner is 130 to 130 in these matched up lanes here. It's been all about the kills and Gravity taking these fights correctly.
So both shot callers from teammate, Cali Trolls, and I guess Nien at this point,
yeah,
got
true.
out of
They
the
did
laning
give some of the
phase
shot calling.
pretty much unscathed. Nien took a little bit of a dip there with that death, but he's had a CS advantage this entire time. And then giving over those kills to Altec, they didn't actually go over to Altec. He only got assists for these. It's been Bunny who's been getting those large portions of gold. There's only a 300 gold difference between Altec and Nien at this point in the game. So the fact that the callers are getting out of the laning phase in an okay spot bodes well for teammate, because historically they haven't been doing too well in the laning phase this split.
Does Sivir still very useful now at this point of the game with everybody starting to group. I feel like the teleports are going to come in very big. Hanser could really make one of these plays counts, kind of synergized with that on the hunt of Sivir.
Yeah, and you really have to pay attention to what Altec does in these fights and who Keen is locking up and what he's even doing before these fights, because Keen's damage is still very, very relevant in this game, and especially with the 36 CS advantage he has over Golden Glue. Really have to pay attention to what Keen's contribution to Altec's are these games, or these fights.
Right.
Where you going?
Ooh. That's oh, right against the wall. He actually got bumped back with the, what did the auto attack would have hit. Gets hit out. The ignite comes through for Cali Trolls there, and they actually can't help Altec. You were saying let's keep an eye on him. He was in the wrong spot at the wrong time.
He was just bounced around there. Condemn at the same time as the devastating charge right into the explosive casket, the belly slam. Really just bounce housed there between a horse and a fat man.
That doesn't sound pleasant whatsoever.
Sounds bouncy though.
It does sound pretty bouncy. It's pretty painful in the end. You see, like Cali Trolls wants to start making moves for the team. It'd be nice to get a set of wards here across the red side of Gravity's jungle so they can keep safe. Dragons up in 1 second. That should be on everybody's plate now.
Still split pushing on Cali Trolls here. Dragon up.
Doesn't have his ultimate. Hanser.
Yep. Hanser's pushing the top lane.
Do they decide to let it go? It's only first dragon. A good fight here would kind of prevent teammate from doing anything else. They are still able to get it though. Move coming in with the steal on that one. Gravity would probably like to get out of this situation. It is, however, the teleport in. Echo's now in the fight. Hanser takes down Nien. He then goes over. Golden Glue goes down. Oh, Hanser! The wall! The sun was in his eyes and he just can't make it. But he still comes up with a triple kill as he hops over the wall with the help from Bunny Fufu. The plays still to be made.
Hooked right into the Time Winder return there. Oh, triple kill there.
Time. Got him.
Oh,
got him.
The nick of time.
Got him.
Yeah. So Hanser ended up with a triple kill there. Now you have to keep your eyes on him too. That fight didn't really have Altec in it too much. He got 1 assist because he was down bottom, having the back, and Gravity gets so much off of that. The shot calling from Gravity this split has been on point. Teammate shot calling, wishy-washy. It's been back and forth. Some games they have good ones and strokes of brilliance. Other games, it just looks a little bit like this, where they're fighting over things that you don't think they should be fighting over. And Gravity, they got the dragon. They got 1 turret off of it. They almost got 2, and they got so many kills on the right people.
Very good right now for Gravity coming in. The cooldown build is what we're seeing a little bit more on these Echoes as well in their top lane. Seem to come up pretty big there in dives for Haunter. Not really flashing over the wall, but he was able to get across.
Yeah, the Ionian Boots of Lucidity and getting that max cooldown reduction as soon as possible. His Chrono Break is already a 56-second cooldown on Haunter, and he doesn't even have rank 3 of that spell yet.
And going back to teammate, not getting those fights that they want, but coming out of the laning phase well, you kind of see every time when there's subs on the team where it starts to fall about, when the synergy tries to be cooperating between the entire team. There's 5 people doing the same thing, and if you hesitate for half a second, everybody kind of gets that, really? Okay, we'll back off, and then nobody's on the same page. I think that's what we're seeing a little bit from Team 8. Let's see if they can patch it up in the next fights. Let's get this one more time.
You can see Altec in the bottom lane. He's not even going to get into this fight until way later. This is Haunter after the hook from Bunny onto Dodo. Haunter gets backline access, double stun there, but Nien able to spell shield it, and then he just cleans up.
Yeah.
Oh man, really nice ulti there for the finish from Haunter.
I feel like they were predicting what I thought would happen, and Gravity would let it go and Echo would stay top, because Cali Trolls was still kind of tangoing with Altec in the bottom lane. You want the horse there if you're going to be doing something big.
But they're all on the same page that was the fight they wanted to take. But look at this!
Oh, almost look at nothing. The horse was almost taken down and chopped up. They get out safely. Teammates now running from everything, though. Like we said, when Gravity gets that lead, they're going to start holding it, and then they're going to start pressuring it. And right now, Teammate is using Summoner spells in defense and any other abilities to get over walls and out of a dangerous situation.
Gravity have been looking really good in the aspects of the game that involve vision control and when to fight. That's been the biggest thing here for me from Gravity, is they always seem to know when to fight and how they're able to fight. The only real hiccup in that was the CLG game in the level 1, well actually level 3, where some of the members were level 4 of CLG side, some of them were level 3, etc.
So what level was that?
They had way more levels on that team. So that was one example where they didn't have complete vision control.
Yeah.
But this game and Gravity's other games, they just look really on point with their shot calling. Week 1 for Moon wasn't that convincing, but he's kept his ward score up and he's been able to contribute to the setup of these fights.
Yeah.
Gravity's basically a team where knowledge is power coming into these fights, because it gives Altec an idea of where he needs to position during these fights, and same with Haunter and Key.
Every single time, Move really being the catalyst for all of that information, being the guy to drive it to the team, also coming out big as well. Gravity keeping the pressure on here, now being able to spread teammate thin between turrets, slowly whittling down one at a time with this information that they've been using. Top lane should be tended to soon, as they aren't really getting too far with this mid push. Maybe this turret and then back.
But bottom lane as well. Altec chunking this bottom lane out. Bunny Fufu on the side. They don't know about this yet. The hook comes out. There it is.
He saw you do it last time. I don't think he's going to be caught by it this time. I love that they're still trying it, though. Why not rinse and repeat if you are in the lead?
And this is how much Gravity actually contributes to Vision, is Altec has once again picked up Sweeper on his AD carry.
That's different.
He's done that a couple times now, and it's because they're so dedicated to when they split push, make sure they don't have vision of your rotations. It's not always about the vision that you control, it's the vision that you know the enemy doesn't have as well.
Gravity backing out. Nice and easy here. No wards have even been placed now by teammate. They haven't been out of their base past few minutes since we saw them at that dragon, and even then they only had a pink ward inside the death brush that nobody really likes to check, and already that's been cleared. We can see that most pinks lie on the map are Gravity's. The control is just getting that much better for them. It's going to be hard for teammate to come back. They haven't really pulled the trigger themselves. We haven't seen a TP ultimate coming in. There also are no home guards on Cali, so it doesn't even seem like they want to really make that something that they have on the playbook.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they have that in their playbook at all, because the TP home guard is usually a strategy you'll see from Hecarims who want to keep their teleport always up so that they can be in these fights. You see the home guard rush first, when they're like, all right, let's keep trading in lane. I get back to lane a little sooner. Maybe I get 1 CS over you. And then you do that over and over again until you have about a 10 CS advantage, and then your TP is always up. Or maybe you got their TP. But he's not going for that strategy at all. And right now, they're looking for a dive on Haunter. It is hard to dive an Echo.
Yeah.
Especially when he has max CDR.
Very, very difficult. He's going to catch Cali Trolls riffing out in the brush that he just warded.
That's
Altec taking turrets in the bot lane almost, taking dragons for sure. gets his team number 3 because Move stole number 2.
It's just definitely going to help them with their rotational play here on Gravity, what they're aiming to do. But look at this, so many resources to the top lane!
Where is he going to ult to? He doesn't have the Zhonya's yet. That's kind of the thing that may keep an Echo alive. The Ignite's down. Oh, he flashes at the end. As always,
crit.
Flash does not heal.
The crit, the 266 crit at the end there from the end. They dedicated so many resources to that top lane. But look at this, you're going to see immediate push mid, immediate push bottom here. In the end, he's going to be trying to push this top lane out for that tier 1.
Are they going to? Okay, they're going to steal red. I thought they were Keen and Grab or Move were going to move up here and try to kill anybody on the retreat. But it doesn't happen. They're just stealing resources all they want. I mean, they're only losing their outer tier right now. They're not even really worried about this. Yeah, it's a bit of global gold back towards Team 8, but nothing Gravity doesn't feel they can handle. Like I said, I thought they were going to start coming up.
Get him?
Yo!
That
did not. Just cutting some grass. Not a problem. Oh, mid turret took a bit. Altac makes sure he can get there to save it. So he has been all over the map. This omnipresent Vayne. Doing a lot, getting the dragons, pushing turrets, helping clear out mid lane, and Altac is still behind at CS, even with all of that.
Yeah, Altac's in a spot where it's difficult to duel him on a Vayne. He's level 13. He has both his summer spells.
Yeah, he's still huge.
It would be really tough for almost anybody on this team, especially since Golden Glue is a little bit behind the curve.
Yeah.
217 CS in 27 minutes. Ooh. Nice flash from Dodo.
But unfortunately, a flash.
Yep.
Gotta need those. You're gonna be the guy getting swapped, popped up, knocked out. Haunter finishing that Lich Bane already, so he can't be left in a lane alone or he'll start dropping turrets like they're nothing. It's gonna get really hard here for Team 8 to stretch themselves out thin. All they have to really get across the map is that Silver.
You usually see a mixture of, do I go Zhonya's third, do I go Luden's Echo third?
I love Zhonya's third.
But the reason he went Lich Bane is exactly right. He wants that split push potential so that if they leave him alone, he's chunking and destroying these turrets. Really good point, Rue.
Where will they decide to go next? Looks like they are poised and ready to catch teammate out.
Whoa.
Oh!
Bunny's hook game. I mean, any other Thresh, I would be like,
I feel like that was just really well played by
Bunny.
Porpoise. He was kind of playing the dark hook, and he knew it was coming out at some point.
Yeah, that's when you walk up to a bush and you're already zigzagging. You're like, if he's in here, and otherwise you just look dumb.
That's the thing Jat was talking about, though. Once you figure out which way that guy's going to dodge, every time, maybe every time, you're going to hook him no matter what he does. Baron down to about 8,000 health already.
This is the fight
in
comp, though.
tow here. This is the fight comp, but can they get over the wall? Only Gragas is going to be the only one rolling himself over.
Wants to fight.
Trolls in a great spot, but he doesn't really do anything with his ultimate. He puts himself outside the fight. That drops Dodo. Lasers are coming back from Golden Glue, but like I said, everything in retreat from Team 8 here from really minute 1. 9-3 as they pick up one more onto Dodo there and look to go control Baron still.
Not in the position to actually engage that fight. Team 8 looked like they wanted to start it, but they ended up, Cali Trolls just ended up teasing his team there. Immediately jumps out, and that ended up being a bait. They lost that, and now they're going to lose this top lane turret as well.
Decided not try Baron. Smart move. No reason to 50-50 for Porpoise. They start going for turrets. Even easier to dive here since they have all the control of the map. Golden Glue gets hit up actually on the position reverser, which Keen gets bumped out of by Cali Trolls there, but Golden Glue still goes down. Focus on the end now as he's got to dodge the Time Winder. That comes back right through Porpoise's belly, and he goes down. Haunter looking to pick up another one, but that's going in for Altac as Cali Trolls doing what he can. The last few swings, but they turn him into glue, and he goes down as well. 4 members on the ground as Nian makes his way to the base for a bit of solace.
And that's going to be an inhibitor, a turret and an inhibitor going down in Gravity's favor. They might be able to get a little bit more from this. They're looking like they want some. Whether it's just waves or not, we're going to have to see how aggressive they get for this turret.
Looking around the map, there's no purchases that previously happened or right now are on home guard. So Team Ace just coming up regular old runners, and it does not look like they'll be able to stop much. It is going to be Golden Glue on the fountain. Keen's able to get the last Seeker and take down Nian. He was the last one to live to the Ace, so in the ballpark Ace right there for Gravity.
Extended Ace timer. The Porpoise, though. Are they looking for more here? They don't really have the speed ups available. No Righteous Glory as well from Dodo just yet.
Oh,
Doesn't have his ulti. It's about to be up. Ooh.
Looks like, let me steal this in front of you. Whoa. That's the TP.
Here comes Cali.
Still no home guard, so he's just kind of galloping along. A slow canter here from Cali Trolls. That is going to be Altec going down. They knew they wanted the turret still. They're looking ahead of the game, not for just now. Great job by teammate to keep pushing forward.
All day long, we're seeing a lot of extensions and also punish game from teams.
Yeah.
We saw it in previous games today. If you overstay for some objectives, teams are gonna punish you for it very heavily. And look at this.
What are you doing, Move? What is he doing over there? I never know what he's doing over there.
Waiting to make a move.
What is he doing? He is definitely waiting to make a move. They are taking a heck of a lot of damage at this Baron right now.
It's warded, though.
Over the wall. He has the ultimate to give the team to disperse if they really need to. They don't know. He's on the other side. Golden Glue is taking all the Baron damage right to his face. Move gets a hit on that, but Keen also throws in a few to make sure he goes down. Or Keen, rather, goes down as Golden Glue as well. What a fight from both teams here. One and the other. Can they start to drop the priority targets?
Oh, he's got flash.
Inside, if somebody can get a Seeker onto Baron, that would be huge. Move in a bad spot. Now they're going to be able to drop him down, put him in a coffin. Maybe, no. Uses move block to get all the way to safety. And it's still a 2-for-1. Move, rather, very low. Haunter trying to dive in. Gets his parallel convergence in. Teammate doesn't want any of that. A very big back and forth as the base is taking a beating from Teammate right now.
Oh, he's going to cut some more grass?
Is this the play?
Oh!
Backs up, doesn't quite cut the grass, but he definitely cuts in the team. They get Nian. Haunter chops one down. That should also be Dodo going down as the passive comes up on him. Boop, down. Double kill coming in. They leave Cali Trolls to run away galloping. And one super minion can pretty much do a third of the turret's health as it walks up, being shot by both. So that's been a lot of time for minions to have free reign over those Nexus turrets.
Speaking of free reign, Gravity, it looks like this is going to be a pretty uncontested Baron. They're doing it fairly quickly, and Altec with the Silver Bolts, it's going to be done before Porpoise Pops even gets on this screen. He's about to be, actually, no, he'll be close. He'll be close.
Oh, Porpoise. Does he get the pop? No, he does not. He does not. Backing out, they know all the vision is around them, so they don't want to chase too much. Can't get ahead of themselves. Definitely calm, cool, and collected, even though they are so far ahead. 10,000 gold. Dragon number 4 about to be in their hands as well. And a great game coming out here from Gravity. A little bit of a falter in the beginning when we were talking about that powder keg in the bot lane. You have to know and communicate with the rest of your team if you're going in for that 2v2 engage. Everything's been patched up since then for Gravity, and that 2v2 engage, really, that kind of mistake hasn't been seen again this game.
Yeah, and
see this engage here in the mid. This is TP in. Bloop.
Juked? Wait, he went back to base.
Yeah, that's an oopsie and a half right there, baby.
So it looks like Haunter did not pass go. Did not collect 300 gold from killing Nian.
He didn't collect anything on that.
Wow.
That was, guys, I'm calibrating if my ult works. The boy who broke time also broke that engage.
Oh, boy.
Oh, he has his ult. Can he do it again? Oh, yes, he gets back. Oh, right onto the Fat Man. That's the Zanyas coming out as well. Look at the shield. That was going back onto the Dark Passage as well. What a fight. Altec takes one down. That's going to be Haunter following after. And it looks like Move has good control here, trying to keep the targets peeled. Bunny Fufu on the out. What? Altec is somehow in the middle of the fray. Around the captain. Oh. I was going to say, around the captain, around the Cali Trolls, but he goes down. The copter takes him out. The base is getting hit. Keen's being mean, and he fires down the Nexus during the entire fight. The last bit of plays, I figure, was just a bunch of mind games from Gravity. They get inside the head of teammate, and they take him down.
I was looking at Haunter's stats. This guy, he's only had one game where he had 5 deaths. It's the only game that he's had over 3. He's a top laner that we have to start keeping an eye on, and this whole Gravity squad is just a team in general that we have to keep watching. Bunny Fufu 4-0 and 15 that game on Thresh.
Right.
Making plays, peeling for his team. They didn't have a strong front line, but it was Keen and Move stepping up to the plate, and the Haunter stepping in as a huge damage dealer.
Really, really did. Saw him on that rise. Plays his champions to their fullest potential. He'll be the guy taking swings until the fight is completely over, and we see that throughout a lot of fights. Good for Gravity here to see their kind of mentality coming into this game. Knowing that, yes, while it is against the sub-team, don't get trapped by that. Don't let yourself fall back on whatever and just be relaxed throughout the game. There were a few calm moments and collected moments where it took them a while to get going, but they still found what they wanted.
Yeah, 34 minutes, 23 kills to 7.
Yeah.
very controlled there from Gravity, and we're seeing more and more of this style from them.
What's Altec's damage this game as well? Being one of the highest damage dealers, actually didn't get too much off in kills, but the damage he did do to get the kills was still the highest.
Yeah, 21,500 damage. Next highest was actually Keen. Keen was only 100 damage higher than Haunter. So Keen came up at 17,000.
Yep. Could have won that if they had a Nexus damage. Taking down the Nexus by himself. Really a game that Gravity played, I feel, off the ball in. How many things were they getting through minions? Through being on the other side of the map, playing completely off the ball. We don't see that a lot, and yeah, you can do that when you're kind of taking advantage of a team with a sub. That doesn't happen every team, but they exploited it very well.
Yeah, and I really like the way that they're playing around the map. But here's some things for teammate on the other side. Nien, he had a good laning phase this game.
He absolutely
His Sivir
did.
was really good.
I
Their
had
engages.
a hard on him for dying a bit, but didn't.
Exactly. But that was because everybody TP'd down to the bottom lane, and they weren't prepared for it afterwards.
Right.
So the fact that teammate, they've kind of shored up that weakness in this game, but then moving forward, it's all about engaging for reasons and when to engage and how to get into these fights. Because right now, that seems to be the struggle that they're having, and it was kind of carrying over from last split as well.
I was really kind of taken back to see the not home guard rush on the Hecarim on the Cali Trolls. It was always going in, and maybe that was their plan, right? It's just me kind of being taken back from it. Maybe they said, we'll kind of play it calm this game, and we won't go headstrong every time we think we have an initiation. It might have hurt them.
Yeah, but we saw what happened. They played it calm, but Gravity was playing it more cool-headed the entire time, making calls, making some aggressive plays as well, not being shy of actually making moves because they have so much vision. The vision is really key in this matchup whenever you're going up against Gravity. The 4 sweepers, the fact that they're able to cover the
4 sweepers was really cool.
Map with wards is great.
All right, for more on Gravity's win, let's check in with our analyst desk.
Thank you, Riv. Solid win there for Gravity, picking up another win. I do want to take a look at the bot lane, though, because we've criticized Nien for his inability to lane straight up. However, this time around, comes out with the CS advantage early on.
Yeah, I mean, early on with the Sivir matchup, he was able to withstand the early shove from Vayne, use the advantage of all of Sivir's AD that can be used in the mid game, but then ultimately they still died when the fights ended up beginning, so it doesn't count in the long run.
Time to quote Skara, up until they lose, Nien was winning the lane. But then they lost the all-in 2v2.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there. I do also, though, want to look at Porpoise and what he was talking about before the game started. In the video we had of him where he talked about teammates struggle to find the play style, what they really want to do, and which jungler is going to support that play style. It was Rek'Sai last split for him. Looked pretty uncomfortable on Gragas today.
I think that was most evident in his mid lane gank with, trying to work with Golden Glue, who is the sub on the team right now. Pretty awkward move there with Victor. He had him stunned in the gravity field for a while, didn't ultimate, and then kind of shoved him back into the turret to safety.
It showed that he just wasn't super confident on using the spell. It's like he was saving the cooldown of his ultimate, but then he ultimately just used it poorly after the flash. When a person's stunned, just use it to knock him back right away, secure the kill, and they ended up fumbling a lot of early opportunities.
Yeah. On the other side of that, Keen's Urgot was definitely a highlight. The Urgod is back in full effect. He was just sitting in the middle like 4 people firing off acid hunters, and he would always kill somebody.
Yeah, you can tell he's very confident on that champion. When he got pushed under the enemy turret, still trades a kill. As you mentioned, that in the middle of 4 people around Baron, just like, I'm taking somebody with me. Definitely great to see the mastery of that champion. I do want to hop into our replay. We're going to go 19 minutes into the game. This is a 4-for-0 for Gravity plus the Dragon.
Yeah. It went from bad to worse because initially they thought they'd be able to secure the Dragon, but that ends up getting stolen. So as you can see right here, it's just Gravity getting the first Dragon steal. It was mainly just Haunter doing work this entire fight. Predicting the fallback after the Dragon contest to get the 2-man stun. First off, he just blows up Nien because Nien kited back into where Haunter flanked from, which is something you should never do against an Echo. That was the main mistake, but Bunny Fufu with the Shepherd's Crook gets him back.
This game was really funny, but that was the best part because Haunter makes these awesome plays. He's like, kills this main target. He's got all the DPS dead, switches over and gets another kill. Then he fails his flash, and Bunny's like, all right, I gotcha. Let me hook this other one into your queue for you to clean it up. Don't worry, you still get the triple.
You got to do all the work as the support there. Lastly, Gravity. This Gravity squad here is going to have to go up against TSM tomorrow. So when you talk about, strength of opponent, switching from Team 8 to TSM tomorrow, this is definitely going to be a step up for them and really putting the nail in the coffin as to whether or not this is a contender team. We've been back and forth on that topic a few times. Are they at that level? Are they still evolving with their new shot caller and moving into the roster?
Yeah, I'd say based on this game, they're definitely looking like an improved version of their former selves with the 2 roster changes. Move has proven to actually be a pretty good replacement, and their shot calling hasn't suffered too much with Bunny taking the reins from St. Vicious. Altec also a nice addition, but the main change is actually Hanser just feels like a better player this split. So I'd say they're improved, but it's hard to say whether they're a top team until playoffs.
Yeah, definitely agree. And there's always room for more improvement. Of course, Move is still learning more English. He's getting more accustomed to the rest of the team. So there are, some moments where they're not quite on the same page. But overall, really, really great improvements.
All right, with the remaining time here, I do want to jump ahead to our final matchup of the day, Cloud9 versus Enemy, looking particularly at Cloud9, in that we've seen with this roster a bit of struggle so far this split. And we're still searching for that game from Cloud9 that shows they're on the path to redemption or to the level of play that we expect from that organization.
Yeah, the strange thing that I see about this Cloud9 roster, I did a lot of looking into their history, and they've actually decreased in effectiveness every single split they've been in the LCS. If we actually think about their very first split in the LCS, they had the best individual players. A lot of people forget that, as well as the best shot calling. So they had everything.
Super effective.
But people have been catching up. So last split, a lot of the players were on the same level as the Cloud9 players, but they still had the shot calling. And now they've lost that. So what is actually a defining characteristic of Cloud9? Because they don't have one right now, and they need to find that identity if they want to get back onto the road of success.
All right, well, yeah, hopefully we find out in this next game. One can only assume they're continuing to search and searching hard for that defining characteristic. There's still more action coming your way. Up next, we've got a battle for 7th place between Enemy Esports and Cloud9. Don't go anywhere.
We've played this comp a lot in scrims, so we know what it's like. Just play the team fight and use the Sivir ultimate to our advantage, and we got this, guys.
Yep. Takes down Nien. He then goes over. Golden Glue goes down. Oh, Hanser! The wall! The sun was in his eyes, and he just can't make it. Golden Glue still goes down. Focus on Nien now as he's got to dodge the Time Winder. That comes back right through Porus's belly, and he goes down. That was going back onto the Dark Passage as well. What a fight. Altec takes one down. That's going to be Hanser following after Gravity. They get inside the head of Team 8, and they take him down. Welcome back. We are teeing up for our final game of the day with Enemy Esports versus Cloud9. And Cloud9 successfully snapped a 4-game losing streak against Team 8, but one win doesn't mean they're just out of the woods right now.
Yeah, the games that they lost involved C9's bottom lane getting shut down, but against Team 8, Meteos was playing around the middle and the bottom lane, and it seemed like the winning formula for them. It got Sneaky rolling, and he cleaned up fights as Jinx. He was 10-1-7 on that champion, showing up to the late game fights, having enough crit to clean up. And also a big part of this was Incarnation helped them engage as Varus.
Yeah.
So he was kind of filling a little bit of a role that High was before. First in the fight, start the fights, poke people out, and continue the fights. I absolutely loved what they did last week, and if Cloud9 want to get their groove back, it's this formula that they need to kind of hone more and more.
And that play kind of allowed him to fill that void of aggression where he's been looking at his play, but not get him too aggressive into the wrong spot. On the other side of the rift, Enemy Esports are still something of an unknown, you could say. They've had a good game against some of the top teams, or good games, you could say, but then looked shaky against TDK and lost to Team 8.
Yeah, last week, Enemy shored up a weakness, which was their champion select in their pick ban phase. They stalled the game out with Xerath's wave clear, a good adaptation as that last pick for Inox, but there have been breakout performances from some of their players, like Otter. His Vayne, both times we've seen it, has been an absolute joy to watch. Even though he's 1-1 on that champion, his kill share, his KDA, and the way he's rolling around fights is just a whole lot of fun to watch. But ultimately, on Enemy, it always seems to come back to their mid laner, Inox. He's been the most consistent player on the squad. He has the most experience on the squad, and he's been leading them from the mid lane. And he plays so many different things. I think we've seen him on how many different champions now? It's been 4 or 5 different champions.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, it's 4 or 5 different champions at this point. He's only played the Kassadin twice, and that's the only double up that he's had. So his versatility is something that they've been leveraging from the mid lane as well.
It's got to feel good, especially that he has a smile on his face all the time. That's the guy you can rest on. You know it's not putting any more pressure on him, that you want him to be the leader, that you want him to be the voice. And Body Drop admits that Enemy lost some of their team cohesion and are working hard to recapture their Challenger Series mojo.
Our team is taking its time building up our communication, getting back on track basically from when we were in Challenger Series. We had a 1.5 to 2 month break, and we really dropped a lot more than we expected. Luckily, we showed up for the Gravity game. We took it slow in the TSM game, and we're kind of getting back to our feet right now. We're getting used to scrimming with LCS teams and the higher caliber, and we're noticing things and trying to fix them, but it is taking its time.
Yeah, and it's good to hear him say that, because Enemy did look like a different beast in Challenger, and there were some reservations of, is it the fact that they're getting into LCS and they can't compete, or has the team actually taken a step back? And it looks like a little bit of both at the moment, but this game, both teams are 2-4. They have something to prove here. C9 needs to prove that this roster's coming together, and Enemy needs to prove that they are a team that wasn't just dominating Challenger, but they can actually compete in the LCS as well.
We'll get a chance to in just a few minutes. Let's check out the teams with a quick roster rundown. On the blue side, it is Enemy Esports. FLICKR in the top lane, Trashy in the jungle, Inox in mid, Otter at AD carry, and Body Drop at support.
And on the red side, it's Cloud9. Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, Incarnation in mid, Sneaky on AD carry, and Lemonation on support.
And, you know, continuing to talk about that, it kind of leads into muscle memory. You stop doing something at a professional level for a while, and it's not going to be as honed as it was before. Even to the fact where you hear players coming in, players that are at the top of the solo queue ladder, the players that are making all the moves and all the plays, and then they come into a game and they're like, this lane swap thing has me all mixed up. I've never done it before. It's because you don't have that muscle memory. Once you lose that or don't have it, things can go real bad.
A big thing of it is communication as well.
Yeah,
because when people think about shot callers, you're like, shot calling, it's weird, but there are personality traits that make you a better shot caller.
For
if
sure.
you are a reserved
confidence
person,
in your voice.
exactly, speaking
little
up,
things.
tiny things like that. If that's a conscious effort that you're like, okay, I have to go ahead and turn on the mode where I'm playing the game, I'm putting info out there, I'm feeding people information so that I don't make mistakes and that everybody has the knowledge that they need. It's not like flipping a switch. You have to warm up for these things. You have to be able to do all of that and perform it with hundreds of people watching you in person as well.
Funnily enough, as a shoutcaster, during like 7-8 years of playing Counter-Strike, I was a terrible shot caller, even though I try, knowing a lot about the game. It is not as easy as just playing. There's so many more things you have to think about, and give a lot of credit to these guys for doing it also with as many variables as there are in League of Legends.
Yeah, and you have a lot of your own play to take care of at the same time. Meteos is adjusting to the shot calling role, and you can see in his play, he might not be as aggressive. He might not be around the map as much as he was before. And then the fact that they lost their most vocal player with High, Incarnation, is he filling that void? But we'll have to see how they play this game. Flares gets his Rumble again in the top lane.
Very big pickup.
I love this because Flair's, #1 in solo queue ladder in North America.
Absolutely.
He's got aggressive champion across the board, whether it's his Hecarim, he plays things like Riven as well. I wouldn't be surprised if he plays Echo now in the top lane. But the Rumble for him is another champion that he's very potent on. It's one of his top most played champions, and he's delivered on it before. But the problem is how is this going to revolve around Enemy as a team? Because they kind of fell a little bit to the wayside with their team coordination, their team fighting.
True.
Is this the game where they pick it back up?
It's true, but as Cloud9 get with the bans they've had, kind of looking at 3 top lane bans that flex on the Echo, he knows how to play against Rumble. He is an undefeated Rumble. So is it okay to give that over to Flares? Like you said, Flares obviously very formidable player on that as well. So we'll see how they decide to switch things over. Cloud9, that is a lock-in of the Nidalee and Sivir right away. Very interesting.
This is Meteos' first Nidalee game of the split, and this is his first hyper-aggressive jungler. He's been playing things like Rek'Sai, Gragas, Nunu, Sejuani, but the Nidalee really falls into the I need to kill people role as opposed to I need to defend people and harass them and slow them. This is a champion that Meteos is looking to carry on, farm very quickly with his jungle. So if Meteos is looking to turn around his shot calling and keep his individual play on par, he needs to just step into this role, see if he can actually put his carry pants back on. Do they still fit?
Maybe that's the missing link. Maybe that will make the calls really count for Cloud9. Once they have that bit of an advantage that they can lead, and Meteos knows he has, they'll get back to that sense where they said, even if we were behind with High, it didn't feel like it. That's really what they're trying to achieve, because then you can pretty much come from behind on anything. Over the side of Enemy Esports now, the Sejuani quickly picked up. Rek'Sai is still available, but it looks like he is actually going to pick that up along with the CC, more crowd control from Nanny.
Yeah, it looks like it's just team fight across the board here. Hide whatever you're going to take in your AD carry. Make sure that you have a priority support. You're going to just lock up and hide your mid laner for a little bit longer. But this is all team fight here from Enemy. This is all start fights, team fight, crush C9, have access, have ways to get to Nidalee. Flash Tibbers, if you can blow up Meteos, get some CC on him. This is a winning formula for Enemy. If you picked Rek'Sai, it's very kiteable.
Looks like they may be giving the chance for Meteos to kind of go hard and carry here. A little bit of safety in the team and assurance that they can take some of those late game fights if they do get hit on. Right now, they kind of just want to whittle away at the HP bars of Enemy from as far away as they can. But they're panning out. Their picks are quick. They are locking in immediately.
Yeah, I want to see what Cloud9 does to round this out. It could be a Varus mid and they go full poke with an AP and an AD threat. It could be an AP Cog if they're going to go with another poke champion. But Incarnation, he hasn't actually shown us too many champions. He's gone with the Azir, the Victor Kog'Maw, and the Varus. So all these champions fill the long range void, except for Victor. He's got that mid range. But Cloud9 right now, this composition is really going to round out with what they pick. Is it poke? Is it engage? He just swapped over to cleanse. So he's looking for possibly an Azir in this comp.
Do we see a Jace get popped in here? Definitely available. Not considered enough a change to the kit to really lock him out of the LCS. So Jace will get picked up here. Saw it a few times in the EU LCS. Soren, one of those plays. Wasn't actually able to find any wins on it, though. See what happens here. Inox could be taking that in his hands as we see the Rumble top.
Yep, once again, another poke champion here for Inox.
Yeah.
AD threat in the mid lane, AP threat in the top lane, and then they have Otter on Jinx for the late game carry. So there's a lot of scaling here, a lot of team fight, but the soften up here is going to be Inox. He preps the fights before they engage.
Cloud9, all of the team discussing this right now. And Charlie making sure that's exactly what they want to round out. What are you sitting on practice? They do pick this year. Good calls, Irene. So locking that one down, they have a bit of safety for themselves where Incarnation can stay on that back line. We would usually see his Azir, though, kind of walking out of the fights with full HP and not really delivering too much damage. Not enough soldiers up when the fight's going to engage and prepped to be moved forward. So we'll see if he's kind of fixed up those.
Yeah, it's a way to keep people away from you. If this is an engaged composition, throw out the Emperor's Divide, speed yourself up with the Sivir ultimate, and skitter around while Balls keeps people locked down. You're throwing spears, you're throwing soldiers into the fight. Enemy has to get through the front line, power through Balls, power through the Maokai with the damage reduction, and get to that back line, or catch the back line out to start these fights.
It's going to be a very interesting matchup, something everybody can keep their eye on coming into this game. Sneaky, the AD carry of Cloud9, is 5 kills away from 500 this game. It could be something that he reaches now in his LCS career. So we'll be keeping an eye on that in game as enemy coach Brad and C9 Charlie make their way to the back of the stage. So maybe Sneaky's not going to be fighting for this one. Maybe he doesn't even know, but he could be hitting a nice little pivotal point in his career. Time for some Twitter action. You all know the drill. Send hashtag NMEWin or hashtag C9Win to @LOLesports. You vote it, we count it, we'll put it on the screen so you can be heard. Vote for your favorite team. They are looking for you to root for them here, especially Enemy, making themselves a name in the LCS. 2-4, same thing as Cloud9 here as we enter the summer split, and we are on to the Rift.
Yep, speaking of summer split, this is the halfway point. After today, split's half over.
Yeah, it's true. It's going to get pretty
getting very
tense.
close. Oh, next week.
Woo! I was like, wait a minute.
Save me.
We're
Thank
4,
you. Thank
5.
you.
When we went first day
I don't
of
know why, but I always think
next
we're like
week.
further along. Yeah.
This has gone fast, dude. We're already in June right now of the year. Absolutely crazy. The mid-season invitational seems like it kind of pulled everything, and it was like, oh, it's the end of the season. No, that's just the middle. It's just the middle. There's way more action.
There's also doing Challenger too, so I've had more weeks. Anyway, Sneaky stats, you can see just the fact he's doing more damage. He's involved in all these fights, and his KDA on Sivir really high. I actually want to see how many games that over. That looks like it's over just one game. That's not impressive. Play another game. Here we go.
This is going to be it. He'll maybe hurt or help the KDA on this one. Early wards going out as they usually would. Numerous early wards. Also getting the gate ward too to make sure Cloud9 gets the exact matchup they want here in the beginning. And pings will go out to figure each of them out as well. See what Otter can pull out in this game. He has actually been a pretty big factor from the AD carry position for Enemy in games. His Vayne, as you were saying, pretty awesome to watch. See what he can do here on the Jinx, who has a little less safety to her kit.
Yeah, the thing that I've been looking for Otter and seeing if it's a marked improvement over time is his positioning in the fights, because he's really reliant on a frontliner, and Trashy is the only frontliner they have in this team squad. Maybe body drop eventually, but it's an Annie. He's always going to be squishy. He'll be on the front line. He'll be dying on the front line very quickly. But Otter doesn't have a whole lot of peel, so they rely on multiple threats to have Enemy operate in the way that they like to. So now, right now though, C9 is actually in Enemy's jungle, and it is a lane swap. C9 are making this a lane swap. They're taking the Grump, they're taking the entire side of this jungle right now. And there isn't a whole lot of information actually going over to Enemy. What is their response to this? They do have flares starting up jungle camps though.
Well, at this point, Enemy's saying, all right, nobody's in lanes. They're doing something funky in the top side of the jungle. So do they just decide to go figure out that they have nothing?
Gotta watch out for if Thresh
somewhere
comes
else
around though onto the Jace. How does...
Well, it looks like they're actually going to stick that as well. Everybody's going to try it.
How do they get in here? Balls hasn't leveled up an ability just yet for the level 2. Just sitting on the sapling. So making sure that his Twisted Advance would be available if they were going to go for the dive.
Still a bit hard to get a gank off on Chase. It would have been good with a Thresh, but you got 4 abilities right there at level 2. So still get out and hammer some people away if he wants to. So Cloud9 back to their own jungle, still sharing a bit there, or getting some assistance from Lemonation, at least on the damage as he makes his way across. But he is completely sticking with the team right now. Interesting style there to give solo XP here to Sneaky in the top lane. He gets a freeze on it, it seems. Oh, actually, no freeze. He didn't get there in time.
Both
right.
lanes are...
So it's slowly.
Both lanes are actually slow pushing towards the bottom. It looks like it's going to be 4-man from Enemy to the bottom lane. And then in the top lane, they're going to try to emulate the same thing. Enemy's already on this turret, though, and they have a Jinx. So we'll have to see. They've already gotten up to it, and they're going to do some damage to it already.
sneaky missing that one CS. That makes him start to fall behind. It won't be a problem here. But like you said, each team trying to mirror each other right now. Maybe it's going to be 4 top, 4 bottom. We may see this going down.
Oh, no, they're actually wrapping around middle. They're not actually going to come to that bottom lane for the jungler here. Looks like they want to pick on Incarnation a little bit.
That's one way. You kind of get set in your ways and you think everybody's doing one thing. That one path mind could get you into a lot of trouble. And right now he figures there's going to be 4 on the bot side of the map. He does hover towards the top side. Not a lot of mana onto Inox. It could be the flash coming in. Ooh. Trashy not able to equal it. Trashy actually flashed there as well. So that's a loss for him.
Trying to close that distance. Right. You can see the turret status though. Top lane turret, very close. They're just trying to bounce this wave. Bottom lane turret at the same time. It's still got about a 5th on it, a 6th on it. And they have to clear one more wave, and this is actually a cannon minion wave too. So down bottom a little bit more. They have to rush this down as fast as possible. And since it's a cannon minion wave, it's got more HP in it. It's got more HP, and the fact that the turret's going to have to get more hits off, I don't know if they're going to be able to bounce this wave effectively.
Right. So enemy now reacting off of a not failed gank in the mid lane. I'll just say it was failed actually. Flashes were blown. But it did happen as well on Incarnation's side, so they could rinse and repeat. But using that small advantage to get the Dragon, bottom turret as well. They do give themselves a bit of a lead here, statistic-wise, but the gold's going to look the same.
But they didn't bounce the bottom wave, and there's a cannon in it, so it's going to continue to push forward.
That's a good point.
C9's side. C9 successfully bounced the top wave, throws balls up there. They get the Dragon on enemy's side. But I want to see what happens with this freeze, because they're actively freezing this and trying to make it push further down the lane.
Sneak is going to be able to pick up good CS here, hanging out for a while. Tier already stacking on Inox in the mid lane. Nice little hook onto body drop to be a nuisance from the side elimination there. Slow moving. Looks like all the members of enemy felt it was a good time to back after that Dragon. So back out into the lanes. We'll see how much pressure Trashy can put back onto the map here as Meteos has kind of been all over the place already. No wards for either team just yet, so not a lot of knowledge here as they exit the base.
You can see they're actually swapping the lanes back.
Yeah.
Putting Otter on the opposite side again. FLICKR's, he's been running around the map on this Rumble with 4 CS, 3 CS until he picked up that little wolf, but he does not have a lot of gold going his way at all. Least gold in the game on this top lane Rumble.
Still light equalizer on fire as long as you have that ultimate, but getting there could be a problem right now. He's still walking around. Him and Trashy are going to be sharing whatever experience they go through if possible, but really trying to hit Cloud9 in the kills area rather than denying them things.
Yeah, they're trying to hit him in that area, but Cloud9 are really just, they're farming better at this point. They're having better waves, and you can see Balls, 20 CS up. He's 400, 500 gold above FLICKR's. And then if you flip it over to the jungle matchup, matchup is actually 300 gold ahead in Meteos' favor. So that's where this gold advantage is coming from. Is Meteos' farm and Balls farming as well. Otherwise, it's pretty even across the board. Supports, AD carries, and mids. It's just down to the Nidalee farming really important camps very quickly, like Scuttler and like Romp. And the fact that Trashy's picking up some scraps. FLICKR's basically has nothing at this point. That's pretty much ambient gold, turret gold. But look at this.
Whoa! Shurima slides right in. Incarnation with the Emperor's Divide. Whew. And he's forced to go back out. Not a lot of mana in your pool there for the entry. Was hoping Meteos could come with a finalizing kill. And they actually draw a teleport aggro. It wasn't a full teleport, but that is going to be down for FLICKR's.
Yeah, the fact they got the TP is the biggest part of that play with the Ignite. They didn't even get a flash from Inox there, but Incarnation going for a play, and Inox kind of just slipped through the guards. He paid them off.
Yeah, that was very nicely done by him. Was getting 2v1'd, but he gets out successfully. Pressure over towards the side of enemies red. Doesn't look like they'll be able to actually do anything with this here. Cloud9, Meteos, really aggressive on this Nidalee, getting into places where he shouldn't be. And that's what old Meteos used to do. Making the right decisions, but only when he thought they would work. I always saw him going in for ganks previously in games. Looks like his calls are kind of back where he wants them.
Yeah, farming, getting a lot of CS for himself, so he's very powerful. Whenever his teammates talk about him, it's always Meteos comes out of the jungle with the most effective gank.
Right.
Otherwise, he's not going to go for it. And right now, like you said, he's farming up. He's going to be this monster of a Nidalee and a huge AP threat on this team.
Hopefully you can get back to that point for them. We hear CLG say the same thing about Pobelter. You just know this guy is going to be able to show up to a fight and do something. And that was really what Meteos provided for the team, being able to start and usually finish the entire thing. along with the rest of the team. 8.5 in here. That first dragon over to enemy with the aggression that we saw Cloud9 showing up in the top lane for a little bit. No kills yet on the board, just yet. His flashes have had to be blown for these ganks to come in. No kills.
BF sword purchased already for Sneaky. Otter a little bit behind in that regard, but he's freezing this wave, making sure that he's able to pick it up very slowly. But you could see Sneaky and Lemon are both in this top lane. A little unusual. I think they would. I would have thought that since they got BF, they would go middle and try to force it. But instead, they're worried about the wave clear. They're looking more for a pick here. I don't know how much they're actually going to get accomplished in this lane. Had to see what happens to Otter. Burn!
Putting on the afterburners.
Yeah.
He's happy he got Boots. It probably actually helped him there pretty good for that play distance that he almost got hit up on. But Boots' pickaxe seems to be a better buy against a rushing Sivir coming at your face.
Flash for flash there between support and AD carry. Otter, now he can't freeze the wave. They broke the freeze, but he still needs to back for a BF sword before anything happens, because if he shows up to the same fight as Sneaky, he has way less damage output at this point in the game.
All right, so we got 1:20 on Dragon. Still want to see what happens. Oh, Flares isn't even 6 yet.
Nope.
That is pretty painful.
Still sitting on 1,000.
I was going to say, what happens when you get the Wablam damage that can come in from a Shock Blast, from the missile, from an Annie, from an Equalizer?
The LeBlam?
Wablam. Wablam damage.
I thought it was the LeBlam.
No.
I thought you went a
It's a
little
W.
there.
It's a W. 1 minute, we could see that damage coming through. But right now, without a level 6 Rumble, this is going to be very hard. He also blew his flash. Doesn't have even the Haunting Guys or Sword Boots yet. So they may have to actually just give up.
Yeah, they don't really have
the second dragon.
They don't really have the combo here yet either. Trashy just hit 6. Flares very close to it. And Otter still hasn't backed for his BF sword. He's sitting on 2,100 gold. It looks like by the time he backs, he'll be able to actually purchase something else on top of it.
Yeah. Something that was interesting to me in Body Drop's video was that he said they still haven't really found what they lost in the Challenger Series. We're 4 weeks in now, and there's been a lot of time every week to find that. Yeah, you only get to practice it at the highest level when you're on stage. People kind of are relaxed in scrims, but something of that aspect has to be found by now. It's almost too late.
It's a comfort, too. And when switching from Challenger to LCS and you feel like you lost something, one point it may be you're not used to not dominating because now you're playing LCS teams. You're literally playing 10 of the best team or 9 of the other best teams in the region. So if you come in expecting to just dominate it, it's a little high expectation there. We haven't seen anything close to that since Cloud9. A little bit of Origen over in Europe.
Yeah, very true.
UOL as well.
And we can see what happens to teams in general. Cloud9 now tied at 2-4 with enemy. You lose your way a little bit, and it's very hard to find that path again, especially when it's something like your shot caller, or actually taking a very long break we see is affecting enemy here throughout the Challenger to LCS season. Hopefully things that can be patched up for a few wins that keeps them out of the no-no zone towards the end of the season, because only one team gets that spot, and we don't want to be that team. Flash in from Body Drop, very, very quiet, or no, it's almost too quiet. That's going to be Lemon Nation going down. One less hit, a Sneaky! Oh, he has the spell shield up. That only stays up for a few seconds, rather. Very, very nicely done. And we are going to get a quick pause. Like, did that hit a spell shield? I want to know.
It's a bug. It should have it should have killed him. But yeah,
like when Lemon Nation got bopped, he actually couldn't do too much possibly. We'll get that for you shortly.
But that was the combo right there. Flash, Tibbers, Annie stun onto an immediate start cooking them with the Rumble ultimate into a Sejuani Glacial Prison. Really, really good combo there to take out Lemonation, get Sneaky extremely low, get his summoner spells out as well. So Lemonation basically saying, I couldn't move there. I felt like I was perma-stunned. He was perma-stunned.
Yeah, his screen froze, they said. So looks like it might be a quick.
Oh, his screen froze.
Yeah. So it wasn't it was a big stun.
He was stunned the entire time.
It was a light stun. That's how hard Body Drop hit him. We'll see as we get back into this game. It shouldn't have affected too much throughout it, but strong play there from enemy. It's exactly what they need to start doing the instant. And that, like I said, it was almost too quiet. People are just farming right in front of each other. And once you see the whites of their eyes, that's exactly when Body Drop went in. So they definitely know how to utilize the Annie play. A great block by Sneaky on that spell shield. Like I said, 1.5 seconds is how long that stays up. You don't have very much time to calculate something flying at you like that, but hit it at the right time.
I don't know how much that actually would have changed the outcome of the play looking back at it Lemon comes out of the bush to flay.
Oh, yeah, he got bopped.
Yeah, he comes out of the bush to flay, gets stunned again.
Oh.
And he doesn't even have flash up at the same time, so he's on Rumble ulti the entire time.
Yeah, stunned, and then Sejuani ultimate coming in after body drops. Like we said, where's the Wablam damage? It's right there. And it actually froze his screen. Strong enough. So, first kill coming out, however, goes over to Flares. You see 2 assists there to the bottom lane of enemy, and that is going to help just a little bit with how even everything has been throughout this game. Meteos and Balls, as we said, kind of controlling their lanes, and what's happened with the swaps is the bit of a gold lead that you're seeing here along with Cloud9, but not too much. Definitely still anybody's game. Got to see if Flares can use this money now to start being Rumble. He only has recipe items still.
Yeah.
We're pretty far into the game.
Yeah, picking up that kill and contributing. He's still half the CS of Balls, a little bit under that, but he's at a point where he's only 300 gold behind. So picking up another kill and netting him that will help him close that distance. But the big gold disparity is actually just the jungle still. It's that 500 gold difference between them, between the Sejuani and the Nidalee. Meteos already has the completed Magus enchant, and he's got Ruby Crystal in his inventory, so he's ready to start going towards that Rod of Ages.
Interesting. Haven't seen it too much. Looking at enemy as well, we were just talking about Flares, but the stack for Inox coming in, 242 of 750, charging up rather at a regular rate, but hopefully that burst is something they can use at the same time. Obviously, Rumble might turn on a little late now, but that is a huge power curve they're hoping to hit and take Cloud9 by surprise.
Yeah, luckily for Rumble, like you were saying before, very cheap items to turn online.
It'll get there.
I got Sork shoes. I got my hunting guys. I'm ready to go because I have so much penetration. It's like,
who wants the barbecue?
Right, exactly. You throw down your ultimate. If it hits the 80 carry, they're never going to buy MR anyway.
Yeah.
Your damage, just the base damages of it are so high. And then on top of that, it's really kind of extra stuff. You're like, I want that Rezonia's Hourglass to make these plays. Boss is saying, I want that Void Staff from before, just to melt through tanks as well. So when Rumble hits those 2 item spikes, which is boots and basically a very cheap item, so he's able to actually affect these fights more and more. And you saw he was able to affect that one with pretty much just components.
Absolutely. Also, looking at something that was necessary for them to do. 64 to 31 was the disparity between those 2 top laners. So that 1 kill definitely helps him throw a little bit of gold into his pockets to get back in this game. Hasn't been back to buy yet throughout the pause. So we're looking at current items of the fight. That gold is still sitting on him. So we'll see what enemy really gets out of this. Also, they win that fight, so they will have more pressure of the map, and a lot can play out just from this fight here that we're paused on.
Right after the pause, though, it's a little scary because Inox had been engaged on by Incarnation. They both have flashes. They're both in River, and Inox is about half HP. So
that looks intense.
Incarnation just went in on him. He's like, "Why are you pausing? I got this guy. I got this sucker. let me at him." But
that's going to be the literal fight as the clock goes up.
3, 2, 1,
and punch. Start punching. Make it happen.
But Meteos as well, and Balls. Balls is actually flanking on the side. He used his TP to try and get into these fights.
Yeah.
So right now, it's just a whole lot of anticipation in the game of when we get back into it, who's going to leap in, who's going to actually continue the aggression, because it's so hard to pick up where you just left off in a high moment.
Right.
Do you just reset? Do you immediately just not miss any steps and you go? It's very difficult to do that.
Right.
What was I doing? Oh yeah, I wanted to get vision here. Oh yeah, I wanted to hit this key. But also in the middle of a fight, you basically froze time and you give the opponent so much time to think about their next move
without talking
and go through. Well, yeah, you get to think about your next move and you think, okay, I dodge up, I dodge down. What happens if he flashes me? Am I prepped for this? Your anticipation, your reaction time goes up, but we are going to get back into the game right now.
Absolutely. We are hopping back in. It was determined that while Lemon's screen did freeze, it was during the 3.5 or more seconds of crowd control he was under.
Yeah.
There would have been no movement he could have done, and the play will go on, and it will stick.
Yeah, it did not affect the way that he played in that fight.
Absolutely.
Completely locked up, slowed. He had already done all the actions he was going to at the start. Incarnation, though, he was the one at full HP at the pause. Inox was at half and immediately turned around there. Inox went through his options.
Yeah.
Knew his spells were down. It's time to go.
That's the thing. Jay still puts out a scary amount of damage with being able to change forms, and that first hit always smarts a little bit more. Still low on mana here, relying on that tier to keep him a little bit aggressive in the mid lane. They are going to start backing off. A whole hail of pink wards right down the river here.
Yeah, in the top lane, in the top side of the map for C9, a little bit strange there because you want to have presence around Dragon, you want to have presence around that area, but it seems like they're just trying to keep balls safe, and the stop back there. It's funny too, because that Shock Blast really hurt, but it's still only the rank 5, which is still weaker than previous rank 5 Shock Blast. So as soon as he hits that rank 6 and he gets those accelerated, it's just a whole lot more base damage on that ability.
Be interesting to see how they use it, how much Cloud9 can avoid getting poked at their turrets when they make their way up to it. He said he was about 270, got 30 more stacks on his tier out of that bit of laning, and now Inox well back. 110 to 120 in that lane. Should stay pretty even. Those guys both needing to use a bit of their mana here to farm it out. Incarnation coming back to lane. Morel and Namicon first for him as the team looks to push down the mid lane. Open up this Christmas present and figure out what they can find inside here once they start getting some deeper wards in.
Yep, everybody here from C9. Everybody here from C9, and no wave clear present from enemy. Jinx in the top lane. And Inox, mild wave clear of Jace. Poke Machine not present either. Yeah, Otter's AFK farming. AFK pushing top, doing his thing. Trying to get to those power points, trying to get to the IE as fast as possible. Him and Sneaky are pretty much neck and neck in gold. He can complete the Infinity Edge right now and get that bonus. Whereas Sneaky, not quite there yet.
Yeah.
A little bit shy of completing it because he went for the Zerg Greaves.
I was just going to say, interesting by both. 180 carries trying to rush the Infinity Edge, but got boots early to actually avoid situations like he almost got ganked in the top lane. And you see Sneaky saying, gotta go fast. Just give me that boot upgrade with some attack speed, baby. Interesting choices by them. As Incarnation picks up his blue, we're not going to have any trickery, Cloud9 stealing away or enemies stealing blues just yet, so we should get a lot of pain onto Incarnation here. I feel like that's going to favor Inox from just being able to blast and stack that tier in the mid lane. We will see, though.
Looking for an engage in the top lane. Meanwhile, Sneaky in the bottom, trying to shove those waves out in his team's favor before he tries to make a move on the map.
Could be about the mid lane.
Got to watch for the engages, though. Body drop, no flash this time. Does have Tibbers. And Incarnation just shoves mid before coming up here. The wave control from C9 before showing up to the fight.
Right.
Much heavier, but if they get caught out before the fight even starts, they may lose the turret.
Ooh. Meteo's hoping to be able to throw some poke back, but they're standing right in the front of those spears. They're not really going to rank up to too much without the distance, so very, very painful for them to lose another turret and not really be able to act on it. We did have, like you said, that push from Cloud9 in mid, so Inox was denied a bit there, and hopefully Sneaky can now work off this with the team and get a little bit more. It doesn't look like he'll have too much time here, though.
If they walk back quickly, they're going to lose waves to the mid lane turret and the bot lane turret if they don't actually send the right people to the right places at the right time. There we go. We get some onto Inox there, not missing too much, so it's always good to keep track of those waves, especially this bot lane wave, too, that's going to go over to Otter. Because if you start missing that CS for that turret, it ends up being almost like a net loss because you ended up going even in turrets to Cloud9, but they were able to get those turrets without much sacrifice.
Well, 3-3 right now. You can already see pretty prepped on this bottom side here. A dragon fight in Cloud9's favor could easily mean that second tier turret going down. Already getting pings on the top side. It's like they want to try and get it pushed just a little bit more so they can start to move forward. Teleport coming up for balls. He'll communicate to the team that he will have that soon, and he'll be able to beat out flares on this one. I wonder if they have that timing, because it would be huge, especially with that ultimate going down 40 seconds before Dragon. Doesn't look like they really want to tango here. If they do, interesting.
Using it to wave clear. Excuse me, whoa.
Where'd you go?
What just happened to me? All right.
Sounded like you were in the kitchen.
I know, using it to wave clear. I was like, bye, Riv.
Getting real emotional.
Anyway, yeah, just choked me up there with the flame spitter. But yeah, the wave clear that he's using that for is because Meteos was on that side of the map at the same time, and he was like, I might get dove here. Make sure that that doesn't happen because I need to be alive. He has his Sork shoes, he has his haunting guys, and he's ready to show up to these team fights with his teleport.
Boom. He has become Rumble 15 minutes in. Not a problem. Can still be used. Looks like we're going to get a quick lockdown on the game right quick as we head back towards the Dragon area. And we'll see what this one pans out to be as well. Looks like they back to Lemon, so we may get a restart on his PC here to make sure this does not happen again. Good thing we caught it outside of a fight where it still cannot affect any part of the gameplay. So looking at the scoreboard, still a slight gold lead coming in for Cloud9, pressuring things very slowly in this game, knowing the enemy could really come back with, again, another one of those flash ultis, a poke. Something that could really take them down. Cloud9 may not have the kills, but they do have the map control.
Yeah, the map control is going to be extremely important, especially when this team that enemy is drafted is all about fighting and softening you up before the fights. This is just a lot of engage that they always have to be conscious of. So if you lose that map control, if you lose the vision, you have a Sejuani coming from Fog of War and ulting like what just happened to get that one kill to enemy.
Right.
So Cloud9 cannot let up the pressure with the Nidalee, and especially since it's not a double Sightstone team, that they have to be on top of their vision control and press it while they have it.
So we are actually going to get a swap on Lemon's PC. It has been confirmed, so this issue does not reoccur once again. Something seems to happen.
I love how it's like there's something wrong with it. Just swap out computers. That'll fix it.
Boom.
It's no longer the have you tried turning it off and then back on again. It's
Never.
just swap it out. That computer's broken.
We've evolved. It's the better of the choices, making sure that Lemon gets the game he needs with the rest of the team. And we'll be continuing this in just a few minutes. The first fight for enemy to come back in this one was a very big engage in the bot lane. Just kind of recap things lightly. That only offered one kill to them, but may have set Cloud9 back a bit. Like we said, Cloud9 controls the map, enemy with the kills. We still have a lot more game to go, and while we work out the issues on stage, we are going to send it over to the guys on the analyst desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. And as he mentioned, hopefully we'll get those technical issues sorted out quickly, but since we have the time, I do want to actually look ahead in this matchup, since both Irene and Riv have done a fairly good job of recapping everything that has happened up to this point. So when we look at the compositions and the gold as it stands, we see the majority of the differential laying on that Maokai as of right now. But with these teams, where do we expect them to go as the game plays out?
Yeah, so the thing here is this composition for enemy is basically the exact same composition that Team Liquid used to switch out the AD carry.
Super similar.
So it relies a lot, as we talked about in the previous game, you know, on stacking that combo of the AoE stuns, get the Rumble ultimate right on over it. The big difference here is that Cloud9 do not have Alistar. They do not have one of the biggest tools that TSM had in that game, the combo breaker, to try and, you know, soak up some of the initiation. So it's going to be a lot more difficult when they get to that team fight. They really want to be able to use, you know, Azir's zone control to get some Nidalee spears to land for them to have a chance.
A lot of that will have to fall on Maokai to kind of just be the big tank in front to block all the skill shots. We were talking a little bit during the game just about Jace and his appearance here versus a Varus, because obviously Varus can shoot through things for diminished damage, but Jace, it just explodes right away, which kind of puts even more emphasis on Balls' Maokai, which has a lead, to get really huge this game, because if he's not a big threat, it's 4 squishy targets right behind him that are really at the mercy of the skill shot power and projectiles of enemy.
Right, and we're very curious to see which way he goes, because right now he doesn't have any armor, so it will even be hard for him to soak up too many of those shock blasts. The thing about Jace is that he's got the really high impact Qs that are coming in, so the accuracy is also even more important. And Varus gets to fire off a lot of arrows.
Yeah, we'll look to see how the itemization develops there for Balls in the top lane. You know, the other interesting aspect of this is that there is the Azir on Cloud9's side, which is, you know, the primary damage dealer from this team comp, which is what Bjergsen was playing in that game. And we saw evidence of both things happening. One, a fight where he gets entirely locked down and is not allowed to do damage up by that Baron Pit. And then one where he wasn't able to be zeroed out super quickly, had the Zhonya's, and was able to roll through the rest of the team. So when we talk about positioning for Cloud9 and the itemization there and protecting the Azir, I think that's going to be pretty much, you know, the crux of success in this game.
Yeah, pretty sure he has cleanse as well. So it's not as easy to lock him down, and they could also add a Mikhail's on there if they decide to do it with Thresh. They still have choices to make with their itemization. So they're not to as much risk from the Wombo on the individual target, but because they have a Nidalee, high damage jungler, no tankiness, Sivir, 1 spell shield to try and block that, otherwise you're kind of messed over. It's a more just try not to clump for Cloud9. The enemy wants to force the clumped engagements.
Yeah, I'd have to say especially Meteos has to stay far away from Azir. Nidalee, yes, it's a strong jungler in the early game, has a lot of control over the lanes, over pressuring the enemy jungler. But if one of those CCs lands on him, he does not have cleanse. He has no way to get out of it. The Mikhails, if the Mikhails comes, it's going to be late because both of these supports have opted for the coin route for their gold generation item. So they're going to have speed boosts for both teams. Both teams are going to be moving out really quick on that low cooldown, really big boost of speed. And it's going to come down to split seconds. And the back line here has to stay very, very safe for Cloud9.
And that's where I'd have to say, the concern is that in the past we've watched C9 struggle in team fights with positioning and protecting the Azir. We watched in that Team Impulse game that tragic fight around the Dragon where they weren't entirely set up for it, and we watched Incarnation get killed without even setting up any soldiers. So we'll look to see how that develops. I just got word that everything is all figured out, so we are going to head back into the game. Let's send it over to our casters for the call.
Don't worry, we got you guys. Thank you very much, Dash. We are about to head back into game. Thank you guys for taking the reins for a few minutes there as we got everything organized and set up. Lemonation back on a new PC, and we are going to be back onto the Rift. Ladies and gentlemen, apologize for the wait, and we're back to the action. 17:40 as where we're at in the game here. A little bit of a dragon on the plate, Zyrene, and it looks like both teams are quite hungry.
Yeah, and that Shock Blast is going to hurt a lot. It is at that point where it's a 320 base damage spell.
Crowd is feeling.
Plus about 100 more damage from his just his items. And that's before Acceleration Gate with the 40% increased damage. He's doing a lot of damage with that. When it lands, the Shock Blast have to count here.
Looks like he's putting himself in those positions, like Jace players that kind of try to stay off to the Fog of War until they need to, so you don't see that Shock Blast for the initial hit coming. You always start to tack on a lot of damage. Nobody's getting that damage back anytime soon, unless they have a ton of potions.
Italy can heal him a little bit.
A little bit. Good call. Good call. Usually don't have that coming from the jungle, though.
It's going to run him out of mana, though, and he's not going to be getting these blue buffs. They're going to go over to Incarnation. But look at that. Enemies sneak in to the Dragon, trying to secure their third, because that's their way into this game. They want these fights. Here comes TP from this side for balls.
Ooh, a very slow tree from the bot lane coming in. Can't get the jungler inside. That's definitely going to be Trashy's. Eyes on body drop. He may go down here. Otter's on the back line. Lemonation gets crushed by the hammer into the skies. He gets dunked down. Enemy dropping members right now of Cloud9. I don't think they can continue to finalize any of these kills here, but a very good fight there. Only losing body drop on his initiation. Oh, duck! Woo! Sneaky almost picking up a kill with the boomerang blade there. Flashes in for the kill.
Oh, man, Sneaky's still coming around the corner, though. Sneaky wants more of this.
He's trying to be sneaky. Oh. That was kind of like I'm kind of scared Blade. He was leaning backwards as he threw it. He didn't want to go too far. Meteos on the other side of the map. Setting up vision, doing something. Thought he was setting down bushwhacks, but it looks like he's just there for the tour. He's going to start heading out.
Yeah, enemy, good team fight from them. They end up with a 2-for-1 trade, the third dragon of the game for them. So the fifth dragon is a very real possibility for them, and it would be online just about the 31-minute mark.
Thinking about what Meteos just did. I'll put that on hold here as we have the dragon fight.
Yeah, you can see they're looking for the right ultimates here. Incarnation in the back line. He's trying to hit them over the wall. Trashy as well. Incarnation jumps in for the play. And look at that. Immediately into the back line, going for the hero play, but just immediately focused down. A good equalizer at the start to divide, but then it got Incarnation in a position where he was frustrated with where he was on the map. Because you want to be further up, you want to be able to adjust your soldiers, and then he just goes for the deep dive.
And you dive in right when Jinx changes to Rockets and starts AoEing everybody in the face.
Yeah, and pushing everybody forward into your team didn't seem to help that much.
Yeah. Oh. Bit of a mix-up there as enemy puts their foot down. Cloud9 can't come up with the strategy they want around the dragon. Just saw Meteos inside the jungle there on his tour. Put a ward down. If they can start denying blue here from Inox, that poke's definitely going to lessen, but this is going to be very hard. It just dies out before it hit the blue buff. Unfortunate. And I think it would have been a little off on the damage.
Unlucky.
Unlucky indeed.
Unlucky.
That would have been a very big stop for them to get, at least at this point in the game. He is sitting now at 584 of the 740 tier, well, can't say it, 750 tier stack. Easy words. It's English, don't worry.
I want to see what he does with this phage, too, because that could be a Black Cleaver, and then the fact that he has the W, the Hypercharge, very, very quick application of it to get through the armor of balls and allow Otter to do even more damage. So supplementing his AD carries damage, who's been having some good performances and standout performances recently.
Righteous Glory finished onto balls. If they do want to try to go for a hard engage, might be difficult. You have an Annie, Sejuani that could hit it.
More so that they can get back on the counter engage here. What are you looking for from Cloud9 right now, Zyrene? If they were to be able to get a fight, where would they be able to get
It's all about softening it up, playing around choke points with Azir, but you don't want to play around choke points against a Rumble. So playing to your strengths kind of plays to the enemy's strengths. You really just have to poke with Meteos, hope he lands more spears before the fight starts, because they really haven't prioritized magic resist just yet. They don't have tanks. The balls, he's getting melted already. They're trying to stun him up. Oh, gets away from the choppers.
Very much a situation of look before you leap. That time Balls had light on the other side from Elimination with the Dark Passage, but enemy is definitely leaving right now all over the map, and they don't have to look. They have full control. Looks like they could get an inhibitor here. Look at where Cloud9's positioning. Sneaky just back.
Yeah.
You are going to have Incarnation coming in from the top. I don't know if it's going to do much, though.
Are we looking for a 5-man fight here? Incarnation on the flank.
That divide into the base.
There he goes.
And he hits 3 back. Meteos just sitting on the equalizer right now. He gets out. A hook going on to the Tibbers. An unfortunate hit for the death sentence. Incarnation with the blue buff across the wall with some soldiers and the move, but it's not going to provide too much. They stave off the attack on the inhibitor, but they lose the turret.
Yeah, they lost the turret for it. And Cloud9, right now, it feels like they're hyper-focused on shoving out waves before it engages. It's great to shove out waves, right? Like, that's something that you should be doing. But when your team needs you, it's one of those time-sensitive things where you have to, even as a jungler, you struggle with, do I gank now, or do I kill this wolf camp? It's like no. The gank is more important. At this point, it's more important to be in attendance in the top lane turret when there's a Jinx pushing it than shoving the bot wave one more wave, because it didn't even do anything to the turret.
That's the jungler I yell at. It's like, I'll be there after red, golems, wraiths, wolves. I'll be there. Don't worry about it.
I'll be there eventually. You know, it's like.
But you were pushed up when I came down, so I went back.
The jungler shows
we all know
when he wants to.
We all know. So let's see. Enemy actually feeling pretty confident here. Or at least they want to get the fights in their favor. Elixir's starting to be bought up by Flares. Good bit of safety here. Righteous Glory thwarted by the hammer change, giving Inox a little bit of movement speed there to get himself to safety. But the team was also ready. You can see both teams now hovering powers and numbers almost hip to hip. If you're not the AD carry in the bot lane, Otter, or Flares in the top.
There's a lot of threat on this Baron, lots of pink wards around it, C9 trying to bait it, and also they know Otter isn't here, so if they get a fight, it's a numbers advantage.
So he flashes in this time. That was the Righteous Glory still being down from the last engage, but you can see how much Cloud9 want it. The welcoming carpet coming in over from Flares, but it looks like they want this fight, and they walk on through, say, where's the food? They take down Body Drop.
But they're going to lose the bot lane tier 2, and they're going to lose the middle turret, so they lost 2 turrets. This gets C9 a little bit behind in gold from enemy. Enemy just caught up off those turret takes.
It looks like they may be able to save mid with a fast move there, but you're right. It's something they definitely had to think about as an afterthought. It's not something they thought enemy was going to get the upper hand on just because of a kill. Dragon number 4, Zyrene.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like there's anything in place here. Trashy's there, smite up, and Nidalee not too close.
Well, they don't have.
They can get there, though.
They don't have Flares with an ultimate just yet.
They didn't start it. I figured they could have burned it down.
Yeah, and Body Drop isn't there. He's not even close. He's getting there slowly. They want to poke and soften up ahead of time. It's going to be difficult.
This would be really big as well, staving off aspect of the dragon.
Here comes the
All
TP.
5 of them almost went to enemy instantly. TP to the bot lane, not much of a waste. They can continue to work this as well, since dragon number 4 means quite a bit for them. We already see that the Muramana has been finished up by Inox, so being on the outside here is almost perfect for enemy. That was really close. Nice try by Sneaky to take that with the boomerang.
Yeah, Sneaky, no ultimate, no way to really help them engage the fight. And Incarnation, he's not at those power points in terms of items where he would like to fight. And if you look at Inox, Muramana, Manamune, online, ready to go. The Muramana is going to chunk people out if they even get close at this point. So he's in his mid-game power spike. He still has room to grow, too. Could still purchase the Last Whisper, his boots for CDR.
We talked about this point a little bit as well. It's kind of triggering with Flares. Now he's got the Leandries finished along with that Sorcerer's Elixir and his pen boots. These guys could really come out big. We just saw that Flares use that TP to a minion line in the bot, so we'll have to wait a little bit to get that back. And I wonder if Cloud9 can use a TP to their advantage here. There's 6 minutes on the clock now for that 5th dragon. Cloud9 are going to be forced into something they do not want quite soon.
Yeah, and like you said, Leandri's Torment completed on Flares. Sorcery Elixir in his inventory. He's ready for a fight now. He wants that extra spike. This signals to me, with all these pink wards too, that they're looking to set up either a Baron, some type of choke point with their ultimates and to fight Cloud9 and try to win the game off of that, get big objectives, or go top, force that. There's a lot of options here if you're enemy, especially with 5th Dragon very close. Because here's the thing as well, if you mess up one of the fights, you still have a 5th Dragon on the table. Even if you get cleaned ace after this, you still have a way back in the game if you're enemy.
Cloud9 is really focusing on that vision game right now. Upgraded trinkets everywhere, giving them the idea that they can fight. That equalizer is absolutely beautiful. 3 down for Cloud9 already. They cannot get this fight under control. Now onto balls. It's going to be Incarnation once again at full HP, getting himself out of the fight alone as the team falls down around him.
That was so beautifully played by FLICKR. Pressure on him, but the #1 ranked solo queue player knows pressure all the time. He just throws down the ultimate in a prime spot, hits the backline, everybody collapses on it from the overcommit. They're gonna get top inhibitor off of this as well.
That was a ridiculous play for enemy to just pull the trigger. Everybody was on board from the get-go, and you could see the confusion it put Cloud9 in. We'll definitely get a replay of that fight, and what a fight from enemy. You don't get that kind of fight every day. They've been setting up that for a while, and like I said, C9 was getting wards everywhere. I'm surprised that enemy was actually able to get that engage.
Well, it was actually C9 that started the engage.
Very true.
They were like, Righteous Glory, let's go. We have to start this. Balls doesn't even have rank 2 boots yet, so he's very predictable in getting into these fights. So pops Righteous Glory, rushes in with Sivir ulti, tries to get to the back line, but look at this. Picks, not going to happen here.
Not at all.
What does C9 do in this desperate position? Meteos has been trying to work on his shot calling from behind. Do they go for the Baron now? Ultimates are down from enemy, but FLICKR is about to have his back up now. Trashy, his is up in a couple seconds as well. They are in full fight mode again from enemy side. And this time, body drop, he's about to have his Tibbers and his flashes up now.
Dodging out spears. Enemy has the wards they need as well to stay away from the poke. And straight up the middle, says enemy. See what they can get onto this. There's a ping in the bot lane. Good wave coming in for C9 that might have to be a little bit of cleanup here.
The funny thing about all this, after everything is all said and done, 6 turrets to 3 in favor of enemy, 2-0-4 on flares to balls, 1-1-1, and he's still behind balls in gold by 200 gold. FLICKR's impact with very little gold on Rumble, because of the placement of his ultimates and the way he's playing these fights, is just making all the difference here.
Enemy playing the waiting game very well this time. Very well. FLICKR we saw running around at level 5 for quite a bit, not being able to have that ultimate. The team knew their power curve would be coming up soon.
He's still not even CSing in this game. He's 111 CS at almost 30 minutes. He's running around on Rumble, giving away.
I feel good about myself.
He's giving, well, he feels good about himself too, because he's giving his farm away to the mid laner, the AD carry, and making sure that they are powerful. You can see full CDR now from Inox, the 4.8 second cooldown on his Shock Blast. He's ready to start poking people down before these fights. Super minions have to be dealt with. 5th Dragon on the table in a minute and a half. Enemy just has so many cards, they're basically holding the deck.
Oh boy. Close. No cigar. Flies off the map. They deal with Shurima's legacy there of Incarnation in the mid lane, taking down another one. Dragon in 1 minute coming up here. This is going to have to be stopped by Cloud9, or at least contested.
I touched on this a little bit with Jinx taking turrets very quickly, but enemy's comp, after they beat you in team fight, they are going to take objectives so quickly.
Hyper shot and everything.
Exactly. Hypercharge on top of the Jinx. That is some turret taking power. They can even just force their way up to a turret, start autoing it, and force you to fight them. This is a good composition from enemy, especially when they had problems with drafts a couple weeks ago. It's good to see this from them.
It's got a little bit of everything too, because you see Cloud9 is so afraid to approach turrets because body drop could just jump on their face. They're going to get hit from Inox's poke while they're trying to take down the turret. It makes it very difficult.
It's also got a dyssynergy in it, because Maokai wants to go in. You're seeing balls try to start these fights, and Meteos is saying, no. Let me throw about 3 or 4 spears before the fight while we avoid Shock Blasts. Then we can start the fight if they still want to fight us after being taken low. But that's not happening. As a Nidalee jungle, when you play that, you always are like, no. It's opposite from other junglers. I don't want to engage. I want to stay at a distance before we engage. They're going to start losing turrets, though. Not this wave, in a couple of waves, though.
Like I said,
No pressure on
One
enemy.
super
They don't have
minion
pressure.
on double turret shots is able to take a third of your health away. 2 super minions are going to be able to do 2/3. You are now sitting at a Nexus turret that is about to fall as soon as
Fifth
enemy
dragon.
touches it.
5th dragon,
And
right
aspect
there.
of the dragon. You're going to be forced into a Baron you don't want to if this doesn't work, but they have every wave crashing into Cloud9 right now.
Cloud9 not going for pretty much any option.
Okay.
You have options to engage to at least try to fight them, but now your options just got worse. Fighting a team fight comp that can take your turrets very quickly, poke you very hard, while you have super minions in your top wave and they're pressuring this bottom wave. This just doesn't seem like a win solution.
Oh, that turret!
Win situation at all for C9.
Goes down alone. Sad, sad thing for that Nexus turret. Sneaky's going to try to recoup and get these last bit of minions cleared out so they could maybe put some pressure onto the side of enemy. Good dodges. And the aspect of the dragon making them look all shiny. Oh! So close. See, this is the point where Meteos gets to throw all the
I feel
spears
like
he
this is
wants,
the wave
but
that
they're
they
ready.
go. There they go.
That's going to be an incarnation.
Oh,
Bombs the whole
they're
team.
stuck.
That didn't hit Otter, though. He's got free farm of the free shots on the backside. Cannot take down Balls just yet. Throws off the rocket, and it doesn't hit anybody. And in a bit of miscommunication there, Balls goes down as well as Flares, and nobody really wants to take the rest of the fight with that happening. Cloud9 was able to defend that without all their members.
And they got these respawn on the top inhibitor, so they actually stave that off. The dragon buff is already half gone, and by the time Flares is up, it'll be very close to being over. So only about 1 or 2 more pushes or waves after they all regroup from backing that they're actually going to have this 5th dragon buff. So Incarnation, he's been making flashy plays all game. That's the one that pays off for him.
Yeah.
Immediately protects his back line, shoves everybody into the corner except for Otter. 4 mana, 0 ulti. If that was paired with something that would do a lot of AoE damage in that corner, that would have been a one-team fight for C9. Ends up being even, though.
You see that follow-up isn't there. They have, what, at most a Boomerang Blade to pass through everybody on the team, right?
Yep.
A Maokai Vengeful Maelstrom to get popped at the end after it mitigates damage. Very hard for them to take the full 5v5 fights here for sure.
Back to shove at the top, though, and send up Baron.
Have to start putting a little bit of pressure on the enemy. Let them know that they will not be walked all over, but enemy, actually no care to that aspect. And they are still just trudging forward now. It looks like it's going to be this inhibitor going down. Like you said, it's going to be fast once they get there. Shots over to Sneaky, the Hypercharge, and Jinx absolutely eating up the inhibitor here. 34 minutes in, a 2.5 thousand gold lead, as all enemy needs to keep this control over Cloud9 here.
Once again, enemy have so many options right now.
And they're denying resources everywhere, too. Shutting off the options to Cloud9.
Cloud9, though, the fact that you need a 4-man, a 0 ultimate into a corner to even come out even on a fight just shows you, despite the gold being 3k difference right now, enemy have so many more advantages than just this. You have to have the intangible show at this point. You have to have the plays and the shot calling from C9 if they want to get back into this. And speaking of plays...
Oh, no! Incarnation feels safety under his own turret. But a false sense of security gets him down. The red carpet is laid out, and Balls will be the next one to get charred down. It is going to be enemy running up the mid lane now. The waves aren't where they would really want them to be as it was earlier, but they will have enough here to drop this next turret. Start giving C9 one hell of a game. 35 minutes in. Great job by enemy so far.
Yeah, they're just chunking these down. 35 minutes. This is the point in the game where people start getting a cannon minion every wave, but this is where enemy already wants to end the game. 10 seconds on Incarnation.
There's the ultimate from Sneaky. Elimination doing what he can. It's going to be Meteos trying to fly to the backside. He says, follow me this way. But enemy is going to be the next team to take down Cloud9 and bring themselves to 3 and 4 on the summer split. Enemy takes down Cloud9.
That was a great performance from everybody across the board on enemy.
Really was.
Otter, 100% kill participation in that game is Jinx. Flares, 128 CS in 36 minutes. Terrible CS score, but his contribution to this game was huge. His equalizers on point, the way he was setting them up and setting up Trashy. This looks like a little bit of their challenger mojo in their team fight.
That's what they were looking for. That's what Body Drop was talking about in the beginning of these videos. And it looks like the team's able to get a little bit of that energy back here. And you know what? They look super happy about that win. Sometimes you see a team come off and, you know, they're kind of like, yeah, that was good. I'm really glad we won, but things to work on. Well, there's things to work on there. They very fantastically played.
And once again, Inox on a poke champion, 20,000 damage, but Flares, 18.5 thousand damage on a Rumble, no poke, all engage, very little gold on him. He is doing more with less. And you can see Enemy ecstatic about that win, putting themselves at 3 and 4, and that puts Cloud9 at 2 and 5.
Yeah. Cloud9 came into this game as well in Champion Select thinking, you know, we hit the top lane with a flex of Echo, and then we won't have to worry about too much about that top lane because I'll figure I can play against a Rumble, right? That's my champion. Well, that wasn't the one to really lose it. That Rumble still made a big impact coming in for Enemy, even as much as they shut it down, like you were saying.
Yeah, and you can see Incarnation on your screen. He was making plays at the end there all throughout the game, but the team comp wasn't designed to have that type of engage be the start-off point with the Nidalee. They needed to soften people up, get to that point where they could make those plays or the threat of that play. 4-man ulti, really great plays there, really well executed.
Yes.
Really well executed from Incarnation. But that last pick there at the end, caught out of position, body drop a guy who was getting picked off himself a couple times in his last few games, finally picking somebody else off with that Annie.
Yeah, he got himself killed in the situation, but sometimes you just have to do that. You got to be the guy that goes in hard. It was what started them before the Worth. In the pause in the beginning when he flashed in, just as a reference point, not about the pause. And then again, it was him all the time, every time they had flash. And you look at Cloud9's composition coming out of this: Maokai, Nidalee, Azir, Sivir, and Thresh. And you, like you said, you get that huge 4-man ultimate. There was no follow-up. Even with a turret, the inhibitor turret, ripping someone's armor and MR to shreds, you still can't do anything.
Yeah, the fact that the Rumble was taken first pick, like this composition, if they were able to execute those plays with a Rumble on their side and a tank jungler, it would have been a completely different game.
It always is.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. For the pros' perspective on that game, we got Freak standing by on the blue side.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm here with Otter. Dude, congrats on a very impressive win. You took down Cloud9. Coming into the split, would you think that was even possible for you guys?
Honestly, with hard work, I thought it would have been, but no. I didn't think we would be able to, but I'm really happy right now.
Well, that's good to hear. I mean, coming into the split, I think not a lot of people knew how to rate you guys. We've seen challenger teams show up really well at the start. We've seen challenger teams have really sort of bad starts. Right now, you guys are in 6th place. How does this compare to what your thoughts on how the team would stack up?
I think this is where I thought we would be, like right about now, because we didn't have too much practice going into it, so I was really nervous. I was really nervous going into it, but I think by the end of the split, I actually think we could maybe even get 4th or 3rd.
Wow, so top 3, top 4 for you guys. I mean, you guys are facing Team Impulse tomorrow. They were the 4th place finisher last split. You're in a tie 4-6 with them right now. How do you feel about this match coming up?
I'm really confident. I think we can take it to them.
Does the rest of your team feel the same way about it?
Yeah, they do. We all feel the same. Oh, we all feel the same.
Well, that's good to hear. So you guys feeling good about Team Impulse. What's going to happen then in the second half of the split then for you guys? You said you didn't have a lot of practice coming into it, bit of a slow start. You said top 3. Like, who's your biggest competition then in stopping you from getting to playoffs?
Our biggest competition would probably be the top teams, obviously like CLG, TSM, and Team Liquid. I think those 3 are the best. And Gravity. Gravity's looking really good as well. So yeah, those teams.
No respect for Dignitas?
Oh yeah, they're doing really. Yeah, I guess Dignitas too.
All right, that's cool. So then, one final question for you then. What's sort of the camaraderie like for this team now? You guys 3 and 4, pretty good record so far. Came up from Challenger kind of as a new team, and it just seems like it's all going uphill for you guys. What's it like, back at home, practicing day to day?
Actually, when everyone got back into the house, it was really good. Like, everyone was really happy to be back, and we were all playing really hard. But we ran into some problems, in-game problems that were fixed months ago, and we kind of just had to revisit a lot of the problems that we were having, which kind of grinded on everyone. So everyone was getting a little upset the past couple weeks. And on top of that, it's the place that we're living in. It's so hot and it's so uncomfortable. So it just adds to it. And so actually going into this match, we were a bit antsy and a bit nervous because of how upset we've been. But I'm glad we were able to pull out the win.
Yeah, it was an impressive win, guys. Congratulations. Thank you very much for the interview. And we're now going to send it over to Dash and the guys at the desk.
Thank you, Freak. You know, we talked about this game during the pause. We had the opportunity to kind of set up what the teams needed to do in order to come out with the win. Enemy there executing fairly well on, you know, their team comps win conditions.
Yeah, I mean, their team fight, they played it out perfectly. Cloud9 weren't able to interrupt the combo at all. What was really surprising to me was enemies' strong map movements. Whenever we look at new teams in the LCS, that's one of the things that's usually lacking. However, they got to all the objectives before Cloud9 did. And Cloud9 even had, you know, sometimes 15, 20 seconds to set up for these. But Enemy got there faster. They used the Jace speed. They were even able to out-rotate a Sivir team. So that was very impressive for me.
Well, that was kind of a cool thing there. The Jace was battling the Sivir's move speed. Everyone's like, oh, just group with the Sivir comp. Well, they grouped with the Jace comp in this one. And even when the Sivir was trying to engage, they would counter that so well. The big game-changing team fight to me was actually when they all funneled into the Sivir into an equalizer that was on a glacial prison. And that was the game pretty much.
That's going to change the game right there.
Yeah, we also had the coin come out for both supports, but you know, speed to counter speed, essentially keeping themselves safe, only engaging when they wanted to. You know, so yeah, it is nice to see Enemy, you know, kind of getting back to what they consider to be the cohesion that they did have in the challenger scene, where they can really dominate the map movement. On the side of Cloud9, you know, we're coming into this game saying we're waiting for that game. We're waiting for that game where they're really going to show us that they're on the path to improvement. They just still seem so out of sorts with their map movement, even with their engagements. We saw that beautiful Azir play by Incarnation, but there was no prep for it. You know, everybody was at full health when that fight started.
It almost reminded me like when I was trying to practice insecting someone with Lee Sin, because you can pull off the combo, then the first game you play, you just try and do it every single time.
Yeah.
Incarnation needed to prep his Azir plays, and the team needed to be ready to follow up. Poke, 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 then go. But what seemed to happen is the instant Incarnation entered the fight as Azir, he would try and pull off the Shurima shuffle, which is, you know, Q, Eing in, and then knocking them back. And there was no follow-up, and they weren't even low when he started. So it was effectively useless in most
Then run away.
Yeah, and then run really fast.
Right, maybe be a distraction, have them follow you out of the base. So yeah, still unfortunate, you know, miscommunication there from Cloud9 that we're seeing, but, you know, good on Enemy for picking up the win. It will set up a very interesting matchup tomorrow against Impulse, as those teams are now sharing 6th place. You know, with that win, we do have Enemy Esports in 6th place, but let's see how the rest of the league is arranged. Alone in 1st place, we have Counter Logic Gaming. Now, one game back in 2nd place, we've got Gravity, Dignitas, Team Liquid, and TSM. In 6th is Enemy and Team Impulse, followed by Cloud9, Team 8, and TDK. Let's take a peek at what's on tap for tomorrow, starting with Team 8 versus Team Dragon Knights. After that, Gravity will challenge Team Solo Mid. Then we'll close out Week 4 with Team Liquid versus Team Dignitas. That will hit your browsers at noon Pacific Daylight, 9 p.m. Central European Summertime. Now for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Week 4 of the North American LCS with Team Dignitas sitting at 4-2. Goes for impact. Big stun's gonna land. The Baron already dies. Oh! Rush can still steal with Flash. Here comes the fight. Maybe this is the battle that Impulse needed. Team Dignitas in sole control of 3rd place.
Let's not underestimate our opponents, guys. They're looking for vengeance.
Baron kill for CLG. A couple kills picked up as well. Seraph, they're in the middle of the lineup, getting chunked out by Zion Spartan. CLG 6-1.
I heard you're famous troll in China.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I heard you're a famous troll in China.
No way.
I talked to Uzi I and he said you're a troll.
Shut up. I carry him.
2 wild turtles. Santorin barely slinks away, but Phoenix is in the mix. But here comes Bjergsen, the savior of TSM. Finds one. Phoenix at the front lines. But look at the damage coming out.
It's only Cardi. It's only Cardi. Good press. Good press on Cardi. Good press on Cardi.
He's done.
And would you believe it? From behind, Team Solo Mid last knockdown Team Liquid.
Bloop. Juke. Wait, he went back to base.
Yeah, that.
What the
Whoops. Hanser's back in base. Hanser f***ed up.
They get inside the head of Team 8 and they take him down. That equalizer is absolutely beautiful. 3 down for Cloud9 already.
bring themselves to 3 and 4. Enemy takes down Cloud9.